great show. We'll be with you all the way to and through the NFL Draft.
With the first pick, Lawrence in a foot race. Will they catch him? Touchdown! Burrow from the pocket, launches to the end zone. Caught! Justin Fields. There he is. Pitts. Room service. Welcome back, Kyle Pitts.
We thought this year was going to be so different, didn't we? Aaron Rodgers said, not so fast, my friend, taking over the draft day for another time, and it's going to be a fun one here. We're going to break this all down. We're going to talk about Rodgers. We're going to talk about the 49ers. I'm George Shahuri, and this is the PFF NFL Draft Show. Darius Butler, he's done this before. Patriots, Panthers, Colts, Man-to-Man Podcast, is co-host with Antoine Bethea, Everything DB. Thank you for coming from Florida, man.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. Cris Collinsworth, you may know him as the host of the Cris Collinsworth Podcast, featuring Richard Sherman. You may know him.
That's
there.
it.
Our hairstylist, Mike Renner, Steve Palazzolo, lead draft analyst, Mike Renner, QB guru, Steve Palazzolo. We have a bar set, as I mentioned. They're pouring things over there. I'm not sure it's safe for work. Austin Gale, co-host of the 2 for 1 podcast with Mike Renner, and my co-host, the co-chairman of the Anyone But Mac Jones Syndicate, Eric Eager. And then in front of the green screen, as I mentioned, Ian Hartitz, our senior fantasy analyst and the host of the PFF Fantasy Podcast. It's going to be fun, guys. But we've come a long way, and sometimes it's good to look back. So we actually pulled up some tape, because apparently you've done some things on tape on this draft show that we want to remember.
Somehow I knew this was going to start. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's start it out. I hope
as to whether or not he can bounce out and possibly be a tackle. I got a cramp in my leg. Oh my God. Woo! That was tight for a minute.
Well, it's funny that you bring up physical skill level, because we went back into the history books to look at some of the physical specimens that came out way back yonder. So if you'll take a look, Cris, at this masterpiece here from the 1981 NFL Combine.
Is that Tom Brady?
I want to ask you first, what was your regimen here?
Yeah, so this looks a little better.
Okay, you're fired. Let's see how many we survived tonight.
Are you hydrated?
Yeah, just get him some water.
Yeah,
please.
we have water here.
Pickle juice. That's cheat code.
How about the Tom Brady thing there? It was so pathetic. I actually went in. This was when they had regional combine things. And so I went into this thing, and I go, this is so stupid. They just want to see us naked. That's all they want. They just want to see our body. I put on an offensive lineman quadruple large and rolled that thing down like that. And they were howling in the room. I go, this is good. They think I'm funny. They're going to draft me. That's how I lasted to the second round.
You're supposed to hit push-ups back there, put some baby oil on. Come on, Cris.
Can you imagine if
I think you're proving Devontae Smith's weight doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look at that.
Yeah, maybe Devontae Smith will call Sunday Night Football at some point later in life. We do need to talk about what has transpired this afternoon, because it felt like things were heating up and then they just exploded. Adam Schefter tweeting out earlier today, after some rumors broke about Aaron Rodgers, saying reigning MVP Aaron Rodgers is so disgruntled with the Green Bay Packers that he has told some within the organization that he does not want to return to the team. League and team sources told ESPN on Thursday. There was speculation that San Francisco 49ers reportedly offered pick number 3. Some have reported that he even thought he was going to San Francisco last night. What do you make of this?
That's pretty serious. You know, Aaron Rodgers now, Mr. Jeopardy, Mr. MVP, if he's ever been in a position to dictate terms, this is going to be that time. Now, would he carry it forward and not show up for training camp? You know, that's a different deal. And I don't know that he said that, but clearly this has gone one step further. It's amazing what's been going on with the quarterbacks this offseason. You think of Russell Wilson, right? I mean, that got ugly, and they're trying to explain that one away still. So we're kind of in a new era of football where it used to be when I played, the teams had complete control over all of us. Everything we did, you were scared to death, because if they didn't want you, You were gone. You couldn't go negotiate with another team. And now the players are starting to have that control, and they make enough money where it's like, I don't need you. I go host Jeopardy, right? This is different.
They do pay well.
Definitely flexing their muscles, looking more and more like the NBA almost. And these guys, like we talked about Watson, talked about Wilson. But this is exactly what the Packers deserve, in my opinion. I mean, you got to make the superstars happy. That's the world we're in. That's the league we're in. And him going this far without having guaranteed money going past this season, this is what they deserve.
And they drafted a quarterback.
And they drafted
a quarterback.
This is 100% the Packers reaping what they sowed. With that draft pick of Jordan Love last year, we said it at the time, it was the wrong year to do it. It was too early to do it. 4 years left on Aaron Rodgers' contract. So when you draft a guy like that, the plan was then to trade Aaron Rodgers at some point because you're wasting Jordan Love's rookie contract with Aaron Rodgers. It's overlapping entirely with those 4 years left. And so the plan was always to trade Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers basically just saying, if that's the plan, do it right now because I'm not going to wait and do it on your terms. I'm going to do it on mine.
But where does he want to go? I mean, is he actually, is reported, the Raiders, the Broncos, and the 49ers, right? Is that actually a better situation than Green Bay? With Devontae Adams, he's had a top 5 pass blocking offensive line each of the last 3 years by the PFF grades. He's been in a good situation. Yeah, the playmakers could be a little bit better, and Rodgers does elevate those guys. But Devontae Adams is like a cheat code, and he has him. And if the Packers have to trade him, he's going to go to a team that's going to have no more draft capital because they just traded for him and probably be in a lesser situation.
But Aaron Rodgers, you don't mess with him. I mean, he handled that last year. He was clearly mad, and he said a few things right after the fact. And he was mad all year. And we all debated whether or not that was going to inspire him. And some people thought that was silly, that, he doesn't need added motivation. He was motivated. He was fired up all season. He played his tail off, and he goes, there you go. There you go. Now go play your quarterback. I'm the MVP. I've got money. I've got another job if I want it. There you go. You can send me off to California. My fiance and I are going to be happy. She's an actress out there. Here we go, right? Or I'll just retire. He is in a powerful position. If he wants to play this all the way out, he can make life very ugly for the Green Bay Packers.
And you wonder, will the Green Bay Packers ever be able to get more for Aaron Rodgers than the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft? Will you ever have a chance? Because he was the highest graded player last season. He won the MVP. He's not going to play better than that.
Would they want a quarterback? They've got their quarterback, right? Hey, you drafted your guy last year.
You got the first round.
How many times did he suit up last year?
He couldn't beat up Tim Boyle.
0.
He wasn't beating up Tim Boyle.
Tim Boyle got him.
Not good.
Keeping him fresh. Speaking of keeping it fresh, the cocktails over at the bar set have been kept very, very fresh. And we're going to go over there to Austin and Eric to break down a little bit of what Aaron Rodgers really meant to the Packers last year quite a bit and what maybe they could expect to get out of the 3rd pick were they to get that. Fellas?
Yeah, I think we have to start, obviously, Aaron Rodgers was one of the highest graded quarterbacks in the NFL this last year. Obviously, MVP of the season. I do think that the value of Aaron Rodgers as an all-time high. He bet on himself. Obviously, maybe Jordan Love motivated him. We're not really sure. But Aaron Rodgers, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, a top 5 graded passer this past season. The value has to be through the roof. We thought the Deshaun Watson trade would have been crazy. The Russell Wilson trade would have been crazy. This is 3 future firsts. Nick Bosa, maybe that house that the Rams are drafting out of. I don't know. Something has to get involved here, though, because Aaron Rodgers, a lot of value there.
Yeah, I like what Mike said over there. The contract is a big deal. Timing's important. The Falcons might be thinking of that with Matt Ryan and being unable to get out from under there when they think about a quarterback in this draft. But for the Packers, Rodgers has been worth more than 3 wins a year over the last 3 years. And even though he costs something like 35 to 40 million per year, depending upon where you look, that 3rd pick on average gets about 4 wins during the course of the rookie deal on average. The cost is only $8.5 million. So those are the calculations you sort of have to make when you're thinking about, do we jettison Rodgers for a youngster that's a lot more risky but a lot cheaper?
The other thing, though, too, is that if they trade him before June 1st, and you can't post-designate trades, if you trade him before June 1st, it is a before June 1st trade, they actually lose money against the cap. It would cost them $38.3 million to watch the league MVP play for another team. They're not going to trade him this weekend. They might not even trade him after June 1. It's going to be so hard to move on from Aaron Rodgers via trade. I almost think it's he plays for Green Bay or he plays for no one.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I could see it going would be if he was traded for another player who had a big cap hit. Like, I mean, think about Russell Wilson, somebody like that, where both teams are taking on a huge salary. They're just swapping players.
Just taking hits.
But that would be, I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen that in the history of the league. So that would be a first. But this is a weekend where we might see a lot of firsts.
My opinion is Aaron Rodgers is trying to leverage a monster offer. He wants first-round wide receivers. He might want, like I mentioned, that LA Rams draft house. He's going to want a lot of money. The contracts he's been offered are not enough. And maybe Jeopardy. Maybe the Jeopardy host is offering a decent chunk of change. George, my opinion doesn't matter as much as yours, though. Let's hear what you think he's going.
I'm just going to say this. If somehow he winds up in San Francisco, we may be boarding a jet west to go enjoy ourselves after this draft show. Because I don't know what I'll do as a Niners fan if he ends up in San Francisco. That would be absolutely incredible. It's the draft we deserve, honestly.
You know, I even thought when I first heard the news was moving from 12 to 3 for San Francisco really about what the Green Bay Packers wanted, because that was good enough for them to make the trade. Now, obviously, that didn't happen, but that was my first impulse. Maybe this thing was playing its way out, but this is stunning. When they go public, it was like when Russell Wilson is like a CEO character. He never says the wrong thing. So when he came out, it was calculated. He thought about it. Aaron Rodgers, with this process, has thought about what he's going to do, and I just guarantee you, he has been burning since draft night last season when Jordan Love was brought into the fold, and he goes, oh yeah? And right now it's payback.
No love.
I wouldn't be shocked if he walked away, man.
Really?
I would not be shocked. He went out to L.A. and hosted Jeopardy. I saw him not too long ago talk about Barry Sanders been his favorite player and walking away at the top. He was kind of like, oh, I got a lot of football left, but now he's coming back with this. I wouldn't be shocked if he walked away.
He's so competitive, though. They just lost 2 straight NFC championships, and he just won the MVP. And we were joking about it last year. We hated the Jordan Love draft pick, hated it. But we were half joking, saying that's going to motivate him and it's going to be old Aaron Rodgers. And it legitimately happened because he's that type of competitor. So going out with 2 NFC championship losses, I don't see that happening.
I'm just telling you, that motivation is real. I don't know if your position got drafted while you were playing or not.
Oh, yeah.
But when your position gets drafted, like I had Eddie Brown one year, and I was like, oh, good, that's going to give us some balance. We got 2 receivers. And then Tim McGee in the first round the next year. I'm like, that's a problem, right? Now they're trying to tell me something here. And it does motivate you. I had a good year that year because you go and you work out more and you train more, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, this might be the end of my career if I don't get this going.
I was talking about this earlier off air, and you know, when you're a young guy, first year, second year, you don't really watch the draft much. But once you get past 4 or 5, you're locked in. You see those guys come in. You saw it happen in Miami too, not only with Aaron Rodgers, but Xavier Howard. You know, they went and signed Byron Jones in free agency, went and drafted Noah out of Auburn in the first round. So he went out and had a defensive player of the year caliber year. And then you saw the opposite happen with Carson Wentz. You know, so it can affect different players different ways. But it'd be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Well, he named 3 teams, okay? The Niners, of course, first, San Francisco, Denver Broncos, and the Las Vegas Raiders. Wouldn't that be something? That's a change. Wow. That's a shift. Green Bay to Las Vegas. What do you guys think of, we've talked about the Niners there, but what does Rodgers in Denver look like? I mean, we saw Peyton Manning go to the Broncos and win a Super Bowl, be it at a way, pared back version of himself. The Niners, they would be a Super Bowl contender.
But same conference.
Sure.
The other 2, right?
But the Broncos are giving
them
you
out
9.
Of the conference.
The Broncos are giving you 9 versus 3.
The thing is, though, they got the quarterback. I don't think the 3 matters at this point. It would be 9, and then next year's first, and then the first after that is what you would have to take. The high up in this year's draft, I don't think matters to the Packers because I think they want Jordan Love. I think they want Jordan Love to be that guy. Like I said, I think that was the plan all along.
No way.
And so they would let him retire in a heartbeat before they let him sit down before they trade him to the San Francisco 49ers and just bend over and take that because that's a team in your conference.
So Denver's the play.
We're off and we're rocking here on the PFF Draft Show.
Give me one of those drinks over there, will you?
Here's what I need to know. That was what we needed because I am looking, and maybe this is the rush I just got from hearing that, but I cannot find the NFC North division odds on DraftKings Sportsbook right now. Apparently, they've been taken down, which might lead you to believe that there is some real fire underneath this smoke in terms of him getting moved this year. Here's what we're going to do, though. He was the host of Jeopardy. Talked about him retiring and walking away. We're going to play a little Jeopardy. So get your whiteboards out. We're going to write down where you think Aaron Rodgers is playing next season. Where is Aaron Rodgers? Where is 12 suiting up next season? Now, this will be a test of whether you can write or not as well. Eric is going to send me a message about how the syndicate is doing, how our Fields odds are looking right now. And I would do the Jeopardy music, but I'm not that talented.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's.
You got mine.
When do we reveal?
No one wants to hear it. All right, let's see it. Steve. Oh, baby.
Broncos.
I went Denver.
Denver Broncos.
Can you see that?
Well, SF.
San Francisco.
I mean, come on.
I'm going Hollywood.
You got to retire.
I'm going Hollywood. I just got to see it because I don't see the Green Bay Packers trading him.
Oh, buddy.
I'm going to go with my heart, though. I'm going to say Miami. Come down here and get you some warm weather.
That was my initial take. Miami's best equipped to make the
They got a lot of pieces. They got a lot of capital to give
So
up.
the bar set, unsurprisingly, is Jeopardy and spelling it differently.
Clearly.
Because that's let me
Those
check
are the
in.
two smartest guys on the show.
Jet Party.
Am I correct?
He's a math guy.
Am I correct in saying that the only person that has said Green Bay is Ian Hartitz over there? The only one. So Green Bay fans are going to be very mad at us.
That's probably the next best after Hollywood.
I mean, I think they're the favorite right now.
They got to be because they control his rights.
Minus 800 or something.
They control his rights, but you could. I interviewed him a lot last year.
Okay.
But you could see when you talked about this stuff, and Aaron is very calculated. He's very smart, first of all. I've never seen any player that I've ever interviewed that could go back. We could throw out to him, 2013 when you guys played the Jets, third quarter, second drive, and he goes, play by play, what happened? It's freaky. I mean, it's freaky to watch him do that. So there's nothing that he hasn't considered. There's nothing he hasn't calculated by making these comments. He has a plan, and this guy knows what he's doing. And if his plan is to get out of Green Bay and he doesn't care, he's going to get out of Green Bay. Now, he may not be playing football, but he'll get out of Green Bay.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I'll ask all of you this. We'll start with Cris. You are the decision maker of the Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
Are you trading Aaron Rodgers tonight?
No, not a chance.
Mike?
No, I wouldn't either.
Post June 1st.
You're waiting.
Yes.
Are you telling the Niners who they should pick?
Yes.
Okay.
It's whoever. I'm getting a deal in place. It's going to be post June 1st.
Okay.
I don't think Aaron wants to play for me, so I got to get it rid of him.
Yeah, I'm with Steve. If he doesn't want to play for you, get as much as you possibly can. I think right now, strike right now.
He would have to sit out all of training camp and all the way to the trade deadline before I even considered it.
Wow.
If he's willing to go, whatever the trade deadline is now, I think they moved it a little bit. But if he's willing to do that and I don't get him for half a season and I'm sitting there at 1-7, then before that trade deadline hit, I would do it. But he would have to go the whole way.
I don't know if they'd be 1-7. That'd be a really interesting thing is to watch that team play with Jordan Love. Very talented, really good offensive line, really good receiving core with Devontae Adams. Maybe they add another one here in this draft to try and appease Rodgers.
How does that receiving core look without Aaron Rodgers?
That'll be interesting.
I think it would look
Well, they're all their
different.
contracts are up.
Yep.
After they've got one more year, the entire receiving core. So now you got to try and go sign Devontae and Marquez Valdez, Scantling. You think they're coming back with Jordan Love? I don't know.
That's why
I have the money to do it.
Yeah,
I just don't know they're going to have the desire.
You got to look at Justin Fields, Trey Lance. I mean, even Mac Jones. You can't have that much confidence in Jordan Love. Mike, where's Jordan Love quarterback-wise in this group?
He'd be in that second tier. So there's that top tier of 5. Everyone's talking about going top 10. He would be in that second tier. That's Kyle Trask,
Mac Jones.
Kellen Mond. Not Mac Jones. Mac Jones is a little bit better than those guys. But I do think that he would be in that. Like, he's not a lot of people had him in the first rounder. There's a reason why he was still on the board in the 20s when everyone and their mother needs quarterbacks in today's NFL.
Well, we shall see what this night will uncover. We're going to take a quick break. While we're on break, I recommend that you go to pff.com if you're not already there, because The live draft tracker is getting ready for you. It's going to deliver everything you need to follow along. And I bet you'll find some things out before others do if you follow along. And by the way, draft 30% off. We'll be right back.
Everything in business is speed related. Somebody's going to get there with machine learning, with AI. We want to be the first ones.
PFF analyzes football in more detail than anybody else on the planet.
And that is some
The best NFL rivalries, Bears-Packers.
Bears-Packers.
Packers-Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. In part because we've really improved our systems. We're embracing machine learning. We're embracing AI. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
And posited that ball location. That's incredible.
The data is so much bigger than what my team can do with it. Our plan was, let's partner with somebody that can help us with the data.
The most important thing for us was to build a system that was seamless. So we moved our whole infrastructure into the AWS cloud.
So the math is crazy, but it's predictive, right?
Machine learning allows us to get very, very quickly to very complex data. And the AI allows us to see the connections within the data that the human beings can't.
AWS is allowing us to go through the machine learning phase together, and we can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate to pass ratings also.
If you are addicted to the game, which I think I am, I think I'm addicted to the game, the passion of the study itself becomes really significant. But we have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
Welcome back into the 2021 PFF NFL Draft Show, powered by our friends at AWS. Again, I got a great crew here: Darius Butler, Cris, Mike Renner, Steve Palazzolo. We've got a bar. They're making drinks. It's going to be a fun night. And the reason it's going to be such a fun night is because the draft starts at 3. And we could talk about this we've been talking about it for weeks. But what the Niners did when they traded up with the Miami Dolphins. And so what they did is they sent pick number 12, a future first next year, and a future first the year following, as you'll see on the graphic here, plus a third in 2022. So 3 first-round picks to move all the way up to number 3. And so when you make that big of a move, the question immediately is, okay, who is the quarterback? Because this is a uniquely impressive set of quarterbacks here with 5 really highly valued quarterbacks. You think Fields, you think Jones maybe, and then Trey Lance. So I got to hear from you guys. I want to start with you, Cris. When you saw the trade, and now going forward all the way up to now, what have you thought about it? What do you know about the Niners' motivations?
I thought it was Justin Fields, and I thought it was a good deal. I mean, I go, that makes sense to me, because You know, Kyle Shanahan's offense is built around guys that run 4-4 or faster playing running back. That outside stretch zone play, right? We're going to stretch you all the way out there, and your linebackers are going to have to fly to get them. And then we're going to go play action. We're going to throw behind your linebackers. Then we're going to go RPO. The one thing that they have not had with Matt Ryan and Jimmy Garoppolo is somebody on that bootleg before they could pull up and make a pass. But if you have one of these running quarterbacks out there, right? Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and you get those guys in space and you're one-on-one against only an outside linebacker, a defensive end, somebody that has containment on the backside, you got a problem. Now you got to cover all the way that way as fast as you can go, all the way that way with a quarterback who can run 4-4 and a bunch of receivers that can get down the field. You've got a problem. I was like, that makes sense. That's a hell of a trade. I'm all in on this. Justin Fields good. Now I'm totally convinced that they did the deal for Mac Jones. Now, whether or not they stick to that or not, I think the reason, and I know enough people who know enough people, that he made the deal for Mac Jones. And that one is harder for me to explain.
It's hard to really believe that. I really won't believe it until Roger Goodell says his name. I just can't believe it because of all the reasons you said. Because as a defense, especially, the first thing as a defender, you think about protecting that edge. And when you have a quarterback that doesn't threaten you with his legs, that makes that issue a lot easier. So when he jumped up there to 3, I thought the same thing. And you think about this team, they're literally a dynamic quarterback away from compete for a Super Bowl. It's not like usually the guys who were picking at the 3 spot. So they got a Super Bowl a couple years ago with Jimmy G.
Win total this year is 10.5.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, Jimmy G doesn't have ankles.
Exactly. So I thought either, and this was before Wilson was the lock at 2, so even if Wilson was there at 3, maybe him. But I really can't believe the Mac Jones pick until I actually hear it.
What's the difference in your guys' mind between Jimmy Garoppolo and Mac Jones, other than Mac Jones is a rookie, and you're going to get some money off the salary, I guess. Not as good looking. He's not as good looking. That's a good point. But what do you gain? What's the gain, and why would you trade all that draft capital to get that difference?
I mean, I don't think there's a big difference between both players. Rookie contract and then health. I mean, Shanahan is upset that Jimmy Garoppolo has played 48% of games the last 3 years. That's the bottom line. But we know Shanahan is so good at elevating quarterbacks. In that Super Bowl season, Garoppolo was only our number 13 graded quarterback, but they had the 4th most productive offense in the entire NFL. That shows what he's capable of doing, which makes me think, why are you trading up to get a Mac Jones? Yeah, we know that you can elevate quarterbacks. Try to hit the home run. Try to get a Justin Fields, adds the run game component you said, but he's also the most accurate passer he's one of the most accurate passers in this class as well. He's right up there with Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think Jimmy G, that throw in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, is still in Shanahan's mind. Overthrowing
still
that
in my
post
mind.
Still
too,
in your
by
mind,
the way.
too. But the layups. Mac Jones didn't miss the layups at Alabama. That was his calling card in that offense. Yeah, it gave him a lot of layups, but he also wasn't missing them when they were presented to him. And I think that's a big reason why he might see that as an upgrade.
I mean, how much are you paying for layups?
They run layups. I mean, health is that's the big issue. Availability is your best ability in the NFL.
You know, the other part of this is let's talk about what happened, right? So let's say that he really did want Mac Jones, and he may still want Mac Jones. And if you want Mac Jones, by God, go sign Mac Jones, because don't let Twitter decide and talk you off of what you believe to be true.
I mean,
right? You cannot.
Syndicate.
The syndicate, yeah.
The syndicate is powerful.
I think that the fan base out there went crazy, and they're still going crazy. And so you are talking about the possibility of bringing a rookie in and having immediately the fan base is totally against everything that he does. Because going into this season, our anticipation was the San Francisco 49ers were a Super Bowl contender. Would you agree?
Yes.
With Jimmy Garoppolo as a. So what did you gain if, in fact, this is Mac Jones?
Go ahead.
I don't think you did. I think what you gained is the cap space of not having to pay Jimmy Garoppolo. So you kind of mortgage future picks, so then maybe you can add to your roster. Maybe you can bring Richard Sherman back with the cap space if you do cut Jimmy G. And you're hoping that Mac Jones can hit the ground running. But the thing is, I think it's fool's gold to expect Mac Jones to immediately be the guy he was at Alabama. He didn't look like that guy back in 2019 even. Like, you have to master an NFL offense to look like Mac Jones did, or master Alabama's offense to look like Mac Jones did. And that doesn't happen until year 3, year 4, or even beyond. If you even go back to guys like Drew Brees, like it didn't happen until he went to New Orleans that he started to master the NFL game like that. So I think that's kind of a fool's errand if that's really what you're expecting.
Let me ask you this, Mike, because the narrative is, okay, Mac Jones gets how to run Kyle Shanahan's NFL offense, okay? And yet in Justin Fields, we didn't see it on tape. You know, and you've got Dan Orlovsky talking about how his motion is just unfixable, and you can't win with that. You've watched all of these guys' plays. We've graded every single one for their entire college career. So do you see that?
No. I think Justin Fields expands your playbook. He's not just being able to run your offense. He can take your offense and give you more to it. You can open up pages that weren't in there and aren't in there with Jimmy Garoppolo, you know? Like there are things you can do with that, and not even just the legs, the arm strength. Yeah. Like that offense is a lot of crossing routes, a lot of over the middle of the field. You can go to the corners now. You can go deep outside with Justin Fields, and you couldn't do that with Jimmy G, and you can't do that with Mac Jones.
And that just happened in their own division. Yeah. In their own division, Jared Goff, a Super Bowl losing quarterback, much like Jimmy Garoppolo, the Rams said, we're done with him. We've maxed out Jared Goff. Give us Matthew Stafford. We're willing to give up multiple first rounders to get Matthew Stafford. So in their own division, they took a mid-tier quarterback, which you can win with, but the cheat code in the NFL is a top 10 quarterback, and the Rams said we're taking a shot on Stafford. And that's why when this move happened, I thought the Niners are making the same move. They're saying we want a top 10 quarterback, and Fields gives you more of that ability because they haven't had big-time throws. My favorite stat in PFF, they have not had them in the 49ers offense the last 3 years, but they still move the ball. Fields could bring those big-time throws.
The other thing of interest to me is the talk now is that they literally might have to cut Jimmy Garoppolo, right? They may not get anything for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what teams are thinking. Now, if you got Justin Fields or Trey Lance, you would probably, and I don't know for certain, but I think that Jimmy Garoppolo would have a role in continuing to teach. I think part of the reason they were thinking Mac Jones. Yeah, I don't know. But they were talking about Mac Jones because they could play right away and you trade Jimmy G. But if there's no trade value for Jimmy G, does that even enhance the reason that you go with Lance in this situation? Because you actually want Jimmy G for a year, train him, and then he has the chance for the huge upside.
Yeah, it's a good point. Now, if you're curious, you want to dive a little deeper, I know you guys out there, you got 30 minutes, you can do it. The PFF Draft Guide has a really cool feature. It's got heat maps of where the quarterbacks targeted players on the field. You look at Mac Jones and you see this giant red area, short and middle of the field. You look at Justin Fields, it's a different ball game. He is playing a different sport in the way that he throws the football. Nailed both of those post routes against Clemson that Jimmy G missed in the Super Bowl.
Big time throws.
And you can get the draft guide for 30% off with promo code DRAFT30, I might add. Now, I've waited long enough. Eric, the syndicate needs to know where we stand. The anyone but Mac Jones syndicate is alive, baby. And we're going to the bar set. Austin Gale, Eric Eager. Where do we stand?
Oh, buddy. I mean, we're going to have a graphic coming up here soon showing the movement that has happened on this pick. You see, a couple of days ago it was plus 175 that Trey Lance was going to be that number 3 pick, then plus 350. And the latest graphic shows minus 150. It's minus 200 now, fellas. Trey Lance minus 200 to go to the San Francisco 49ers at number 3 overall. Let's add some context there. It was minus 250 that the Arizona Cardinals were going to take Kyler Murray at number 1 overall. We all know how that went. Trey Lance looking more and more likely to be the San Francisco 49ers pick at minus 200. Is there a bet to be played here? Mac Jones at plus 175, Justin Fields, the pipe dream might still be alive at plus 700. Is there a bet to be made?
I think George might stop being my friend if I hedge on Mac Jones plus 175. But I will say, Cris talked about Twitter having an influence. I would say for the sake of the syndicate, we're really happy that shame works because now we're seeing that Lance is the favorite here. I don't think there's really a bet to be had here other than maybe looking at some of the alternative markets for Fields. I know it was over under 7.5. To me, that's when you sort of have to look at and say, okay, is that pivot point the Detroit Lions or Carolina Panthers at pick 7 or 8?
No, I agree. I think that's where I'd like to jump up next. Right now, you have Justin Fields at 7.5. That's his draft prop according to DraftKings Sportsbook, at -129 to go under that 7.5 mark, plus 103 to go over that 7.5 mark. Is the league not broken if Justin Fields falls past the Detroit Lions? I think the New England Patriots would be a team looking to trade up there. I mean, hell, Detroit Lions could take him there as well. I don't think they are, right now, they're the second lowest team projected in terms of win totals, just above the Houston Texans. And we know how bad that franchise is right now. So I do think that Detroit at 7 could be trading out of that pick or taking Justin Fields himself. Am I wrong there?
Yeah, I mean, one prop we're going to talk about later, number of trades in the first round is 4.5. And that seems really low. It seems like there's a lot more activity in that. Last 2 years, just 4 on draft day, right? And that led to Herbert going at 6, that led to Tua going at 5. If there aren't trades into that top 5, like where does Justin Fields end up going? If we think Pitts goes at 4, Sewell goes at 6, and then it looks like Jamar Chase is wearing Bengals shoes, so he goes at 5. That really is where that pivot is. And if we think there are fewer trades than normal, the league might be broken, Austin.
No, I would agree. I mean, there's going to be a lot of betting conversation at this bar, but it's not degeneracy if you're winning. I know you tell your wife that all the time. I think the other prop, I'll leave you with this. I'm going to kick it to George here. Yesterday, Mac Jones, plus 500 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Today, plus 700. You know who's in the lead now? Trey Lance at plus 600. That's my bet right now because he's going to San Francisco.
Look, it's anyone but Mac Jones, okay? So we're going to be okay with Trey Lance. What I do want to ask these guys, and we're going to get, by the way, to the fantasy implications in a second, so you're going to want to stay tuned here. But we talked about Fields. What would you make of the Niners taking Lance? I'll start with you, Darius. Lance versus Fields. Are you, that's okay, I like it, it's the same thing? Where you at?
Now, Fields is a much safer pick, in my opinion, just because you have a much bigger sample size. You know, Trey Lance is still a lot of question marks. He's young. Obviously, he's super talented. The ceiling is, I would say, just as high as Fields, but we've seen a lot more from Fields from high-level competition for 2 years. So I would feel much safer with Fields going in there. He has the accuracy, he has the arm strength, and he can create offense by itself. That's the worst thing for a defender. When I come into a game, when they break that huddle and we know we can do everything perfect as a safety, as a corner, and now this quarterback is scrambled for 38 yards and a touchdown. So that's the worst thing. Trey Lance can do the same thing, but Justin Fields, I just seen him do more of it at a high level.
You know what's interesting is that Kyle Shanahan, and Mike Shanahan too, he was my college coach back at the University of Florida when he was 26, I was 22. I could get in a bar and he looked like he was 12, so he couldn't. So yeah, I've known this family for a long time. But I know that intelligence at the quarterback position means a lot. And I've never met Trey Lance. I've never met him. But everything I've heard is that everybody is overwhelmed by what he does in conversations and on the whiteboard and all the different things. So if that's the great tiebreaker, I don't know. I think, Mac Jones probably fit some of that. But I think the impression has been that Trey Lance was so impressive from an intellectual standpoint that may have moved this needle.
Yeah, Lance feels like a lottery pick in basketball, where it's like, what could this guy be? You know, like play 1 year of college, maybe score like 15 points a game.
Yeah. Lottery pick from Europe.
Yeah, it's like, what could this guy be? You know, only 18 dropbacks a game. And you mentioned that the decision-making is all over his tape. Does not put the ball in harm's way. Didn't throw a single pick back in 2019. Only 4 turnover-worthy plays. Like, he was not giving the other team the football. And at a young age, that's a good starting point. With his physical tools, it's like, what could he become? I mean, that's as far as arm strength.
He wasn't playing Seattle either, though.
True.
Let's face it.
But that's the thing. It's like, what could he do with, like, good coaching?
Yeah.
A good situation at the next level. And he's the youngest guy in the class, not even 21 years old. Like, he has all this sort of raw talent that really is more so than anyone else.
So you're okay with it if they take Lance?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He's the moldable clay for Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, my goodness.
He has over 1,000.
Sort of like your hair in many ways, isn't it? Yeah.
This thing it's locked in for the night, guys.
Moldable now.
Oh, maybe all weekend. It is locked in.
That's a lot.
He's the only guy in the class with over 1,000 rushing yards on design runs. So it's part of the run game. And this is when Shanahan moved up, I was thinking he just wants a mobile quarterback.
I agree.
So now he's got Lance. He's only got 319 dropbacks in his career. It's not a lot, but it's what he can become, and it's what I can do with the run game. The problem is he's the least accurate out of all of these top 5 guys by a mile. He was 25th out of 29. It's not good.
Can I ask you a comparison? Because when I watched him, and Colin Kaepernick played one of the best games at quarterback I ever saw in my life in New England. So this is no way putting down Colin Kaepernick. he had a little 3 quarters, and he had a little accuracy, right? It was, unless you're going, accuracy is a little bit of an issue. Very mobile, probably even more mobile than what Colin was, and he was fantastic with that. Is there that much in your mind? He didn't throw any interceptions, but he's not playing Seattle. Where did you evaluate him from the quarterback position?
So I think the Shanahan factor is going to mitigate some of that because, again, the accuracy isn't there, right? And when we're talking accuracy, we chart this stuff. It's like if you put it here, that Joe Montana to Rice front number, it's like, okay, that's perfect. If you leave it behind, we'll say, okay, it's inaccurate, but it's catchable. But when you have an offense like Shanahan runs, like the Saints have with Sean Payton and the Chiefs, right? Those are the teams that create open throws. So all you have to do is complete it. You don't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to throw it on the front number. Just hit the open throws. And then his rushing ability and the play action game that they create there, the accuracy will be mitigated because they'll have more open guys and they'll make do. It's exactly what the Baltimore Ravens did with Lamar Jackson.
So what happens when Garoppolo takes them to a Super Bowl championship this year?
To the Niners this year? We've got to hit the post route so they win.
I'm just saying they were up by 10 points or whatever it was in the fourth quarter. They weren't that far off.
That defense isn't walking back through that door, though. That defense is not. They're going to need someone that can do a few things when they're losing to bring them back. I'm just saying. Now, I know we got very interested in who gets picked, but I'm very interested in who's going to lead my fantasy team to a championship because a rookie did last year. His name was Jalen Hurts. And so we're going to go to Ian. Ian, I want to know, what can the rookies do for me?
So Jalen Hurts was fantastic in his end of the season run, but let's face it, it's pretty hard for rookies to be that good and to start for the entire season. So we've actually only seen 7 rookie QBs in the past decade reach QB1 status, top 12 at their position in fantasy points. Cam Newton, Andrew Luck, RG3, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott, and Justin Herbert. Now the 2 main similarities with these guys, they all started in week 1, except Justin Herbert. They all average at least 25 rushing yards per game, except Justin Herbert. As we saw with Herbert, week 2, much more athletic than he put on film at Oregon, kind of solved those issues. But George, if you don't have that rushing floor and you're not starting by week 1, you're probably not going to be worth a lot in fantasy land, at least until that starting spot comes to fruition.
Yeah, the rushing yards, that's been very key for me. So I have a couple of ideas of where you might go. I want you to tell me. These rookies, this crop here, where are you slotting them, kind of guessing where they might go in this year's crop? Who am I taking? Who's leading me to the ship?
So, look, Mac Jones, if our nightmare comes true, he goes to 49ers at number 3.
Nightmare.
Maybe Kyle Shanahan has it right. He knows far more about football than I ever will in any part of my body. But I will say this in fantasy, fade Mac Jones, people. We need rushing yards. This guy had 42 career in 30 games. When Justin Fields had that awesome read option against Michigan State, 44 yards, more rushing yards in that one play than Mac Jones had in 30 career games at Alabama. So it's nothing against if he can run Kyle Shanahan's system or not. Jimmy G ran that system all the way to the Super Bowl in 2019. He was the QB 23 in fantasy land. You just don't need to be a great real-life quarterback to be great in fantasy. Now, the good news is for these other 4 guys, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, we already have that week 1 starting job locked in. And even though they weren't quite as dynamic as some of those other names I mentioned on the ground, still solid. Trevor Lawrence, 24 rushing yards per game. Wilson obviously at 21 did some good things as well. Now, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, these are the guys where we really got to pay attention to the landing spot. Denver, Carolina, even San Fran. If Jimmy G can get out of the picture, I can see some good things happening there. So again, fantasy, just having that willingness to take off the run is so huge. I see it most with Fields and Lance, but hey, at least Trevor Lawrence, who's my QB 13 going into the year, and Zach Wilson, who's a little bit more into the 20 range, good values at their current position.
Ian, that was fantastic. And I have a little news to top that off. It is being reported that an Aaron Rodgers to Denver deal is as close, quote, as close to a done deal as it can get.
Wow.
Out of the conference. I mean, at the very minimum, they were going to get him out of the conference.
To back up Teddy Bridgewater.
There's some young weapons out there, too.
Drew Lock's ceiling. So this is reported by Mark Schlereth. On 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, Mark Schlereth is tied in.
Yeah, he is tied in.
You know he's tied in there.
You don't get a nickname like that and not know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's assume this happens. What does this mean for the league?
This is the wildest night
this
ever.
Is nuts.
What that means.
I won't miss a game in the AFC West. That's what it means.
Rodgers versus Mahomes twice.
You got Rodgers, Mahomes. You got Herbert out there. I mean, you got Derek. I mean, wow.
Are the Broncos had? Okay, we ranked them. Wow. Okay. We ranked their rosters with Drew Lock, who was not arguably one of the 5 worst quarterbacks in the NFL per PFF grading, a top 6 NFL roster. Okay. Their win total 7.5, smashing the over, knowing Drew Lock could be playing. You bring Aaron Rodgers in there.
They got to be contenders.
The Chiefs are right there. The Chiefs and the Broncos play. What's the spread?
Man, I don't know. I'm thinking about those poor DB coaches over there right there. I don't know how many corners are supposed to go to that division, but I mean, I'm going corner safety. I mean, these quarterbacks. I mean, this is going to be incredible.
Who's the favorite in this division?
Wow.
Broncos.
The Broncos. I think the Broncos too.
It's still the Chiefs.
Oh, but the Chiefs. Come on, I'm with you, Steve.
But the Broncos have overhauled that roster and done a fantastic job.
If it's Aaron Rodgers there, it's the Broncos. Go look at the rosters right now. Get yourself a PFF draft guide with color-coded rosters.
Yes, I got mine right now.
2 positions on the Broncos right now listed as below average: center and quarterback. One of them is now turning into elite, and the center is going to be a second-year player in Lloyd Cushenberry. They drafted in the
and
third
not
round.
bad wide receivers there either.
No.
I love the receivers. What they did in the draft last year with Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Cortland Sutton's coming back, and then Tim Patrick's one of the most underrated players in the league.
Sunday Night Football will only be played in the AFC West the entire year. That's it. That's the only games we're doing the entire year.
Raiders better draft 4 corners. I know that.
The Raiders right now are exploring other options for work in Las Vegas. And there are some, okay? So they're going to be doing something else. They're playing in a different division right now. So you've just got a chance to look at it.
You got Darby. I love Kyle Fuller. Love Bryce Callahan at the nickel spot. Justin Simmons, one of the young dynamic safeties in the league. But I'm with Steve. Chiefs are still the favorite. Just the continuity, the talent. I can't. We don't know what Von Miller is. Von Miller going to be the same Von when he comes back? If he is, that's a big edge. But I'm still going to Chiefs.
Not me.
I'm going to say this. And Eric is looking at me. You get that? We're reading each other's mind because when you bet the win totals early, baby, you get a chance to cash in. The Denver Broncos was 7.5. If they have Aaron Rodgers, Eric, what is their win total?
Well, we talked about he's worth 3.5 wins on average for last year. So you're talking about, the Chiefs right now at 12 wins in their win total. Denver's probably at 11.5, as Mike was talking about, with a great roster. Right now, actually, DraftKings has taken down the odds for the AFC West. You can still get, if you go to some other books, something like 10-1 for Denver to win the AFC West, which to me looks like a gamble you have to make.
We're not advocating for the offshore betting here, okay? If you can find other books via Venmo, whatever it may be, there are some odds to be had. The AFC West odds, again, are down on DraftKings Sportsbook. This looks pretty legit, George.
Oh, my goodness.
I can't feel my hand. I don't know what to do with my hands right now.
I love sports. Come on, Tebow. Get the Tebow back.
And they said the NBA offseason was exciting. I mean, this is the mobility with these players. Now, it used to be, as you mentioned, Cris, even if you were a star player, mobility was hard to come by. And Aaron Rodgers, it seems, is saying, not anymore.
I am blown away. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, we saw Peyton Manning. John Elway may be his greatest legacy. He's won 2 Super Bowls. He's won Super Bowls as a GM. He is a recruiting machine out there. He got Peyton Manning to come out there. They win a Super Bowl. Tom Brady goes to Tampa. They win a Super Bowl. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be the next one on that list that, hey, I'm a quarterback. I'm better than everybody. If I go to your team, have travel, have ring.
I mean, this does feel a little LeBron. It's later in the
career. I'm
taking my talents to Boulder, Colorado. He kind of has that scruffy mountain man look,
He's going into the same division as Pat Mahomes. I mean, that's
how fun is that?
I mean, Brady went to the NFC South last year, where the Saints reside as maybe the best team in the entire conference, and he didn't care. I mean, I love that too.
Brady knew Brees was done.
Yeah, that's true. But I love that, right? I mean, you go to where there are good teams, and Herbert's on his way up, and man, again, Raiders better draft some corners.
So I want to.
Forget the Raiders.
We're going to forget the Raiders, but there's an important end of this deal that needs to be talked about. And we have Mike Renner here. He's still alive. He's still breathing. We have a pulse on him. Okay, the Packers angle. They presumably just traded Aaron Rodgers, the greatest, one of the 3 greatest quarterbacks in their history, players in their history, for the number 9 pick. The number 9 pick.
I would hope more than the number 9 pick.
I'm sure it's a little more, but for this year.
Yes.
Yeah, so what does this mean for them? What do they look like next year?
they're not going to win a Super Bowl next year, is what it looks like. I don't think there's any chance in hell. You had a third-string quarterback now who you're expecting to be your starter, to make that sort of leap over the course of one offseason. And yeah, he's going to improve. Like, there were obviously going to be growing pains coming from Utah State, then coming to the NFL. But I don't think it's going to be Mahomes coming in year 2, all of a sudden taking over Al Smith. You know, like, it's just, that wasn't the type of prospect that he was. He had a lot to work on. So it doesn't fit in with where they kind of were going as a roster. They were kind of going more in with more free agents, more guys to try to build around Aaron Rodgers. But they are, you know, not even NFC North favorites, I'm sure, at this point.
How would you like to be Jordan Love right now?
Yeah,
I mean, what a position to put that young man in. You've been in a million locker rooms, and I have too. Those guys right now are on their phones going, "Oh yeah, are you believing this?" Right? I mean, they are losing their mind. So first they draft him, he wins, and Aaron Rodgers wins the MVP, and now a year later, Jordan Love is your quarterback who has to replace a legend. I replaced John Madden twice. Believe me, I understand what this is about, right? I still am so stunned. I swear, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, we gotta fact check this tweet too.
3-1s.
Don't get caught.
Reported.
3-1. I was gonna say, I will just say, if you're selling Aaron Rodgers, you're selling as high as it gets. You just won an MVP.
Yeah,
like,
and you may never be able to trade him again.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, but 3-1s, if Aaron's your quarterback, are going to be on the back end of that. What are those 3-1s worth?
It depends if you have a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
So here's I think the big question. You're at 9. You're not drafting at 9 again with those picks you're getting.
Yeah.
So either you are falling, the bottom is falling out for you, or you're going to have to move up to get a quarterback again. There's a chance that 9 with this deep of a quarterback class is the last time you get it. You're on the clock. Trey Lance or Justin Fields or Mac Jones are there. I'll start with you, Steve. You're wearing the GM coat. You taking them?
Packers at 9?
Yeah.
I'm taking Fields.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you taking any of the 3?
I would consider all 3. Over Jordan Love? Yeah. I'd take any of the 3 over Jordan Love, yes.
Jordan Love might request a trade then. You might get upset. No, but I think, yes, you 100% go quarterback at 9 because these top 5 guys are better prospects, like we just said off the rip, better prospects than Jordan Love was coming out. So in an incremental change at that quarterback position, you take that chance, have the competition, worst comes to worst, they both are good. And then you can make another trade.
I feel like I'm over here going, I don't even know what to say.
Come on, keep up. Let's go.
Here's the incredible thing. We are 8 minutes away from the most boring first pick in NFL history, and it may be one of the most highly touted first picks ever with Trevor Lawrence. And we couldn't care less because of all of this that's going on. This changes the whole landscape. You know, now all of a sudden the Bears, the Vikings have a shot, you know, like teams that were dead in the water are now division contenders.
But again, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
You know, he thought he was going to San Francisco last night. So,
True.
you know, this isn't a done deal.
Might be going there after this.
Chris, he can't believe it. He doesn't want to believe it yet.
I'm just thinking about what my travel's going to be next year. Instead of 3 trips to Green Bay, I'm going to Denver, and I don't know what's going to happen now. This is insane.
It's also interesting because now you wonder what picks 4, 5, and 6 look like. You know, and whether so now the Packers are the Broncos one of the teams that maybe could have traded up. You know, are teams going to go up and get those quarterbacks? There's so many interesting dynamics that will happen, I think, after pick 1 and 2, and I'm wondering how this might change, you know, those prospects at all. Would the Packers go up even further?
We'll learn to get a quarterback. What they thought of Jordan Love after 1 year with him. Obviously, they liked him enough to take him in the first round last year, but we'll learn very quickly what they feel about
You know, it is interesting because they could package together a couple of those picks and probably jump up to 4 at the very least.
But it has to happen soon. Yeah. Like that has to go through now, and then you have to be able to do that.
The Falcons could be the biggest winner in this whole thing. You finally have a desperate team, the Packers, potentially with the ammo to come up to 4 because the Falcons have been waiting for that really good trade.
And wow, I am freaked out.
That would bring Chris's. Chris wants to bet the first 5 picks to be a quarterback.
Yeah, but now
how do you feel about that? It was 12-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook.
See, that was all based on if Mac Jones goes to San Francisco. because then I think you have Justin Fields, Trey Lance at 4 and 5. I thought the Falcons would want to get out of there. They need to spread their salary cap out a little bit. And my fear is the Cincinnati Bengals never trade. So I didn't think, I thought they would stay put like they always do. But if those 4 are gone and it's Fields or Lance at 5, they are going to get flooded with phone calls of people who are going to want the other one, whichever one it is. To me, it's like coin toss. Who cares? But I do think there's a chance if Jones goes 3, and I know you're hoping for that.
Yeah,
if Jones goes 3, that you could see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could.
12-1 right now. You can go bet it on DraftKings.com. We're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to tell you what you can do during the break because I'm nice like that. On DraftKings, over 1.5 running backs. If you use promo code PFF, you get for plus 225. Now, you know we're a company that endorses taking running backs in the first round. So you get to cheer for that. Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, maybe Javonte Williams goes up there. So go enter that promo code and take advantage of that. We'll tell you what these guys are going to bet on the other side of this.
Everything in business is speed related. Somebody's going to get there with machine learning, with AI. We want to be the first ones.
PFF analyzes football in more detail than anybody else on the planet.
And that is some
throw. Best NFL rivalries: Bears, Packers.
Bears, Packers.
Packers, Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. In part because we really improved our systems. We're embracing machine learning. We're embracing AI. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
And posited that ball location. That's incredible.
The data is so much bigger than what my team can do with it. Our plan was, let's partner with somebody that can help us with the data.
The most important thing for us was to build a system that was seamless. So we moved our whole infrastructure into the AWS cloud.
So the math is crazy, but it's predictive, right?
Machine learning allows us to get very, very quickly to very complex data. And the AI allows us to see the connections within the data that the human beings can't.
AWS is allowing us to go through the machine learning phase together, and we can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate to
like
rating also.
If you are addicted to the game, which I think I am, I think I'm addicted to the game, the passion of the study itself becomes really significant. But we have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game. Destination NFL Draft. I remember when I got the call in 1981, some 40 years ago. The excitement and emotion. where one player's height becomes hope for a team and its legions of fans. But will he live up to generational talent?
Lawrence in a foot race. Touchdown Tigers!
We could see draft history made tonight with a record run on quarterbacks, as decisions are made that could alter the course of a franchise and silence the critics.
Field to the pocket, fires to the end zone, into traffic, caught for a touchdown.
The stakes are raised.
Pitts has got it, touchdown, Florida.
The pressure is real.
That's the man, Micah Parsons.
The time is now for the 2021 NFL Draft.
Welcome back to, I guess we're calling this the draft show, but this is really turning into the Aaron Rodgers show because he owns tonight, and he deserves it. He's got to own something. Right now, a team doesn't look like we know which one he'll be running next season. We're about 2 minutes, give or take, from the Jacksonville Jaguars finally being on the clock and presumably picking Trevor Lawrence. So, might be your last shot to get some prop bets in. Okay, so we're going to do this kind of quickly here. Over 1.5 running backs. What are we thinking? You going over?
Under.
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 Over, baby. Over. Eric, what are you thinking?
Over.
Over. Of course we're going over. Okay, now I've got a good one here for you. The position that the Eagles will select with their first pick: cornerback plus 150, wide receiver plus 170, O-line plus 600, D-line and quarterback plus 1,000.
I'll take that D-line plus 1,000.
Oh, you got a guy in mind?
I think they like to build through their defensive line. They've invested a ton of draft picks in the first round. Kwity Paye, Jason Oweh, like they like the picks.
That's the best money.
Plus 1,000.
Yeah.
Quarterback.
To the Eagles.
Quarterback. Nick Sirianni gave me no. He didn't put much faith behind Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised. Quarterback thirsty league, as we've seen with the pre-show.
There's going to be so many ungodly wide receivers when they pick, right? I think it's going to be a receiver.
Okay. All right. Over 5.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Okay. The under minus 590, overwhelming favorite. Over plus 400, Darius.
Over.
Over again, baby.
We know 1, 2, 3 for sure.
Okay.
So you got 29 left in the first round.
Okay.
I got to think 3 more.
Who's the 6th QB?
Kyle Trask.
Trask.
Yeah.
I agree.
Not buying Davis Mills hype?
I'm not. I think Trask deserves a little respect. I know his arm isn't overwhelming, but he's a big guy. He can handle cold weather if he has to, and he's going to look good in Green Bay. No, I'm just
Where does
he go then?
I would say 32. I can see him at 32.
I think Tampa.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. I thought Tampa too. Get the 5-year deal.
Right?
I'm under.
I'm under too. It's just a 5.
Although we did just get a new team that needs one, so.
Yeah. I mean, but Justin Fields
lost
going.
a team that needs one, the Broncos.
Yeah.
Justin Fields is still going 32nd, I should add, in some people's mocks. All right, let's get back to the Rodgers stuff because it's just the only thing to talk about. Again, being reported, Mark Schlereth, that it is almost a done deal that Aaron Rodgers will be going to the Broncos. We've heard that the compensation is the 9th pick in this year's draft plus 2 more first-rounders for Aaron Rodgers. I put Aaron Rodgers with the Broncos and their offensive weapons in the same division as the best quarterback in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes.
I can't. Denver killed this. They killed this. Forget the next 2. Now, obviously, he's an older quarterback, so you only get him for a period of time, whatever it may be, 3, 4 years, whatever. But if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, those 3 picks are all going to come at the end of the first round. You're going to. I just don't. If I were thinking about trading with Green Bay, I'd say, I'm going to assume 31 or 32 is what that pick is going to be worth all 3 years.
Yeah.
You're crazy to think otherwise.
You got to. Big win for Denver. You saw him do it with Peyton. You know, they only had him for a few years, but they got a Super Bowl championship out of it. So, I mean, you take that same risk, and I think with better surrounding talent, they're young guys. You got Judy, but I had Xavier Howard on the podcast and asked him who was your toughest matchup last year. He had a 10-interception season. He said Jerry Judy as a rookie. So to see him his second year with Aaron Rodgers as quarterback.
I can't get over John Elway has pulled this off again. Now, John Elway, when he asked you to come to a golf tournament of his, you came. And for good reason. They were fun golf tournaments.
I was going to say, there's got to be a reason.
They were fun stuff. But he was a great recruiter back then. I mean, he had everybody would come to his golf tournament, and he is recruiting the hell out of
quarterbacks. He can't draft him. He got to get him some way.
Hold on for a second, though, because John Elway just gave up decision-making to a guy with a great first name, George Payton, who has presumably impressed everyone there. Very good things have come out of Denver is what he's done. Doesn't he deserve a little credit?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But you can't tell me that phone call didn't happen with John. Like, hey, dude.
What decision did he make? Do you want to take Aaron Rodgers or do you want Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater? That's not a decision. That's a no-brainer. They do have a nice roster in place, right? Before George even got there. They do have a nice roster in place. They did make good moves this offseason. And Vic Fangio gets the most out of his defense. That defense doesn't have to be special. He can elevate them. It's about the offense. And I want to see how Rodgers does in a new system and the whole thing. It took him a year with LaFleur in Green Bay. So it's not a slam dunk just yet, Chris. It's still Mahomes in the Chiefs division, I think, in the AFC West.
I mean, he won 13 games in his first year, didn't he? With
yeah, but they were a fake 13. We covered that a lot. That was a fake 13. Last year was a real 13 wins. The first year was a fake 13.
Okay, let me ask you this, though. Aaron Rodgers, we've heard Chris talk about him, smartest guy that he's ever talked to. Okay? So he's probably going to be better at acclimating. We saw Brady do it for Tampa Bay. Better supporting cast offensively, Chiefs or Broncos?
Ooh.
Chiefs, yeah.
Chiefs.
They have the best receiver and best tight end. It's not even close.
Yeah, but you could also get Denver with an offensive tackle here, and now you're going to have Bowles, who they just paid, and you might get, I don't know who they could end up with here, but they could lock down and protect them really well, too. And they've got the receivers.
And they have, what's interesting is, yes, they don't have the high-end talent, certainly, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit, Darius, because it's not a 1 or 2 receiver league anymore. And you saw this in the Super Bowl. You picked Tampa.
Yeah.
Right? And Tampa had 4 or 5 options. The Denver Broncos, they might not be as veteran as they are, but they have 4 or 5 options there.
Yeah, but when you're comparing them to Kansas City, I just feel like those are different leagues. You got B&B, you got Andy Reid. Like, those are genius play callers. And then you have one of the best talents that we've seen at the quarterback position. Travis Kelce, you hope Kyle Pitts will be Travis Kelce coming into the league. And then you got Tyreek Hill, he's a guy who changes the math. He's like having Steph Curry on the football field. Like, whether you guard two sets of eyes have to be on them between 10 every snap. So comparing those two guys, I don't even think I won't say it's close just because Aaron Rodgers is there, but I would take Chiefs easily.
Okay. And now I'm going to flip it on you now. You're the defensive guy. Better defense.
Oh, man, it's tough. I'm still going to Chiefs. Wow. I like Fangio, but Spags, he's got 2 rings. You got Honey Badger over there on your podcast. Yes. That was the guy that I said if I had one DB to build around, it would be the Badger. You got Chris Jones locked in. You just got guys who are used to doing their job. Dirty Dan Sorensen. You got guys who made plays. So I would still go with that group. Now, if Von Miller comes back and he's Super Bowl MVP level Von Miller, that changes the entire defense.
Okay. All right. You guys agree with that?
I like Broncos defense. I think their defense is better. Yeah, Fangio plays a good system, added in some talent in the second. I was really concerned about their secondary. Fuller comes in. He's fantastic. Bringing Simmons back. And don't forget about Vaughn after missing all of last season.
You know what I could use? I could use a drink. Too. And so I'm going to call on the bartenders over here. I'm going to ask you guys this to kick it off. I'm going to give you a chance to think about it here. Okay. I want you guys to predict, maybe through whiteboards, maybe you show me, maybe you tell me. What are the odds? I'll let you play a little game that Eric and I like to play. What are the odds in the AFC West with Aaron Rodgers there? Talk it through with me, Big Butt.
Eric, you bet a lot more than me. Often illegally. I'm going to let you lead there.
Well, legally, I think it goes. I think when you look at the AFC West, you do have to think about the Chargers also being a team with a head coach that people like, a quarterback that was Rookie of the Year last year. So they can't be that long for either team that's a favorite here. So probably Chiefs minus 125. Denver's probably in that plus 150 range, right? We still need to see it. We had to see it when Peyton Manning came to Denver as well. Chargers probably in that plus 250 range, plus 400. and then your Las Vegas Raiders, probably 20-1 to win that division at that point.
He's up. That's the other thing too is that you see all these teams in the NFL right now getting so aggressive at upgrading at the quarterback position. Jimmy Garoppolo started a Super Bowl, and you saw the San Francisco 49ers trade 2 future first-round picks to go up from 12-3 to get better than Jimmy G. Meanwhile, other teams like Carolina settling for Sam Darnold, potentially Denver going after Aaron Rodgers now, trying to get aggressive at the quarterback position. A little bit more context on the AFC, win totals or the division winner. Right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are the favorite to win the Super Bowl, plus 500. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are plus 700. So they are Vegas's favorite team to win the Super Bowl. So I would imagine they're still the favorite to win the AFC West. I like that minus 150 number. And then look at Green Bay at plus 125, or not Green Bay, Denver, plus 125, plus 150 if this trade does go through. You can't bet it now, though. DraftKings Sportsbook has pulled this down. The win total for Denver is down. AFC West odds down. And also who they're picking first also down. You're not going to know what Denver's doing for a while.
Yes, this is true. However, I'm refreshing here as we speak. I can still bet the Broncos 14-1 to win the Super Bowl. I can still do that. Tom Brady just did it with the team that he joined. 14-1, does that not sound like with Aaron Rodgers and that crew?
Yeah.
It's good value.
This move just made it easier for the Bucs to repeat in the NFC. They just lost Rodgers in the conference. And Breeze is gone.
Brady doing it again, man? Brady has gotten rid of Breeze. He'll get rid of Rodgers. Incredible.
Taylor Heineke, knocking them all out along the way.
You just have to wonder now, does this kind of open the door for other teams in that quarterback situation, Seattle with Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson with the Texans? Does it kind of make it okay if you wanted to make what would be considered a crazy move? Because the craziest move just happened, right? That's the craziest move. So now no matter what else comes, it's like, big deal. We already saw Aaron Rodgers get out of Green Bay. I can barely say it. I can barely say it out of my mouth that he may be out of Green Bay.
Okay, so Mike Kills, who's a Denver reporter, I'm going to read this here. Well, there are various reports out on Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos. I'm told Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. All Broncos brass in the war room gearing up for the draft. Now, theoretically, they could not be in talks currently at the moment, could have already talked on the phone. So maybe this is giving the chance. I'm saying, if it's not final yet, could the Niners sneak in there? Are they that set on trading out of the conference that they would not take the 3rd pick, versus the 9th pick?
I want to also know how much they need to force. They need to force it through now, right? Even though it's favorable for the Packers to wait till after June 1st. So do you just have something in place and the Denver technically makes the pick at 9 and then you eventually make the exchange? I mean, there's still more to figure out, I think, with the timing of the whole deal.
And I think the plan is, if they move on, it's not for a quarterback. The plan is Jordan Love.
I can't believe.
I think that's the plan.
Mike is thinking.
I'm just saying that's
you're one of the smartest people I know in football. If you are the GM of the Broncos, you're doing that. You agree with that move?
If I'm the GM of the Broncos?
Yeah. Or sorry, the
Packers. Okay, yeah.
Gutekunst,
GM of the Broncos. I just thank God that I walked into this. But if I'm the GM of the Green Bay, no, I don't agree with that move whatsoever. Like we didn't agree with it when they drafted him. We didn't see him as even a value pick, even then, if you needed a quarterback. So obviously, we're not going to agree with that move. But I haven't seen him in practice. Obviously, he wasn't good enough to even be activated any game last year. Was not their backup. Tim Boyle was their backup in Green Bay. So he would have to take a massive leap for this deal to look anywhere good this upcoming season.
Let's talk about this offense. We talked about San Francisco's offense a lot, right? And San Francisco's offense and Green Bay's offense are the same thing. They're the same thing. So we talked about how significant it would be to have a mobile quarterback in San Francisco's offense. Well, the exact same offense with Matt LaFleur is in Green Bay. So are they thinking, instead of a 37 or 8-year-old quarterback, whatever, that we now are going to have this young, mobile quarterback who is going to believe in our system, who is going to run our system, that we can get those open throws, and we're going to have this bootleg ability to come out the back end? Maybe this is a way for them to finally run the exact offense that they were I don't know. I'm making it up. I have no idea.
You got to get ready to call Denver, Kansas City next year is what you got to do.
Twice if we could. We'd take it all.
You're going to have to fight
time.
CBS and Fox for those.
The thing is here, though, if it does go through, that happens. Aaron Rodgers dealt. You take the cap hit this year. You're all of a sudden go from a tough cap situation where Davante Adams is a free agent after this year. You're struggling to figure out how am I going to re-sign these guys. You can re-sign all that talent. Jair Alexander, extend him right now. You can take all those guys, and then you have 3 first-rounders that if you can hit on those guys, and obviously all dependent on Jordan Love, you put yourself in this situation that the Bills were in, the Chiefs were in when they won the Super Bowl a couple years ago, where you have that cheap quarterback in the rookie deal, and he just has to be fairly good to build a good roster around him because of all the money you'll have in free agency. So that's the position they're in. It would be punting on this year for hopefully 2-3 years down the line, you being back in the Super Bowl contender.
The position that Detroit, Minnesota, and Chicago are in, they're on their knees going, please, God, let this be true. Please let this be true.
And if I'm Davante, do I sign back if Jordan Love's the quarterback?
Depends on how it goes this year.
I mean, you have to franchise me. I mean, I'm
whole
not
division's rebuilding over there now.
I'm not high on Jordan Love at all. I mean, for him not to even be suited up, expect that screams volumes. And the system is some similarities with the 49ers and the Packers, but you can have whatever system you want. It's the personnel. They all have great personnel. 2-back sets out in San Fran, run first. Green Bay was a little more open, and Aaron Rodgers made that offense go. Him and Davante Adams, you can give whatever route on the route tree you wanted, he was going to be open. So,
do you think this had anything to do with just the personal coach-quarterback relationship? And again, we don't know that this deal is going to happen. We have this is the rumor that's
They're
out there.
supposedly good friends.
I think this is bigger than the coach, though. Yeah. I think this is where not having a real owner in place.
Oh, interesting.
It kind of shows his head, because if you have an owner in place, if you have, say, Jim Irsay in place, he's going to be, hey, we're not. Do what we got to do to make Peyton happy. Like, what do we have to do? What do we have to do to make this guy happy? And not having that in place,
but Jim Irsay let him go to Denver too.
Well, I mean, you had a neck issue, and you had Andrew Luck on the board too. So that's a completely different situation. But I think not having an owner definitely hurts Green Bay in this type of situation.
Okay, let me pose this, because we're hearing, pump the brakes a little bit. So I'm trying to interject my Niners back into the conversation here. Let's say the Niners come in, make an offer. Better spot for Rodgers, the Niners or the Broncos? What do you guys think there?
Niners.
Why?
Yeah. I think they're ready to win right now. I think they're ready to win with Jimmy G. If they didn't have all the injuries that they had last year, and they were decimated by injuries, and they were still competitive with second and third string quarterbacks. In my mind, plus I just get the feeling for Aaron Rodgers, the absolute dream scenario is San Francisco. It's his home, he's going back. That's the dream. That was his team growing up. So maybe they did get back in. I don't know. I tend to think it's probably more what Steve's talking about, whatever the procedure, post-June 1, whatever that stuff means, that maybe this is one of those, we can do the deal, but we can't announce the deal until whatever. It's one of those.
Somehow it leaked.
Yeah, I think the Niners easily be a better situation. Same offense, as you were saying. And then Kyle Shanahan versus Pat Shurmur. It's like Kyle Shanahan in that situation.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
The Shanahan factor. That's the X factor in the whole thing.
Yeah. And you don't have to play Mahomes twice a year. So
that's
Niners,
fair.
for sure. Right. I mean, you got obviously Russ and Seattle in that division, but I'd rather have to go through them than that division with
Matthew
Herbert.
Stafford.
And come on, twice a year. Yeah, I'd rather see Stafford and Wilson than Mahomes.
It would be incredible what that would cost the Niners ultimately to get Rodgers, right? Because they just gave up 3 firsts to get the 3rd pick, and then they'd presumably have to give more than just the 3rd pick to get Rodgers.
Hey, if it turns into a Lombardi, that's all that matters.
Incredible. They better win it this year. They're not picking any new players forever.
And the NFL is short term.
Yeah.
Forget all this stuff they talk about. We're building a 5-year plan. Nobody's building a 5-year plan. You're all fired after 5 years if you're gonna. It is about coming out and winning. What happened in Tampa Bay last year was golden, and they love Bruce Arians and Tom Brady so much. They all signed up to do it again, and it's like the NBA. You said it before. They're going to follow the rock stars, right? All these guys are going to get together on one team and try and get a ring. We've seen it at Golden State, we've seen it in Brooklyn. It's happening. It's just happening.
Per Jay Glazer, Fox Sports Radio, Rodgers is not, all caps, going to San Francisco. I would guess here's what happened.
He's talking directly to you, George.
Yeah, right. They read the order of his request, and they said, you know what? We're not sending you to your first choice. We're sending you somewhere else.
Can you imagine going to San Francisco and then coming back into Green Bay with
Oh, my
Aaron
goodness.
Rodgers? I was like, no.
As a 14-point favorite, too?
That's not happening.
That'd
They
be
should ask the
incredible.
team to take Jordan Love, too, just to troll Aaron Rodgers, just to really get back at him.
Put him in his suitcase in the private jet. By the way, the Jags officially now, finally, the Kings of Leon had a very inspiring 30-minute set, and now the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. So we wait with bated breath for Trevor Lawrence to be the pick here. We will obviously keep you updated on anything we hear, on Twitter about the Aaron Rodgers situation. But let's talk a little draft storyline now. We'll obviously interject if we need to. And Cris, I'll start with you. As you're looking at the draft starting now, what's your big thing that you're waiting for, that aside from Rodgers, that you're looking to see here?
There is no big thing after this. I would say my one observation is, you go back, and I don't know how you study all the draft tape and everything, but I would kind of go game by game with the key plays in PFF, And so I got a chance to see the growth of some of the players through the season. And the SEC, in my mind, because they played only SEC teams and that tremendous competition week after week, and they played the full schedule, and they did all that, those players improved so much more than teams that played abbreviated schedules, in my opinion. I think the SEC bias in this draft will be even more than what it is on an annual basis.
Sounds like a Florida
guy.
Is that where you went by chance? I don't know.
I can't remember.
The Kyle Pitts jersey, we made him take it off before he was very angry, wanted to wear the Kyle Pitts jersey. I'll go to you next, Darius. What are you watching?
I got to agree with him. The competition, level competition, that's why Justin Fields is still my quarterback too. So I'm very interested to see where he goes. Obviously, we're seeing him being ranked 4 or 5 amongst the quarterbacks, but I really still want to see him go number 3 to 49ers. I think the NFL deserves that. I think Justin Fields deserves that. I think George deserves that.
I deserve that.
So,
we deserve that.
So Justin Fields, man, I'm still in the Fields syndicate.
Okay, let's get it. Big Mike?
I'm looking at the opt-outs in this year's draft. Opt-outs in the shortened schedule via COVID this past season. You have as little information about these guys as ever. 4 guys in PFF's top 12 players didn't play this past year. And that doesn't even include Trey Lance, who played 1 game. You don't have FCS guys who played a schedule in the fall. You have group of 5 teams not playing a single Power 5 team, not getting to evaluate them against good competition. You have the Pac-12 not getting their shit together, not only playing 3 or 4 games in that conference. Hard to evaluate those guys. So do the teams or the players who really didn't play much this past season, do they fall down draft boards, or do teams say, we don't really care, we evaluate talent, not necessarily how many games?
Real quick, I want to ask you this, because you do our rankings at PFF. Yeah. How did you incorporate that?
It's difficult. I mean, it is something that it's a case-by-case basis. When a guy was that good, like I said, 4 of the top 12 didn't play this past fall, but they were that good in 2019. But if you weren't that good in 2019 and you opted out this past year, it's like it's hard to really go to bat for a guy and really feel confident that he was going to make that next step and that linear progression that we often see from guys over the course of their college careers. So I think, like I said, case-by-case basis, but if you weren't a stud, you're probably getting hurt by it.
Pretty important year for all 32 teams to have that PFF data that they have, right? So they can evaluate all 600 snaps, 800 snaps, right? I mean, so the opt-out's a huge story. Before the Rodgers thing hit, though, I was just fascinated by getting into Kyle Shanahan's brain and Bill Belichick's brain as far as what they covet in quarterbacks. Shanahan's one of the best offensive minds in recent NFL history. Belichick's the best coach of all time. Belichick has to replace Brady. Is he going to come up and make a move for a quarterback? And Kyle Shanahan made a move for a quarterback. And what does he covet? What does he want? So to me, those are the huge storylines, is which quarterback for those 2 guys.
Or which quarterback did the 49ers forces on Twitter and Jed York decide they wanted? I mean, just saying. You obviously played for Belichick, and he was the guy that, we'll maybe get to that later, let you know that you were being picked. What do you think the Patriots should do here?
I'm honest. It depends on who's on the board when they get there. I don't think they go quarterback.
Should they move up to try and get their guy?
I like Cam. I still like Cam. Another year with McDaniels. Hopefully more healthy. You know, having that extra that pre-season prep, going into knowing the system as a quarterback. That's everything. You can be a coach. You can't be a coach in the field if you don't truly know the system. So he went out early in the season last year with COVID, and before COVID, he was playing well. So now actually having weapons, another year under his belt, I think you go out and get either another weapon or somebody up front in the trenches, or J.C. Horn if he's still on the board. That'd be a great pick for.
You know what's interesting is Mac Jones could fall to them now. He really could. And
I wouldn't see them passing on Mac Jones.
I don't think they would either. And is there enough there, you know, for that to happen? Because for all those years, Josh McDaniels ran a system, and in their heyday, it had 2 great tight ends. We won't talk about all the particulars of that. They now have tight ends again. Does Mac Jones fit that?
I think he does. And I think they're going to get aggressive because the whole offseason they've been aggressive. Like, that has been the plan. Bill Belichick said he wasn't going to coach into his 70s 10 years ago. He's 69 right now. So he's going to lie about that. He is going to be coaching into his 70s, but if he doesn't coach too much longer, he wants a ring soon. And the problem is with how much money they spent. Cam Newton, say he bounces back. Great year this year. All of a sudden, he's not a cheap quarterback. You're not going to be paying him. You're going to be paying him $30, $25 million a year the upcoming seasons. You're already laid out all this money in free agency. How are you going to make that work? Well, you can make it work if you had a rookie quarterback coming in year 2.
Cam's on a rookie deal too, so they didn't really invest in him, you know, for the 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, did you see enough, Steve, last year with Cam where you go, okay, with this new supporting cast, he can make it happen?
I think he's going to get better. I mean, we saw Brady struggle with that supporting cast statistically, right, in 2019. And then Cam struggled as well. Guys are not creating separation, so they went all out to get the 2 tight ends. And the best thing that they did is, again, McDaniels and Belichick, they're really good at adjusting to what guys do. You know, all of a sudden it's, okay, we're quarterback run game. We have to incorporate that. So you've got another year of that. And now for the Patriots, they just have different ways to win. For them to win last year, they had to rush for 200 yards. And they did it a couple times, but that's not a formula because you just can't do it every single week. But now they can actually win with the passing attack. So if it's just Cam, they will be a little bit better.
Trevor Lawrence, it seems the Jaguars were enamored enough with him to allow him to make a home in Jacksonville. The number 1 overall pick, obviously quarterback from Clemson. He's been number 1 the whole darn way through. He had 17 games with an 80-plus PFF grade in his college career, the most among all players in this draft class. And you've been able to prep this tape for a while, Mike. Tell us about Trevor Lawrence.
This one is 3 years in the making. Freshman year, 90-plus overall PFF grade. You just knew. This guy was different than anything we've seen at that level. That is a throw from his freshman year in the national championship game. That is a window guys aren't hitting on Sundays. He has that kind of arm talent, that kind of physical tools, and you see it game in, game out with him. Like I said, 90-plus overall grade, 3 straight years, a career grade of 90.1 versus the blitz. He does the NFL things that you're going to have to do to play on Sundays. The speed of the game. He plays at that speed that it takes to play on Sundays. Like I said, I think he's going to immediately translate because of that. A lot of times guys worry about, like I said, the blitz, how you handle pressure, how you handle tight windows down the football field. With Trevor Lawrence, we've seen it so many times, so often throughout his 3 years at Clemson that I think as soon as he gets comfortable in Urban Meyer's offense, you got a top 12 quarterback in the NFL.
You know, it was interesting watching the tape of him and Zach Wilson. And Zach Wilson this year, if you just watched the tape, you didn't know who the opponent was. If you didn't, like, there were things that looked like Aaron Rodgers on that tape. And there are a lot of people, a lot of analysts that have come out and said, hey, I think Zach Wilson might be the better player here. But when you take the body of work against the competition that he saw, the championship games that he played in, the moments where he had to go on the road to pull off wins, it's a no-brainer. There was no way you could go anybody but him. He may not be the best player. It may be whoever ends up in San Francisco is the best quarterback out of this class. But there was no way. The pedigree was too good. The history was too good.
Yeah, there were just no weaknesses to his game. It's really the best way to describe it. And I think the thing almost gets underrated. And you saw that last clip there. He's outrunning Baron Browning. He didn't run a 40 as pro day because he had the shoulder injury. Baron Browning ran a 4.53, outruns him to the pylon. This dude has legit wheels, can add in that aspect as well.
Like you said, no weaknesses. I'm just a little worried about his supporting cast. Obviously, you got a new head coach, a lot of moving parts with him. But his talent, undeniable. This was a no-brainer. Like you said, from the first time I watched him as a freshman, I'm like, this dude could play in the NFL probably after this season. So I'm excited to see him. Not too excited to see him in the AFC South. But,
you can't have that allegiance here.
I'm still a Colt at heart, man.
That's why you've been hating on my Jaguars 14-1 to win the division, which I might add.
Absolutely.
It's
That's
now
ridiculous. I'm trying to save you money.
It was 14-1. It's now 8-1 though. So I got closing line value. I will eat closing line value for dinner at some point this season.
I want to know: are the betting odds still saying that this deal with Rodgers is going to happen?
Still off the board?
Are they still off the board and all this stuff?
I will say that the Super Bowl odds for Denver have gone from like almost nothing, like no chance of winning, all the way up to 13, 14-1. Packers, as a reference, were 14-1 to win the Super Bowl going into the week. So we're talking about Chiefs at 5-1, Bucks at 7.5-1, and then Denver sort of in that next group there, which makes, I think, a really compelling AFC West.
I mean, absolutely. I think right now betting markets are planning for Aaron Rodgers in Denver. And I think to add some context to that, this obviously isn't a done deal. It's better to plan for that than to not to, because obviously you'd have sharps like Eric, who's got 40 books open on his phone at all times, be betting Denver into the ground if you're given the opportunity. A lot of these books taking it off, not allowing people to bet right now, because you don't want to be on the outside looking in when Aaron Rodgers ultimately does go to Denver.
Eric, did you get anything down on that?
Well, just for reference, Denver was once 14-1 just to win the AFC West.
Oh, and we bet that.
And we bet that. I did not get down quite quickly enough on Denver here. Maybe it's my little Chiefs fandom coming too much to the surface.
Little, interesting. Very interesting to hear you talk about your Chiefs fandom as little, as someone that sat next to you when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl against my Niners. I would not classify that as little by any stretch of the imagination. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock, and I know for a fact, the Jets on the clock. I know for a fact that Mr. Eric Eager does have something riding on this pick. He got some nice value at Zach Wilson. We are going to take a quick break to tell you about some clothing that you may be interested in. We'll see you in a sec. You heard a little bit about Sweat Tailor, and I'm wearing it right now. Actually, I'm a huge fan. I put this jacket on for the first time, and it's immediately become one of my favorite jackets. Now, I'm from California, so I don't like jackets, but this jacket I like, and you can get it for 25% off. Promo code PFF-SWEAT, that's SWET, 25% off anything on the site at sweattailor.com. We're all rocking it. Everyone looks good. A lot of different sizes. It'll fit your size, I promise. So go to sweattailor.com after the show and get 25% off. We just have an update from our good buddy, Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport. An update, I'm reading this to you, an update on the Packers. That's not really an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all, despite a few times calling about Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed. So, teams are sending texts, and they're getting no response. What do you make of that? Buying it?
These guys are in the war room. They're getting ready.
I don't.
You're going to have cell service in the war room?
We're going to know when these picks start getting made. I mean, we're going to have some. If Denver moves up and get a quarterback, then you go, okay, now I believe it. But I mean, the amount of intrigue, and Mark Schlereth's a friend of mine. I know it. Mark Schlereth is not putting something out there like that is that significant, that doesn't have something to it. That did not happen. So now something could have changed. I don't know. But until you get it on a piece of paper, man, maybe nothing's real.
A little bargaining chip, maybe. They're trying to pull back on things. Now we're into the real meat of the draft, because the Jets have made it presumably something that they want to make a long-term relationship with Zach Wilson of BYU, quarterback from BYU. Zach Wilson, a 94 PFF grade, the second highest career PFF grade in this draft class. He was phenomenal. You talked about it a little bit. We're going to go to Mike first to talk about the great things that he's done.
Yeah, I mean, the way he played the quarterback position this past season was the best of anyone in college football. Straight up, as far as prospects go, you see throws like this, back shouldering 50 yards down the football field on the run. That's not just like one highlight throw. That's every single week he's making plays like that. And that is littered all over his tape. And yeah, he wasn't under a lot of pressure. That BYU offensive line was fantastic. We'll be hearing a few guys' names from that line a little later on in this draft. But when he was still one of the best quarterbacks in college football. When moved off the spot, highest graded quarterback in college football. When throwing into tight windows, the highest graded quarterback in college football. Higher than Joe Burrow last year into tight windows. And, you know, a window is a window. I don't care if you're playing Coastal Carolina or playing Alabama. If it's a small window and you hit it, that's skill right there. And he gets underrated a little bit for his athleticism. Didn't obviously test at his pro day, but looks about a 4.6 guy in my estimation. He can add on in your running game. And like Cris kind of said, this guy's tape this past year, it might have been better than Trevor Lawrence. We just don't have the assuredness because of the shoulder injury, had the labrum in 2019, his sophomore year, took a step back, but this past year was electric, week 1 to finish.
Yeah, it's that difference between 2019 and 2020, like for him to just jump on the scene in ways, that kind of gives me a little pause, you know, in his level of competition. Yeah, he was making some great throws, but if you looked at who he was doing it against, it was like, yeah, I can see why. You see him against Boise here, he moves into the pressure. You see him in clean pockets, he's a one quarterback, and you see him in kind of dirty NFL level pockets, he's a completely different quarterback in my opinion. This throw right here against Coastal Carolina, amazing throw, see it on all the highlights. 9 times out of 10 you see this throw on Sundays, this is picked off. I mean, it looks great against Coastal. I love him. I don't want to be a hater. I like Zach Wilson. He'll be a good player. I would have liked him a lot more if he landed at 3 instead of the Jets. I think a lot of people were saying a lot of these same things about Sam Darnold when he was in that Jets. So if they don't build around him and give him a lot of pieces, I think he could look ugly for the Jets.
Recently in the NFL, right? The guys that have really performed well, Patrick Mahomes, you know, he's reached his potential. Josh Allen just broke out last year. We saw what Justin Herbert did. But those guys have the instincts, especially Allen and Mahomes. They have that natural playmaking instinct, and that was Wilson last year, the highest graded player when moved off the spot. And that's why he's been locked in at number 2 forever. There hasn't been any discussion about these other guys, and I think that's why, right? Because the recent guys we've seen succeed have that natural playmaking ability. Whether it works or not, he's shown at the college level, and I think that's what Wilson brings to the table and why we haven't even discussed other quarterbacks at number 2.
Yeah, it's the confidence level. You talk the playmaking ability. It's just the way he plays the position. There's not a throw on the football field he doesn't want to make. And yeah, you said that throw gets picked off on Sundays, but it's like Mahomes makes throws that get picked off on Sundays too, but he makes it work. Like I think there's something to that in Zach Wilson's game that he has, and it goes all the way back to high school. His high school basketball coach raved about just like there wasn't a shot he didn't think he could make or a play he didn't think he could make. That is who he's been, and that sort of confidence. That's what you buy into, and those are the kind of guys that I think the Jets love at the quarterback position.
You know, I'll just say this. Joe Montana beat me in 2 Super Bowls, so I hold him way up here, right? I put his footwork down like Joe Montana's. And when I watched him release the football, which to me is a really big deal, I studied that a lot, is like how quickly does it come out and how easily can you go a different angle and be able to do it. And it was Aaron Rodgers-like. I mean, it really was. Now, does that mean that he's going to be able to maneuver around the pocket and make plays that Aaron Rodgers can, or have the quick release and the quick reads that Joe Montana did? He's going to have to. We haven't really seen that yet. We're not sure. But as far as watching somebody and thinking it could be that he's the best quarterback that came out of this class.
It could be very well, but I saw too many times where, especially against good defense, where he was fooled. He didn't see a blitz coming. He didn't see pressure coming. Like I said, when the pocket's clean, I mean, it's like an open jump shot. Like a lot of guys can shoot in pregame warm-up, but then when you really get on the field with some dogs, it's a completely different game. So I've seen confidence, cocky guys get out there and they get hitting them off a couple times, or you start showing them different looks and they start to see ghosts. Hey, so I can definitely see
NFL
Zach
quarterbacks.
Oh, absolutely.
You disguise and you're going to fool them.
Absolutely.
Jets fans are asking, though, we just did this a few years ago. We just grabbed Sam Darnold at 3. And bottom line is Zach Wilson's not doing anything unless the Jets build a much better team around their new quarterback. They were 31st in pass blocking grade last year and 31st in receiving grade. And they had 3 years to build around Sam Darnold, and it got worse and worse and worse. So that's the key. They've already taken steps this offseason. It's getting a little bit better, but that's going to be the key for Wilson.
Robert Saleh is going to be a good coach.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you right now. They don't do crazy stuff on defense, but they play great. He is immediately respected by everybody in that clubhouse. And you just wait and see. Robert Saleh is going to do good things with the Jets.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. Jets, this isn't it. You're not done. You got your guy, maybe, but now you have to build around him. You got pick 23. You got pick 34. Those got to be hits, and those got to help out Zach Wilson, in my opinion. You can't throw him behind George Fant, Dan Feeney along this offense line on the right side. Yeah, you got your left tackle. You got the big ticket on the left side. But now you got to get someone on the right side. You have to solidify it and not fall into the same trap that you did with Sam Darnold, because you can't make the same mistake twice. You're going to end up like the Jets have for the last 4 years.
The protection he saw at BYU is going to be very different from the protection he gets in New York.
Secret Service.
Just a totally different vibe. We are 2 minutes away from
the start of the draft.
The start of the draft here. I am struggling to get words to describe how I'm feeling right now. So I'm curious if you guys have any to add. If you had to make a call right now, who's it going to be?
I'm going Justin Fields, man.
Still believe it.
I'm sticking with it. I'm not on Twitter right now. I'm not hearing anything right now, but I'm still with Justin Fields.
Okay. Staying strong.
Yeah,
you could never trust any insider for the rest of life if it's Justin Fields, because nobody's had that, right?
Oh, the pick is in.
It's probably Trey Lance.
Oh,
though,
my goodness.
It's probably Trey Lance.
What are you getting? Nobody got their phones?
I'm refreshing Twitter here.
Trey Lance or Mac Jones? Who is it?
Oh, my goodness.
I heard somebody say wow. I saw a wow on Twitter.
Did you?
Yeah.
They're clapping.
Just a wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
this is why you tune in here.
So.
This is it.
This so impacts the rest of this draft.
I mean, it changes
everything. This is Mac Jones. You might see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just telling you.
Cris is sticking with it.
I'm
sticking with Fields. He's sticking with
George.
Pick is in.
Trey Lance.
That's who it is?
It's Trey Lance. The syndicate lives. Let's go, baby. Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, my goodness. Wow. I swear to God, I thought it was going to be Mac freaking Jones.
Wow. So what does this do for your 1 through 5?
Are you guys retiring? Are you
Not quite. Not quite.
Vegas.
Not retiring yet.
Get me out of here. I said this yesterday. Best bet on DraftKings Sportsbook was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 being Lance, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase at plus 650. That moved to plus 400 this morning. That's called closing line value, baby. I'm seeing plus 650. I'm going to turn that into a pretty decent paycheck here.
Let's go. I'll be at the bar soon. I'll be over there with you guys soon.
Let's go to the bar, man.
Real question.
I'll get you a stool.
Now that it's been reported that the 49ers are going to select Trey Lance, here's the question. Is Trey Lance over Justin Fields something that we should be talking about, for the next few years as well?
That's a very good take, because right now there's probably a sigh of relief, not only in the main set, but in the Bay Area, because a lot of people wanted either Justin Fields or Trey Lance. Trey Lance, the number 10 overall prospect on PFF's board, the number 4 quarterback in this class. Obviously, Justin Fields, the Ohio State quarterback, at number 3 overall, the number 3 quarterback in this class. Wow. Mac Jones, still a top 15 player in this class, according to PFF's board, number 13 overall. The pick here was Justin Fields. The consolation prize was Trey Lance. Mac Jones, not the pick for us here at number 3. I think Trey Lance, the best decision of the two if we were picking between Mac Jones and Trey Lance.
Yeah, would you agree, though, Lance, widest distribution of all these quarterbacks?
Oh, absolutely. I think Steve said it at the top. He's the least accurate quarterback in this class. Does he have a cannon arm? Absolutely. I think my comparison was Latavius Murray with a cannon. 6'2", 225, a rusher, all these different things. I mean, I know Mike Renner can talk a lot more about what Trey Lance can do, and I think when you think about scouting, when you think about looking at these players, talking to Bucky Brooks before, a couple weeks prior, he said a big scouting term is you grade the flashes and you tell me what this kid can do. What Trey Lance can do is throw it 80 yards down the football field and run like with one of the better quarterbacks in this class.
This is the antithesis of what Mike was talking about over there, which is if you have a 19 tape, you don't have a 2020 tape, what are you going to do with that? And it looks like the Niners are projecting what they saw in 19 with some, the off-the-field stuff that we at PFF don't necessarily have access to. Mm-hmm. And it'll be a very interesting thing to track what Fields, Jones, and Lance do.
I need to know Mike Renner's take. Obviously, Mike Renner, lead draft analyst here at PFF. Mike, what is Trey Lance going to do in San Francisco?
Can't wait to see, honestly. And I can't wait to see what Kyle Shanahan's offense looks like around Trey Lance, because he offers a unique skill set that Truthfully, he hasn't even had a unique skill set that RG3 didn't even have back in Washington with his ability to extend the football field. An absolute cannon for an arm. For my money, the strongest arm of any quarterback in this draft class, the ability to flick it 70-plus yards downfield on a dime. He had the furthest throw of any of these top quarterbacks in this class on his college tape. And then you see the escapability outside the pocket. Justin Fields might have had a better 40 than Trey Lance. We didn't get a 40 from Trey Lance, but his nimble feet in the pocket, he has much better escapability, can create on his own. And it's kind of that shooter versus scorer debate, to steal a term from Daniel Jeremiah. He is a scorer, Trey Lance. He can make things happen on his own. Mac Jones was a shooter. Mac Jones can point and shoot if you have a lot of talent around him. He can make it work. But Trey Lance can create offense via just himself and just some scheme, and that is something that Kyle Shanahan has not had.
Let me ask you this. How much different is he than what Patrick Mahomes was coming out? Now remember, Patrick Mahomes went, 10th? Something like that, 11th, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So you can tell me everybody knew Patrick Mahomes, bull. If they did, you would have traded your whole draft to get up there to be able to do it. So there were flaws in college with Patrick Mahomes. We saw Trey Lance play one game this year. It was not pretty.
Not great, yeah.
It was not good. And so now it's been a while, and they may well have Jimmy Garoppolo playing this year, so he could go a long stretch of time without playing. He's going to be trained, but is it that different than what we saw from Mahomes coming out?
So I thought Mahomes is more accurate. I think Lance is a better athlete. So I think he offers more in the pure running game. Obviously, he had over 1,000 yards his lone year as a starter. And it was just not in a completely opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of volume of the passing offense. 18 dropbacks a game in 2019. That's all Trey Lance had. He's going to double that as soon as he gets to the NFL. Mahomes, obviously, in Texas Tech's offense, it was all on him all day, every day to throw the football. So you saw a few more bad decisions with football because that's just naturally what's going to happen when it's all on you 24/7. So physically, though, what they can do, I don't think it's that too dissimilar.
I want to see grades here, okay? So because we talked about who you would want, what you think, the Niners came into this whole situation intent on doing. Did they move off of Mac Jones? Was this their guy, or did they really go from Mac Jones and then pivot to a completely different player in Trey Lance because of Twitter pressure? Like, did Jed York sign up for Twitter today and go, I'm doing this because I just want to let everyone know that I'm the one that made this pick? I'm very
They did not make the pick because of social media.
They made it. I'm giving it an S for smart.
Satisfactory.
No, I'm going S.
You zoom in there.
C.
This is how San Francisco feels right now.
Ooh, they got the fifth best quarterback.
I got
in the
B+.
draft.
Hold on, time out.
They got the fifth best quarterback in the draft. Mac Jones is better than him.
Right now. I need more on this, please.
Mac
Steve.
Jones is better than him. I don't think this is a slam dunk that he's
I
better.
don't think it's a slam dunk either.
I like the moldable clay. I like the run factor and all that stuff, but I'm not even using Mahomes' name anywhere near Trey Lance. It's not even right. It's not fair.
What do you mean by better?
It's a better quarterback.
Like right now?
Yeah, and
but that's not what they're drafting for.
I understand that, but it's a huge risk. It's the riskiest quarterback. He could be great, but it's still the riskiest play.
But
it's also because I liked Fields better. So I got to give it a C because he took the wrong guy.
Is this more of a statement of the new NFL and the quarterback position that mobility now has overtaken, despite the fact that we keep seeing pocket passers win Super Bowls? That Tom Brady's done it again.
Brady breaks all that.
Yeah, he breaks all that. But I'm just saying.
Brady wins Super Bowls.
Yeah, Brady wins Super Bowls. But if you go over the history of the game, it is. But I think the game now has evolved to the point at the quarterback position where if you don't have mobility, which Mac Jones really did not, are you really willing to make him a top 3, 4, 5 draft pick, no matter how good he is?
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I like the pick. I gave it a B+. I mean, it's high ceiling, very high upside, and we still got Jimmy G on the roster. So if he's not ready day one, since that small sample size, you can go with Jimmy G a couple games out of the gate until he is ready. So I like the pick. It wasn't Mac Jones. Anyone with Mac Jones syndicate, I think Mac Jones day one would definitely be a better option at quarterback day one. But like you said, you're not drafting for day one. You're drafting for down the line Super Bowls. And I think this kid, I mean, he's multiple clay, like you said.
Ceiling. Is the ceiling as high as Fields?
I would say it's as high because you can improve. We talked about someone. I think it was Steve. You can scheme up. Reps get you accuracy. You can become more accurate in the NFL. I think being with Kyle Shanahan, being in that system, we talked about it earlier. Yeah. Whoever landed in that system on that team will probably have the best career.
And Josh Allen was less accurate than Trey Lance.
By the way,
exactly.
By the way, we have just real quick. Kyle Pitts has been selected to a dinner date with the Atlanta Falcons. And they intend to make that a recurring preservation. Kyle Pitts to the Atlanta Falcons. So no trade here. We're going to get some grades here on the board. Kyle Pitts, 96.2 PFF grade in 2020. It's the highest grade among any college player, not just tight ends. Mike?
6'6", 245 pounds, runs a 4.4 40, and has an 83 3/8 inch wingspan. The largest wingspan ever measured for a prospect in the past 5 years. He's a different dude. Guys that look like Kyle Pitts, they play in the NBA. They don't play football. Like that is just a straight up fact. You see these catches on his tape that are just Kyle Trask throwing it up oftentimes. He's running away from a guy right now who ran a 4.2 40. 4.29 40. That's Kelvin Joseph, a Kentucky cornerback who's probably going to go somewhere on day 2. That's the type of speed we're working with at the tight end position. And the biggest thing with Kyle Pitts that you feel good about him projecting the NFL level. He's already done the role that he's going to do at the NFL level. He's lined up about half his snaps in line, half his snaps out wide, and he has beaten college cornerbacks in man coverage. He can beat guys like J.C. Horn on his tape, like Derek Stingley on his tape. You see it again and again. 3rd highest yards per route in the country this past year among anyone against man coverage. That's the thing that a lot of the first-round tight ends that bust. If you throw a cornerback on them, they're just annihilated. They can't do anything. That's not the same with Kyle Pitts. He truly is a rare specimen. And sometimes you just thank your lucky stars that guy's there at 4 overall.
Matchup nightmare. For a defense coming in, that would keep me up at night as a defensive play caller, as a defensive player, because you got Jamar Chase, you got Devontae. These guys a lot of the times are going to be matched up against cover guy number 1, cover guy number 2, maybe from day 1. Kyle Pitts, he's going to be matched up with probably the 3rd, 4th, or 5th best cover guy on that defense. He's going to dominate that matchup. You talked about what he did in the SEC. You saw him line up against Surtain at the X. He was beating him with a slant route. Like it's that kid is special. Like day 1, he's a matchup nightmare. The wingspan, his catch radius. He's definitely going to keep a lot of guys up at night.
Let's grade it.
Yeah, it's an A.
Yeah,
I'm giving it an A. I'll mention your 0 drops for a guy whose average depth of target was more than 13 yards downfield. That's good for an NFL wide receiver.
Cris, B+. What's up?
I'm going B+.
Okay.
Because
what for the Gator?
Because let me just say this: he is the best player that's not a quarterback. But I think for the Atlanta Falcons, you have to take into consideration what they might have gotten had they been able to trade down, how they might have been able to impact their salary cap. I mean, money is a definite factor. The other thing that I'll say, and Kyle Pitts going forward is as good as I have ever seen. I mean, his catch radius is literally comical. It's amazing. What he doesn't do well is run the Travis Kelce routes where you stop and come back to the ball. He's a long guy. He's going to take his time making the catch and trying to come back. He has anything going down the field as good as I've ever seen. Is he absolutely complete? Is he going to be a factor in the run game? No, he's going to be Kelce. That's what he's going to be. So you got the best non-quarterback. My question was there anything out there that you could have traded for to go back and still end up with a good player and get extra money?
Absolutely not. Especially my first year, my first draft as a GM. And I see Kyle Pitts on the board, especially coming off a COVID-ridden season where it's a lot of question marks. Deeper you go in this draft, the more the question marks there are. This guy probably had the least. So this is a guy, and in my opinion, he does affect the run game because when he's on the field, you better have a guy that can cover him. And if you do, that guy probably isn't as good in the run game. So this guy is just a freak show. And if this was my first time drafting, this will be, if it's not a quarterback I'm looking for, this will be one of the guys or the guy that's probably going to get selected next, which is Pinay.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second. I want to, for a second, take a little victory lap here. I feel great, Eric, about our Atlanta Falcons over 7 wins. It's still minus 143. You can still go get you some. Because Matt Ryan has got Arthur Smith, Kyle Pitts, still has Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley. You may have heard of them. They're very good at getting open and catching the football. How you feeling about that, big guy?
I did give it a B. I agree with Cris
Yeah.
to an extent that that position, fourth in the draft, could yield a quarterback for either you or somebody else. If the Falcons couldn't trade the pick, though, to me, this is the best non-quarterback here. We have a projection. When you look at his, projected, in our system, you're looking at Greg Olsen, Travis Kelce, Vernon Davis, the previously highest drafted tight end in NFL history. Pitts is now the highest. So we're looking at a very good player here, a player that could take that offense to a really good level. Is the defense going to be enough in Atlanta is the question.
Yeah, I give this pick grade an A. I think, assuming they didn't have an offer they like to trade down, I think it's always if and buts with could they have traded down? Absolutely. But at number 4 overall, this is the best non-quarterback in the class. He had the highest PFF receiving grade of any player in the country this past year, and he did it at 20 years old. People forget an age, it's not like, oh man, he's going to be 24 years old when we extend him. It's like, no. Doing things that like he did at 20 years old in the SEC is very difficult. And you can probably ask the next guy who's going to get picked, Jamar Chase. That's my prediction for Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's a really good point when you're looking at and they didn't have, a lot of them didn't have a spring ball as well. So just being able to be mature there at a position now, first round picks, especially top 10 guys at the tight end position, if you're looking from a fantasy perspective or a props perspective later on, they don't do the best, right? You look at top 10 tight ends. However, this player, when you look at him and you look at a Falcons offense with Arthur Smith, as good of a play caller as it gets, he has the best odds to do as well as any of these tight ends here. When Vernon Davis went to your Niners, George, they had no one throwing him the football.
Yes,
and it took him years to be any good. The Falcons have somebody in Alex Smith, in Matt Ryan that plays really well.
One thing here too. Now they're going to have to trade Julio Jones probably because they're less than $1 million under the cap at this point, and they got to come up with $12 million to pay these rookies. So somebody great off of this roster is going. Now, does that impact their passing game? Yeah. Do you end up one for the other? Kind of, sort of. But this is a team that's got major issues with the salary.
So you don't think there's any way they can keep Julio?
I don't.
But if you look at the future here, though, you have Julio, who played the fewest number of snaps he's ever played other than his one injured season last year. You have Ridley, who's on the 4th year of his rookie deal. He needs to be extended as well. If they have to get rid of them, what's the best way to replace pass catcher? A pass catcher is with another one, and one is versatile as Pitts.
I do think there's also
something. I have to interrupt you for a second here because your team has selected to be their guy going forward, Jamar Chase, wide receiver, LSU. They did not play with Penei Sewell, a 91.1 PFF grade in 2019 as a 19-year-old. It was the highest graded SEC wide receiver. He put up Devontae Smith numbers as a 19-year-old. Mike Renner, take me through what makes Jamar Chase so great.
Yeah, Chase was a no-brainer wide receiver 1 in this class. From a physical perspective, here you see him in the national championship game back in 2019. That's an NFL corner. That's A.J. Terrell. That was a first-rounder from last year. Just mossing him at the catch point. He gave him over 200 yards in that game. He did that routinely. And again, as you said, as a 19-year-old, 4.3, 4.40 at his pro day, 41-inch vertical, 11-foot broad jump, and my favorite number, 3.99 shuttle, which is an elite time for a guy over 200 pounds. That guy is moving. An elite athlete, a mini version of Julio Jones to a degree in what he can do. And my favorite, though, the after the catch ability gets underrated with him. Everyone talks about his catch point stuff. 22 broken tackles on 84 catches last year, and he's not running screens. He only got a couple screen targets all last year. He's taking hitch routes, making something out of nothing with them. Easily, in my opinion, the best wide receiver in this class because you saw him do it against guys who are literal NFL corners. Like Trayvon Diggs, that last highlight there. He's a starting cornerback for the Cowboys, and he is doing that to them as a 19-year-old. I just think where he can be is special, and this had Joe Burrow's fingerprints all over it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this was the Joe Burrow special. Give me my guy. You just tore my ACL with this crappy offensive line. I don't care. I want my guy back because his deep ball was not the same with A.J. Green last year.
He mentioned that on Chris's podcast just the other week. You should go listen to it. He talked about the deep ball specifically.
Yep.
Okay, he mentioned it. I want to ask you this as we grade this pick. Best wide receiver in the last 2 classes?
Yes, Jamar Chase. Best wide receiver since at least Amari Cooper in my eyes.
Let's take a look here at what we've got. I'm very interested in a couple of these grades here. Okay. Oh, we've got some A's.
All right. There's no way to knock this pick.
Okay.
Unless you lose your quarterback.
Well, let's
unless you lose your quarterback.
Darius,
I'm coming in. I mean, his talent's undeniable, but it's a receiver, like the best receiver in the league and the 5th best receiver in the league. You had a chance to get Penei, another 20-year-old who is a freak show at the left tackle position. And if you can get that guy to be the bookend at your left tackle, you got a guy who's rehabbing his MCL, rehabbing his ACL. You want to keep that guy upright. I played with Andrew Luck, phenomenal talent. We couldn't protect him his first 3, 4, 5 years in the league. Finally, he got protected. He walked away because he was so beat up. Joe Burrow came into the league, had a good-looking rookie year, got banged up. I don't see how you pass on a generational type left tackle for a generational type receiver. I just don't see it. We've seen it, receiver Calvin Johnson. We've seen a lot of guys go high in the draft and not produce, contenders. I don't see you building. How do you pass from building in the trenches?
The last 2 picks have PFF's fingerprints all over them. We've been preaching for a while. It's an offensive league. It's an offensive league. Darius, you said you stay up at night with Kyle Pitts. You stay up at night when there's 3 or 4 guys that you need to cover. So that's the decision the Bengals made. They have Jamar Chase. They got T. Higgins last year, and they have Tyler Boyd in the slot. Now, I don't think it's a slam dunk. We love wide receivers here. We understand when you have 3 and 4 wide receivers, that's where you go. That's how you win in this league. But they still have work to do in Cincinnati. They still have to get that offensive line back to just middle of the pack. They don't need an elite offensive line. They have to get it back to middle of the pack. They have more work to do. But Jamar Chase is helping keep defensive coordinators up at night because of the 3 weapons that they have.
Yeah, and there was no wrong decision here. Like the Bengals, you go Chase, it's a deep offensive tackle class, you get one in the second round.
Right.
You go Sewell, it's a deep wide receiver class, you get one in the second round. They were in a great position in this draft, and I think this is what they needed. They just lucked out with where they go.
Here's the other part of it. They did sign Riley Reef, and they have Jonah Williams. So they have 2 tackles.
Right.
So if they had gone Penei Sewell, they would have had to figure out somebody was going to play out of position. Now, that doesn't make it a bad idea. The other thing is the Cincinnati Bengals have really good underneath receivers. They've got Tyler Boyd, they've got T. Higgins, they've got Joe Mixon coming out of the backfield. But Joe Burrow at LSU completed more passes, bombs down the field to wide receivers than ever. He comes to Cincinnati, it's non-existent. I mean, it is non-existent. So it's not Joe Burrow. What do they need? No, it's not Cincinnati. They have great receivers in Cincinnati. It's Jamar Chase. I mean, they're going to bring him. And I get it, and I thought it was a coin flip. I'm with you. I think either one would have been great.
If you had to press the button, though, who would you have taken?
Oh, God. I mean, I lived in the 80s with Anthony Munoz as, the best player in this franchise history. And we went to 2 Super Bowls, and we had 2 MVP quarterbacks. There's something to protecting that guy, especially coming off of a knee injury. Because if Joe Burrow gets hurt again this year, it is going to be, a deep, dark depression here in Cincinnati. But would I have done it? I think this young man is special, Jamar Chase.
The next pick is also a wide receiver. Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Alabama. He goes ahead of Devontae Smith, my guy over there. The Waddle over Smith syndicate cashes. 9.8 yards after the catch for his career. That was the highest mark of any Power 5 wide receiver. He didn't play a lot last year, Mike. When he did, awesome.
Yeah, this guy, he's not Tyreek Hill. Everyone loves to make Tyreek Hill count, but he's the closest thing to Tyreek Hill we've seen. You watch what he can do in the return game, what he does after the catch as a wide receiver, and honestly, by the end of his career, what he did as a route runner. Now, we didn't get to see a lot of it. Only a few games this past year before an ankle injury. But when he was on the field, he had more yards last year when healthy than Devontae Smith in the same games. And you see him attack the ball down the football field consistently, excellent at the catch point. I think this is the guy that every team in the NFL wants. Every team wants that vertical threat in their offense because it stresses out defenses so much. There's not a guy, if you have a cornerback that runs a 4.6 on the outside, you can't put him on Jalen Waddle in man coverage. You cannot risk having him go one-on-one against this guy. Now, we didn't get to see him test at his pro day because of that ankle injury, but he's a 4.3 guy, and he's not just fast in a straight line. He's fast to his left, he's fast to his right, he's fast backwards. He has that innate agility that, to me, he's a much better prospect than Henry Ruggs was coming out of Alabama.
This tells me you want to find out about Tua, and there weren't enough open wide receivers to find out about Tua last year. I mean, that is what this says. We're going to grade this pick here, but like that, 2 quarterbacks dictating picks here in the first round.
A lot of B's.
So let's go to you, Steve.
People like Devontae Smith. I like Devontae Smith a little.
Okay. Here's the bottom line. The Miami Dolphins are just picked themselves up off the floor from their heart attack because they thought they had Jamar Chase.
Yep.
and there's nothing wrong with Waddle, but he's not Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
It goes back to, look, All 32 teams are using the PFF data. They read the articles. They're on the site, and we preach, get these playmakers, right? And so Waddle might not be Tyreek Hill, and that's fine. But let's not make that comparison. But he might be Will Fuller. And Will Fuller, when he's on the field, who also happens to be on the Dolphins, when Will Fuller's on the team, the offense is better, and Waddle has that ability because you have to account for
They
him.
can send out the fastest 3 wide in the NFL now. You throw Jakeem Grant in the mix, who ran the 4.2s coming out Texas Tech. Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle, I mean, that's about as much speed as we see on an NFL football field.
That's dramatically different from what they had last year. You talk about what Tua did not do well, which is throw contested balls outside. He's now got guys who can run open over the middle.
Yeah.
They will not be contested.
A lot of speed out there.
You'll appreciate this. He's one of those guys that truly separates, and he separated in the SEC, right? Like you can see Smith, and he would go down the field, and he would get open, but he wasn't running and getting separation. And the thing that it sets up for him, and granted the protection was good too, were some of these double moves. He was running digs and go. Think about trying to cover that friggin' route.
Oh, yeah.
So now you've got a dig coming in at 18 yards. You know the quarterback doesn't have time to hold that. They did. And he came in and took off, and there was no chance of anybody being able to cover that.
I want to we've got some offensive players coming off the board here, right? 3 quarterbacks to start: Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, and then the receiving weapons with Pitts, Chase, and now Waddle. They confirmed that a lot of teams had Waddle number 1 on their board. And so this means this is fantasy gold. We're going to have some young players making moves in the league next year, a la Justin Jefferson. Ian, how are you looking at these players that have just been drafted as it pertains to next year's fantasy season?
Yeah, first of all, Kyle Pitts is the exception to the rule that we don't draft rookie tight ends in fantasy football. Since 2010, only Evan Ingram and Rob Gronkowski have posted top 12 production in their first year. I'm betting on Kyle Pitts becoming the third because he is closer to being a number 1 wide receiver than a tight end, in my opinion. Just because he can do both, hey, just throw him the ball, good things happen. Jamar Chase, to me, is the much bigger winner over Jalen Waddle, just in terms of opportunity. A.J. Green leaving that offense, 104 open targets. I don't want to hear these stats about how A.J. Green, wasn't open enough for Joe Burrow downfield. We saw the Chase-Burrow connection more than enough times to feel great about this spot. Get used to seeing Chase on that borderline wide receiver too right now. And then as for Jalen Waddle, it's not good, everyone. It's great for Tua, not so good for this opportunity in the Dolphins offense. Nothing against the player, but we got Will Fuller coming in. Devontae Parker's still there. Mike Gesicki in the slot. There's a lot of mouths to feed in Miami, George, which, again, good problem for Tua, not so much for the fantasy managers.
Yes, and I will assuredly be one of the guys suckered into the really fast rookie wide receiver. It literally happens to me every single year. Now, this is...
I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not. I'm a Dolphins fan, and I still want Sewell.
You still want Sewell?
I still want him. I don't understand how we pass on him.
So Sewell and Fields now are falling, and this is really interesting because we're at pick number 7, and Justin Fields' pick position was 7.5. But you've got Sewell there.
Lions, they got to go there. They've tried to build with skill positions, and where has that landed them over the last couple decades? You got to build through the trenches. That's how, you can't win with especially with the quarterback they have. Like he's a pocket quarterback. Like you got to protect him. You saw Brady, like he had protection. That's how he can.
But is he their quarterback of the future?
He's the quarterback for right now. Protect him. Whoever comes in there
next year.
Exactly. So they have another opportunity to pick a quarterback. Okay. So at least have someone that can protect them and step in from day one for the next decade and a half.
But the interesting thing is there's a lot of rumors that Detroit tried to trade up for Jamar Chase.
Oh, really?
And there's no Galladay, no Marvin Jones. They've got a few issues coming in. Could this be wide receiver regardless?
Or could a team be trading up now? Right, we have the Panthers and then the Broncos next. Whether the Broncos actually are getting Aaron Rodgers, do you have
Lions pick is in? It's not no trade up though.
Okay, the Lions pick is in. There is no trade up. We'll let you know as soon as we have it. I would mention though with the Bengals as well. I didn't give it a high grade because look, I don't think they explored trade down options, and I think they should have. Like, could Jamar Chase be amazing? Yes, but you just don't know. That's the thing with the draft. You got to be humble, let some of the chips fall to you. And I'll be interested to see, if teams coming forward do. We have not seen a trade yet.
And we have not seen Justin Fields yet.
We have not seen Justin Fields. So, Mac Jones, surprisingly, also we have not seen yet, despite the number 3 pick
Of all the teams that should have been trading down, though, it is the Lions. They never should have been trading up. Not for a receiver. As much as we're saying get receivers, yes, but not when you have a million holes on the roster. The Lions have one of the worst 2 rosters in the NFL. We just had an article on the site a couple weeks ago ranking them. The Lions, they're the team that should be trading down and loading up on draft picks. Plus, you get the new regime for the next 6 years.
The interesting part for me is there's still 2 quarterbacks alive. So I don't think you get that.
It is Penei Sewell.
I think that's
smart.
A great pick.
Finally,
it's a great pick. I mean, we'll get to him in 1 second. But there's 2 quarterbacks left, so you're not going to get that desperation move out of Chicago, out of Washington, out of New England, because there are 2 that can play left on the board. So this is playing out very well for quarterback-needy teams, but I wouldn't be surprised at all here fairly soon. And if we can get to this Denver pick, we're going to find out a lot about
this is going to be, the plot is thickening.
The 4th quarterback off the board, though, too. That's something. No matter where you have them ranked, there's something about, it's the 4th and 5th guy off the board. So even if you're desperate for a quarterback, there's something about, why is this the 4th guy off the board? Yeah. So that's why I think there's less movement.
Well, let's talk about what made Penei Sewell absolutely amazing and a player that was being talked about as a Hall of Famer. Before even being drafted, he had a 95.8 PFF grade in 2019. Remember, he sat out, so he was 19 years old. He's the highest of any offensive player in college football. Mike, talk us through this.
Yeah, will not turn 21 until this upcoming fall. And again, these are him at 19 years old. Won the Outland Trophy as a 19-year-old.
Look at that play,
in space, the ability to stop and start. He played at 350 pounds here. You see him block multiple guys on multiple plays like that. Just a different level of physicality than exists even in college football for redshirt seniors. Like, he led the nation in big-time blocks his sophomore year. And it's, again, any scheme you want to run, the athleticism is there. Now, he's not super refined in pass pro. A rep like that against Joe Tryon, one of the better edge rushers he saw, he's not using his hands great, but the physicality, the ability to anchor like that just on a whim against a guy who's might be a first-rounder here a little later on, that's special. You don't see that every day. What he could become is different from any other offensive lineman in this class. No, he doesn't have the greatest feet, but he is a different dude altogether.
What is a big-time block?
Big-time block would be the highest graded blocks in PFF's system.
Okay, just curious.
It's sort of interesting because Detroit did the exact opposite of Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. Cincinnati had Penei Sewell or receiver, and they go receiver. Obviously the best one, so I get that one. But the Detroit Lions had just as great a need at wide receiver, and they go Penei Sewell. I think it says a little bit about Dan Campbell and what they're trying to do there right now with the Detroit Lions. I actually think Detroit is doing some really nice things, and if Jared Goff can play and they got all that value on top of it, they're going to be huge.
I mean, it's a great pick. Brad Holmes, he came over from the Rams. You see a 37-year-old Whitworth still doing it at a high level. You're going to, like you said, he's not very polished at pass pro, but that comes with reps. And he's 20 years old, and he's already, like, that first play against Auburn, like, he's pummeling DBs in open space. Like, I used to find my DBs if you got hit by O-lineman in open space. Like, you should just swivel. And like, this guy's an athlete. And I remember, like, a Haloti Nada back in the day, like being in the middle of that Baltimore defense, just seeing him move, and I see the same freakish type talent with this kid. So I can see him playing for the next 15 years. If I had to pick one person from this draft that I had to bet all my money and say one of these guys is going to be a Hall of Famer, it'll be Penei Sewell.
We're going to get the odds desk to figure out what the fair price is there in a second. Let's grade this pick because I'm very interested to see what you guys have it as. I feel like, once again, now this is where the haters are going to come out
for Renner
and yell at me.
Double plus, I like it.
Okay, so I'll make the case for why I give it a C. Okay, here's why. It has nothing to do with Penei Sewell and everything to do with this. Justin Fields, to me, is a quarterback with top 5 quarterback potential. Jared Goff is not. And if you're the Detroit Lions, you do not have opportunities to pick that guy very often. And your quickest way to winning a Super Bowl in the NFL
the Lions kind of do have a
I might have 2 straight years.
The world just changed.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
But Brad Holmes was a part of the group that picked Jared Goff with the Rams. And you knew when they were talking about this, he believes in him. He thinks the Rams made a mistake in letting him out of there, and he was perfectly fine with letting Matthew Stafford go there and getting Goff back, and he got a bunch of value on top of it. So he's a believer. He's not, he wasn't looking quarterback.
Yeah, I think this is a pick with a plan in place. You know, I disagree with you. I think they'll have another opportunity to have pick in the top 5 next year.
Okay, but they might not get Justin Fields. I don't think we're giving Justin Fields his due. This guy could have been the number freaking 1 pick in this draft.
I agree with you.
You're not getting Justin Fields next year.
He's falling, though. I mean, let's just be honest. Yeah. He is falling here. There is something that none of us know about Justin Fields. I can read you something from a coordinator. There was a laundry list of things that people didn't like about him. So
beats me.
Okay, when the Patriots come up and pick Justin Fields, all right, we're going to need an investigation into what is going on. So to reset here, we've had 7 picks. They've all been offense. We went quarterback with the first 3, pass catcher with the next 3 in Pitts, Chase, and Waddle, and now the first tackle off the board. The player who was overwhelmingly favored to be the first tackle off the board in Penei Sewell out of Oregon. And now it gets interesting because the Panthers are here with Darnold. He's not even Jared Goff. The Denver Broncos are sitting here. We spent the first hour talking about Aaron Rodgers going to the Broncos, and you've got the potential for maybe the Patriots to get a quarterback that is falling. So a lot is going on here for us to kind of.
The Patriots, Washington, Chicago. There is opportunity for those teams that I didn't think were going to have a chance. They didn't have enough capital to get up and get one of these quarterbacks. They're getting closer. They're definitely getting closer.
You thought San Francisco traded up for Mac Jones, kind of got talked into Trey Lance. So at least one team, or at least one guy in the NFL, thought Mac Jones was worth being a number 3. Who's the next
I think the Patriots.
That wants Mac Jones.
That would be my guess. I think it's the Patriots.
Watch the Bears. They're the most desperate out of this whole group. Ryan Pace is the most desperate out of all of them. If anybody's going to really make a move,
but if you still have Fields on the board, are you willing to go Mac Jones over Fields? I think as long as there's 2, you don't get the desperate trade up.
Yeah.
The minute the next one goes off the board, action really is going to start.
But it depends on how you have them graded. There's some team in the NFL that has Mac Jones 5 and Fields 2. There's another team in the NFL that has Mac Jones 3 and Fields 5. So it depends on the grade. So when your guy's there, you're going to go get him.
Why no trades yet? You know, is it because of the narratives around Fields?
I think because it's probably more value in the picks next year. Honestly, especially unless you're trying to win now, because you're gonna have more. You're gonna have more information on guys. You know, right now after you get past this probably 10th, 12th pick, it's a lot of question marks. Like I said, so going to these 2022 picks, these are very, very valuable.
And I think it speaks to the uncertainty. In my eyes, there were 7 non-quarterbacks in this class that were blue chip type of players that sort of can't miss that you draft in the top 5 if they're the only guys of the blue chip caliber in the top 5 for sure. After that, from guy like 13 on the PFF draft board all the way down to like 35, there wasn't that big a gap. So I don't think anyone wants to get into that 13 to 35 range and be drafting someone in that range. Wow. Someone wants one of those blue chip guys, and that's why we have
the first defensive player has been picked up off the Tinder board here, which is J.C. Horn. They took J.C. Horn, cornerback from South Carolina. I got a weird look from Austin Gale there. I was trying to make a Tinder joke with him, and it did not land. But it's okay. We're going to move past that very smoothly here to talk about J.C. Horn, the son of Joe Horn, New Orleans Saints great. Just a 33% completion rate last year, was the lowest among all SEC cornerbacks. A ferocious corner. Mike, talk us through what makes J.C. Horn the first defender off the board here. Or Darius, I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, he's just a dog. He's a competitor. Obviously, his skill is there, his talent is there, his bloodline and pedigree is there, but he is just an ultimate competitor. You see him in the coverage here, coming off, making a play. His ball skills are kind of slept on, I think, to this point. But look at him in coverage, like feisty, all the way through it, breaks it up, creates a turnover for another teammate. Like, I mean, JC, his tape, it was a toss-up between him and Pat Surtain would be the first corner off the board, depending on your system. And Carolina went 7 straight defensive picks last year, and now this makes it 8 straight. So you know where Matt Rule's mind is with that team.
That first play you made, Marcus Peters, right? Like when you're playing corner and you're playing zone, and he picked off a pass he wasn't even supposed to be near, right? That Marcus Peters does that all the time in the NFL. Now, sometimes he gets burned, right? Sometimes he's in the wrong spot and he gets burned, but he is a turnover type machine, one of the highest forced incompletion percentages in the entire draft class. He's always around the football. I love that play. Feels like a little boomer bust type of player, but I love that playmaking ability.
His confidence. Confidence is unbelievable. That's what jumps off the tape. His confidence, in competitiveness. And on any level, especially on an NFL level, out there at corner, that's what you need the most of.
Yeah, so he was the 18th player on the PFF draft board, but it does not surprise me whatsoever that he's the first cornerback off the board because it's so easy to fall in love with his tape. His press man ability, that's the thing that every NFL team is looking for. That's the rarest skill set you can get at the position. It is better than anyone else's in this draft class. I did have some issues with him in zone coverage, but 4.4 speed, 41.5-inch vertical, 11.1 broad jump at 6'1", 205 pounds with 33-inch arms. That's how you'd put together a cornerback if you were building one from scratch. And then in press man last year, 3 of 17 targets for 40 yards all season long. That's about as good as it gets. And that's where, if you're a Carolina Panthers, you're going to have to go up against Tampa Bay Buccaneers and all the receivers they have. J.C. Horn's the guy you want.
And you're going to have to do it with Sam Darnold, though, now.
True.
I mean, let's just talk about the reality. What's the story going to really be tomorrow? Is it going to be about J.C. Horn? Yeah, he's a nice player. But the reality is now you have just told the world, you got rid of Bridgewater, that Sam Darnold, who came over from the Jets, who really struggled, is now your man. And if you're a Carolina Panthers, are you now picking up your phone and ordering season tickets?
Matt Rule, first year as a head coach, selected all defensive players last year.
Yeah, back-to-back.
He picks another one this year. Will he ever invest in the offense? Who knows? Joe Brady's sitting there like, look, man, I'm trying to become a head coach. Can you get me some offensive weapons here? Let's grade this pick. I'm interested to see. Okay.
Oh, you're more harsh, Renner. C+. Huh?
Well, your reasoning for the last pick for the Lions, I feel the same way about this pick for the Carolina Panthers because I think they're in a more dire straits in terms of they're going to be good this year with Sam Darnold. And then they're going to have to pay Sam Darnold. But Sam Darnold has to take a massive, massive leap for him to justify any sort of payday. So, like, with Jared Goff and the Lions, I don't think they're going to be good this year. They're going to be in a position to draft a quarterback next year, in my opinion. Carolina Panthers, they're an up-and-coming roster. They're going to be at pick 15 to 20 next year, maybe, like if things turn out well. And they're not going to be in that quarterback class whatsoever, and they're probably going to have to pay Darnold, and that's kind of middling.
I tell you, the other thing that's really interesting coming up, so now you're down to one cornerback left that people, for sure, Patrick Surtain. So now you have, coming up in the same division, you have Dallas, the New York Giants, and Philadelphia, all of whom would like to have a cornerback out of this. There has been a lot of conversation that Philadelphia is going to jump the other two to go get Surtain. And if they do, it's going to happen now if the Denver Broncos think they have Aaron Rodgers coming in as a quarterback. I mean, there's so much intrigue for me coming down the road with this next pick. We're going to know how real some of this stuff is coming up.
We're going to keep our eyes very closely glued to Twitter. I will mention that the sage, Eric Eager, suggested J.C. Horn, first cornerback taken when he was 8-1. And he was the first cornerback taken, the first defensive player taken as well. The plane to Vegas getting fueled as we speak, fellas. How's it going over there?
Yeah, at one point, Horn was 8-1 to be the first cornerback taken, and then he ends up closing at about 150. He was the second most likely player to be the first defender taken. Surtain was the favorite. He does not go here. It is one of those where cornerback and linebacker, it feels like styles make fights, and it's really tough to bet on the big favorite in those because they're almost never going to be the one that cashes at that price.
I think it's very interesting. I thought, Carolina could be in the market for a cornerback at number 8 overall if they indeed weren't going to trade out or take a quarterback. What's interesting as well is the Carolina Panthers played the fewest amount of snaps and press coverage of any defense in the NFL last year. J.C. Horn, as Darius said, is an absolute dog in press coverage. Over 50% of his snaps played at South Carolina in press coverage, and the same could be said about Patrick Surtain. I think this says a lot about what the Panthers want to do defensively. They're starting cornerbacks right now. Dante Jackson, a ton of speed, and then a couple of young guys. Troy Pride Jr. out of Notre Dame, and then Corn Elder, formerly out of Miami, Florida. One of the first players I've ever interviewed, by the way, which is a funny tidbit there from Corn Elder. So this is a secondary that needed help, but how much press coverage are they going to play? Because I think J.C. Horn needs to be impressed if you're going to get the best out of J.C. Horn.
Yeah, Jeremy Chin, a really good surprise last season at safety for them. They did, as everybody said, draft a bunch of defenders last year. Mike's point about next year is really great for them, though. The Darnold trade was really curious in the sense that if he plays well, Joe Brady's a head coach, and now you're talking about Darnold's 4th or 5th offensive coordinator in as many years. To me, I'm probably fading Carolina long term. even though I think that this pick is pretty good, given that they had to take a corner.
I also think there's something to be said about like what the Carolina Panthers are doing defensively from a young talent standpoint. Derek Brown, Yetur Gross-Matos, Jeremy Chin, J.C. Horn, they're trying to get younger defensively, develop on that side of the ball, and then let Joe Brady cook with Sam Darnold, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, Christian McCaffrey, Ian Thomas. Offensively, they feel good there. I'm interested in Carolina. I'm interested to see how they develop and if that Matt Rule culture, with J.C. Horn now added, can actually win some games next year.
Yeah, they were very efficient offensively.
They better change that system for J.C. Horn, man.
Yeah, I
he's
agree.
a press man corner, and they played fourth most zone coverage and fewest press.
Okay, you don't play press though when you got shit corners. Is the thing. Like they had bad corners, so you're not going to go play press man because you're going to get torched. So
do they flip it?
I mean, you gotta switch it up. If you go and pick a guy 8, you gotta have a plan because you're not gonna go and if you watch his tape, you watch him off, you watch him in his zone. That's not his thing. That's not why you jump up and get him at 8. You gotta have an idea in mind. And you forgot about Brian Burns. He's been a beast off that edge. So if you got guys up front that can get after the quarterback, you got Jackson still back there. You got a young Chin, and then you put J.C. Horn on the other side of this. I mean, this could be a very formidable defense. Now the big question mark. It's Sam Darnold. Yeah. I think he stinks. if I'm being honest, I think he stinks.
Love it.
I think people, when you come out and you have these high hopes for him, this great idea for him, like you want to prove yourself right, you make all the excuses for him. I think he stinks. Now, he will have C-Mac behind him. He will have some weapons, so this will be his best opportunity to flourish. And if not, they'll be back in the market for a quarterback next year.
Well, I was going to say it's interesting that Tom Brady's still there. You're not winning. You're not beating Tom Brady with this team, right?
Brady's there for 2 years, though. I mean, they have to start building a team at some point in Carolina. But this is another team that did not evaluate Justin Fields the same way we have. Yeah. I mean, we're going to sit here in every single pick. Should have taken Fields. Should have taken Fields. The truth is the NFL hasn't evaluated him the same way we have because a whole bunch of teams that could use a quarterback have passed on him at this point.
For whatever reason, because they have more information than we have. They have health concerns. Right. He has the epilepsy concerns and all the things. Not saying that's anything either. But there's something that through the interviews and through the medicals and through the process that the NFL has that we don't have access to, something has come up. Because if you are just watching the tape, he's gone by now. He's gone by now.
Agreed, 1,000%.
I mean, do we think it's possible that those things are rumors spread by other teams? Like, is that
not this far?
Okay.
Not this far, but this is the pick of the night because we're going to know. We're going to know based on what Denver does here if there's any legs to this Aaron Rodgers thing.
What do you think dictates an Aaron Rodgers trade most strongly to you with this pick?
Justin Fields.
You think so?
Obviously, that would be. It's not happening.
The pick is in.
Hey, Packers. Who do you want? We'll draft him.
Okay, well, this is interesting. It appears
I hadn't thought about that.
That the Denver Broncos have elected to become enamored with Patrick Surtain is the word that I am receiving. That they have honed in on the cornerback from Alabama. This is unsubstantiated at the moment. What would this mean? It is Patrick Surtain, the cornerback from Alabama, one of the top 2 consensus cornerbacks in this draft, 91.9 PFF grade over the last 2 years, the highest of any corner in this draft class. Darius, I think you could probably make a case for him or J.C. Horn here. What does this trade mean for Denver? I mean, what does it mean to you in terms of Green Bay? There's so much. What do you make of it?
Obviously, I love corners coming off the board. You need as many as you can get in this league. This is great. I like this pick. If you want to go quarterback, I like this pick. You see him right here playing this scheme. You can tell how polished he is, how well coached he's been. His dad coached him in high school, and then he gets with Nick Saban. He's just a well-rounded corner. You see him reading this, coming up, making a tackle, like just well-rounded. He can read receivers. He can play press. He can come up and tackle. He's literally everything you want as a prototypical NFL cornerback. So this is another great weapon for Vic Fangio. They added Kyle Fuller, who's probably, in my opinion, the best off-technique man corner in the league. So it's great. Obviously, you need all the defense you can have in that division playing against Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert. It's still the Justin Fields. Like, what? I don't know what's going on there.
I think he has a chance to be a special player. He's not a unique physical talent. he kind of reminds me a little bit of Richard Sherman. I see the intelligence. You know how Richard is going to not really look at the receiver. He's really looking at the quarterback, right? And that's what you see with Surtain as well. And the other thing that I really liked about him was he sort of easily is able to turn and find the ball. He has the size. It's going to be difficult to get the deep balls over him. He has a certain comfort level with his turn. I don't think you're going to get a lot of penalties out of him from the cornerback position. So there's some real upside. He can have somebody who runs 4.3 go right past him. That's the concern if you're going to say what's the concern.
Yeah, he's a little tall, 6'2", not super twitchy at that size, but he did run a 4.41 at his pro day. He has speed. I think he's just the most well-rounded cornerback in this draft class. Feels to me a lot like Antoine Winfield Jr. coming out last year at safety, where it's just like you can tell this guy's been watching film since he's 3 years old. Like you can tell he is Patrick Surtain's son. Like he just knows football inside and out, is so well-rounded and technically sound at the position that the floor for him, like if he turns into a below-average cornerback in the NFL, I would be so surprised because he is already that polished. Highest graded cornerback in all of college football this past year, 3 years starting for Nick Saban, started as true freshman. Like,
physical.
There's a lot to like.
Yeah, he's going to tackle.
Was this the Pack? So if you're the Packers, Mike, was this the player you would have called for them to pick?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. We're still alive.
The Packers' biggest need is the second cornerback opposite Jair Alexander. Biggest need. They brought back Kevin King for 1 year, right? They brought him back, but he was torched for 4 straight years. Cornerback 2 is what they need opposite Jair, so it could be Surtain.
Without Aaron Rodgers, that's the biggest need.
And you will say, you look at the Broncos. They signed Ronald Darby this offseason, signed Kyle Fuller this offseason. Like they got a full cornerback room.
Yeah,
they're going to be benching either a guy they just signed as a free agent or benching their top 10 pick to play starting outside cornerback. So it is curious pick from a need perspective.
No, it's not.
You can't have enough.
From a team building standpoint,
I know,
Denver's doing all the right things. I mean,
I agree with the process.
Well, you
myself,
remember the law that it was passed a few years ago. You cannot have more than 3 cornerbacks on your team.
Well, I'm just saying, if you have the conspiracy theory that the Packers, this pick was made for the Packers.
Oh, and I want that
then this would make sense from that because it is not a need for the Broncos right now.
It makes sense for both. I mean, look, Denver, from a team building standpoint, if it's just Denver, put Justin Fields aside for a minute. Yeah. Loading up at 3 corners, especially in that division with Kansas City, you have to stop the pass, right? So it's Kyle Fuller, Ronald Darby, plus Patrick Surtain, plus Vic Fangio. If this is the pick and they're sticking with it, it's an incredible secondary that Denver's building.
And now we have the Dallas Cowboys coming up.
They must be pissed.
Who just got hurt.
They got to be pissed.
The 2 corners that they would have liked to have had are now both gone.
What's Jerry doing on the yacht right now?
I disagree. Actually. If they've done their homework on Caleb Farley, if you can get him and he's that left corner in that Dan Quinn system.
Yeah, 2 back surgeries.
Wow.
I was gonna say.
Like I said, it depends. It depends. If you're good on that medical,
we have
that
a trade.
Does not surprise me.
There's a drop off after those top 2 corners, so this doesn't surprise.
The Eagles have traded up with their friends, the Dallas Cowboys, to pick number 10. So now the Eagles are here.
Justin Fields.
It's got to be.
This is going to be interesting.
Michael Parsons?
Wow, you're going to trade with the Eagles and give them Justin Fields to play in your division?
The Eagles are only in this position to make all this maneuvering because they lost on Sunday Night Football.
Correct-amundo.
They're going to get Justin Fields maybe because they lost on Sunday Night Football in Week 7, a meaningless Week 17 game.
They would have had the 9th pick otherwise, so they kind of still
would have had the
but they also
but they went
more.
down. They went from 6 to 12 to 10.
I cannot wait to see this pick.
What do we think they go? So you bet 1,000 plus 1,000 that'd be a quarterback. So you're sitting here very excited. What about Devontae Smith?
It could be. It could definitely be that.
I feel like it's got to be one of those.
But you wouldn't worry about the Cowboys taking him.
No, but you're not worried about the Cowboys taking either of those guys.
Giants could
take a receiver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So at 11.
You are right.
This is the NFC East corner here. It was Cowboys, Giants, Eagles, all in a row here.
Let's go, Eagles.
So if they could take Justin Fields, this could be really cool. I'm hoping that one.
If they take Justin, I'll have to take a break and go on my Twitter.
They committed to Jalen Hurts for a day.
The reported trade is a first and a third round pick from the Eagles for number 12 and number 84 going the other way. That's kind of all over the place. We'll get more details in here shortly. Interestingly, though, they jump a team that you figured would not be picking Fields. So either there was another team trying to get up there and they had to beat them out, or this is Devontae Smith. Or maybe I'm just completely wrong and they're going Kwity Paye.
Well, and the Cowboys got burned on the 2 corners. That's who they wanted.
Yeah.
And there's not a pass rusher in this draft, in my opinion, that would belong at the number 10 pick because of injury concerns and some different things. So I think when they lost the corner, there's not the pass rusher, and I think they were happy to get out.
Yeah, if you intend on taking defense in this draft, it always made sense to trade down. There were not the blue chip guys defensively. There was one on the PFF draft board, and it's Micah Parsons. And like I said, no one wants to touch that guy with his off-field issues right now.
What's interesting about this, though, is if you're the Cowboys, if you're saying, okay, I'm going to trade with you, are you okay with giving them Justin Fields? Or are you saying, look, I'll trade with you as long as you promise me that it's not the quarterback? I'll give you the receiver, but I can't give you a quarterback. Because, I mean, can you imagine if they allow the Eagles to go up and get Fields and he turns out to be fantastic? And the Cowboys are sitting there forever. I mean, they'll replay this.
You're saying the Cowboys are going to trust the Eagles here? Don't worry about it. I'm not taking a quarterback. Yeah, no problem.
I'm just saying.
That's the first trade of the night.
I love that terrible
That is the first trade of the night. Yes, it is the first trade of the night. Again, the Cowboys get number 84 along with number 12 and traded out of number 10 to the Philadelphia Eagles. So we'll await that pick, about 30 seconds away. My money is on DeVonta Smith.
Yeah, mine is as well.
DeVonta Smith, okay.
It's an expensive pick. Third round to move up 2 spots to jump your other division rival, the Giants, who might want to bring another receiver in.
Do you think, did you scout DeVonta Smith's rock, paper, scissors ability? Because what Nick Sirianni said was that he played rock, paper, scissors with them to find out their competitive nature.
He's a gamer. Smith's a gamer. I bet he can. I bet he can go
couldn't
a few
tell
rounds.
the way he wins at the catch point, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell.
Pick is in.
All right, here we go.
Come on, Sirianni. We'll get your quarterback.
You think it's Fields?
My pocket wants it to be.
Okay, yeah, that's plus 1,000 is pretty nice. Pocket is pretty nice. Chris, your money is on?
Mac Jones. No,
it has been reported that DeVonta Smith is the guy the Eagles wanted to bring to the city of brotherly love. The Heisman winner last year obviously took off, absolutely had a sensational season with Mac Jones at quarterback. He had a 94.9 PFF grade, the highest of any wide receiver in college football last year. And the things that he put on tape were absolutely fantastic, Mike.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to poke a lot of holes in his game, to be honest. I mean, when you average over 140 yards a game over the course of a season, and the crazy thing to me is 1,856 yards last year, 1,313 of those came in the first half of games. He wasn't playing the second half of games because Alabama's blowing guys out. The best route runner in this draft, probably the best ball skills of any wide receiver in this draft. And his speed, people have said he's not necessarily a 4-4 guy. He runs away from 4-3 guys down the football field. I don't care if he's not a 4-4 guy. He runs away from Derek Stingley, who ran a 4-3 coming out of high school. This guy plays fast, game in and game out. But, oh, yeah, he's 166 pounds. That is the thing. He will be 166 pounds next year. He was 166 pounds last year. He's always been 166 pounds. This guy's always been skinny his entire life, and he dominated to a level we have not seen on a college football field, making contested catches left and right like that. It will matter more, but it's not going to matter to a degree that he's going to be a bust at the NFL.
His releases are unbelievable. You're not getting your hands on him. I don't care. And as far as not being a big guy, he makes plays above the rim, and his hands are so sticky that he can immediately translate from catching the ball to running with the ball and finding a defender and making somebody miss about as quickly as I've seen. I would have taken him. I absolutely would have taken him here. But what's really interesting for me is the Cowboys miss on their cornerbacks and the Eagles add a receiver. So the net of that in the division gets pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think it was a good move by both teams. Good pick. Now you're showing, hey, Hurts is your guy. Let's get him some weapons. Like you said, he is 166 pounds, but if it's any era of football that he can still come in and dominate, it's now. You know, the way the rules are, the way the hits are.
Can't touch him.
I played with T.Y. Hilton, who was a very small, but he was strong. He had good play strength. I see the same thing when I watch DeVonta on tape. It's not like he's weak and the guys are just manhandling him. So I think he'll do well. He'll create separation for Hurts, and that's what you need, open windows.
And when the season was on the line, he was unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he stole the Heisman Trophy because the last month or whatever, he was just unbelievable.
So you're not worried about 166?
I'm not worried about at that position. Not at that position.
I think of a guy cross sport. KD is skinnier than skinny can be, and this guy's out there just destroying people. I get that same vibe.
Well, he's 7 foot.
I'm interested in his teammate, Jalen Waddle, was not nearly as productive. Now, and had an easier role in that same system, and Waddle went at 6. The NFL still covets speed. Happened last year. Henry Ruggs goes ahead of Jerry Jeudy, the better Alabama receiver. So I want to see what happens with Miami and Jalen Waddle, and now with Philadelphia with Devontae. Devontae Smith's the better player than Jalen Waddle.
I also think it's interesting. Last year's wide receiver class, we loved too. Everyone seemingly loved. They didn't come off the board until pick 10. Now we got 3 guys at pick 10 already gone. I think teams are starting to come around to the idea of, yeah, maybe you can get a wide receiver in the second round, but you need a wide receiver to win. You need that game changer to win in today's NFL. You saw what the Chiefs and the Bucs did getting to the Super Bowl. I think teams are wanting that themselves.
But that was also...
News is happening.
Uh-oh.
Do it, George.
News is
happening.
happening.
Said watch out for the Bears.
Oh, baby.
I said watch out for the Bears. They're making a move.
Oh, baby. Where are you getting this news from?
The Bears.
Ian Rappaport.
Ian Rappaport reporting, if we could get this into...
Sorry, I got excited.
That would be fantastic. Ian Rappaport reporting that the Bears are moving up to grab, we would think, Justin Fields here.
What if it's Mac Jones?
What if it's Mac Jones?
What if it's... I mean, they jumped up and took Mitch Trubisky a couple years ago, so I wouldn't be shocked.
They're trying to hit
there
a
you
home
go. You
run.
could have used AI.
They have to.
Yeah. They're trying to
Until
hit
last year.
Yep, they had a whole...
Dave Gettleman traded down.
He did.
There we go. Dave Gettleman trading down. I mean, the Bears had a whole press conference how they said, we've done everything right except the quarterback position. Everything right in this regime. So they had to make a move. They tried to go all in on Russell Wilson. They had to make a move here.
And Dave Gettleman lost his
down.
receiver and the cornerbacks, and so he got stung in this one.
I'm excited to see what the compensation is, because we'll obviously analyze the trade as soon as it comes in, expecting that the Bears are trading up for a quarterback. That makes the calculus here different, and I'm going to kick it over to someone who can explain it far better than me. But this is really where we always talk about trading down and the value of trading down, unless you are getting a chance at a quarterback, Eric.
Yeah, even with a quarterback, we've seen now that this trade up by San Francisco to 3 to get one guy when the other 2 guys have fallen all the way this far shows that even thinking that how the board is going to go is a little faulty. But yes, when you look at trading up from 12 to 10 using a pick in the 80s, you win that trade lose that trade 58% of the time. You give up about over the course of the deal about a fifth of a win. So it's not that much, but over time, those are the little things that add up.
The official details for this trade: the Bears are trading up pick number 20, pick number 164, a 2022 first-round pick, and a 2022 fourth-round pick to go up from 20 to 11. And after reading those details out loud, this is a slam dunk. If they are taking Justin Fields, trading just a future first-round pick, you throw 164 and some change, the 2022 fourth-rounder, trading just one future first-round pick. The San Francisco 49ers traded 2 future first-round picks and a third to go from 12 to 3. And now we have PFF's best quarterback available right now, the number 3 overall quarterback and number 3 overall player in this class, the most accurate quarterback in this class, arguably the most athletic. I think this is the move. If they go Justin Fields here, this is, in my opinion, steal the draft.
It's not linear, but 9 picks for what the Bears did for 9 picks and what the 49ers did for 9 picks.
Yeah.
To get a quarterback, like the Bears are getting the better quarterback here too.
I agree.
This is a slam dunk. We talk about when Green Bay's, having the animosity with Rodgers. As far as, Minnesota's not the favorite. I mean, this division is changing its complexion relatively quickly.
Can we get on social media, please, the Andy Dalton is our guy graphics? We need those live. We need those now. Andy Dalton is our guy until we get the future first rounder, obviously, for a quarterback here. If it's not a quarterback, obviously, we just saw the Philadelphia Eagles trade up, 184 overall pick to go up and grab a wide receiver. If this is not a quarterback, that gets scary. But like you guys said, Ryan Pace is going for his job here. Matt Nagy is going for his job, and you're not going to win it back with Andy Dalton. I'll tell you that right now. I think getting a quarterback here, specifically Justin Fields, is my decision. I think that's the best move.
Yeah, this is like the trade that the Steelers did to get Devin Bush. But gladly, the Chicago Bears are taking a quarterback.
They are taking Justin Fields,
That's still the draft.
quarterback
Still
at
the
best pick of the
OSU. And
entire
this
draft.
is so interesting because full circle it has come. Trubisky was given to them by the Niners. Now the Niners opt for Trey Lance with a massive trade up, and the Bears give up far less to get Justin Fields, quarterback from Ohio State. Justin Fields, a 90.6 PFF grade. I'm having as much trouble reading that as you are, but I'll get you through it one way or another. On throws past his first read, everyone talked about his inability to read progressions, Mike, so I want you to talk us through it. What did you see with Justin Fields?
Yeah, no issues with his progressions. He gets through them as well as any quarterback in the country. It's more the speed at which he gets through them is often the issue, but the special throws on tape, like this throw right here, I don't think I've seen Mitchell Trubisky make anything quite like that. The throws he made in that game against Clemson, multiple of them, and then he adds this element, getting outside the pocket, 4.43 speed, finishing runs. He is 6'2", 227 pounds. He is a real threat in the running game. Didn't get utilized often in it at Ohio State, but he adds that element more so than Mitchell Trubisky ever did. And again, like the accuracy, the level of physical tools that he possesses. I cannot believe he's on the board right here. The Bears apparently, reportedly before this draft, weren't allowed to mortgage their draft futures. They weren't going to let Ryan Pace do that. The ownership came down and said that. This isn't mortgaging your future. This is your future. Exactly. This is a fantastic move for them. He's the most accurate quarterback in the country over the last 2 years on throws 10-plus yards down the football field. The complete opposite of Mitchell Trubisky, and that's a good thing.
Let's grade this, because I think the Bears deserve this from PFF.
Yeah.
Go Bears.
This is
the Bears.
Probably resounding. What would you put there?
Number one. This is the number one play of the night. When we go read the newspapers tomorrow and people are talking about what's the story of this draft, this is going to be the number one story. And I'm thrilled for the Chicago Bears. Al Michaels is going to be so excited. We're going to be back in Chicago Cut, eating in a fine restaurant again. That's his favorite restaurant up there. So this is going to bring the Chicago Bears. And if any of this Aaron Rodgers stuff is true, remember, this is a team that finished second in this division last year. They were second. They were a playoff team. Now you're going to add this young man with Andy Dalton as a mentor and Matt Nagy's offense. This is like a dream come true for the city of Chicago and the Chicago Bears. This is the most fantastic news they've had since the Cubs won the pennant.
I have something here. I have to bring it up. When we saw Dave Gettleman, obviously he said, I don't trade down. I don't want to get fleeced. This is a fleecing. One future first-round pick to go 9 picks down in the first round and give, obviously, the Chicago Bears a quarterback of the future. Like, this is insane. I think this is really the steal of the draft. We're going to be talking about this as an A++ and well-deserving for Chicago Bears fans who have suffered through Mitch Trubisky, Nick Foles, and soon-to-be Andy Dalton now on the bench.
I think from the Giants' perspective, it makes a ton of sense, though. Like, if I was the Cowboys, I would have taken this deal in a heartbeat, too, to get a future
Could you not have gotten
first-rounder.
more?
Yeah, that's what possibly, but again, Fields fell to 11.
Yeah,
there's teams obviously didn't see him super highly. To get a future first rounder when everyone's saying next year's first rounders are going to be at a premium, I think, like I said, if I was the Cowboys needing defense in this draft, I would have made this trade in a heartbeat.
This could change the whole narrative on the Bears regime, though, and Matt Nagy, because in 2018. Again, nothing is better than comparing a PFF grade to what's actually happened on the field from a production standpoint. And we were sitting here pounding the table in 2018. They're winning the division. We're like, no, Mitch Trubisky is the 30th, 34th, 38th best quarterback in the league right now by our grades. But something's happening on the field where they're moving the ball. That's the coach. Now, he's been held back by Trubisky. They made the wrong move getting Foles. They had the afterthought of a starting quarterback in Andy Dalton this offseason. They tried to get every other quarterback. They settled for Andy Dalton.
Russell Wilson. They tried to get Russell Wilson. Yeah.
Put up a tweet that QB1 is Andy Dalton. They had to make this move, and Justin Fields has the chance to save the entire Bears regime and Matt Nagy.
Interestingly, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, a comparison that Sage Rosenfels made on the PFF forecast. The ability to throw the ball downfield with great accuracy, but some of the ability to bring pressure on themselves by holding onto the ball too long. And we talked about the Broncos, okay? I look at this Bears, I'm looking at the PFF Draft Guide, by the way, which you can get for 30% off with promo code DRAFT30. But I look at this. You know what I see, Darius? I see Allen Robinson. This poor man has been saddled with absolute garbage at the quarterback position. He gets an accurate quarterback. I see Khalil Mack. He's been shackled with terrible quarterback or teams or franchises for his entire career. And this is a really good team.
I think it's a great move, not only for Chicago, but for the NFL. I mean, it's a great city. It's a great city.
For Sunday Night Football.
It's a great fan base. And now you get a dynamic player at the quarterback position. I don't think that we're the only team that hasn't had a 4,000-yard passer yet. I think he'll probably be the first. You got Allen Robinson. I'm very familiar with Allen Robinson. Spent a lot of time with him in the AFC South. And this is, off the top of my head, by far the best quarterback that he's had. Mitch Trubisky stunk it up last year, as we talked about, and the Bears actually took a step back when they took Dalton, in my opinion. And now you jump up here and make this move to get Justin Fields. I think it was a move to save your job if you're Ryan Pace and to save your job if you're Matt Nagy. So I hope it works out, not only for Chicago, but for the NFL.
Don't you think they were probably in there begging every single time. It might have been one of those like Tampa last year where they were trying to trade up for 4 or 5 and they couldn't get a deal. And then the Giants missed on all the receivers and missed on all the corners and were willing to trade down. I'm sure in that Giants room, there was such a frustration. They couldn't even imagine the situation where a quarterback hadn't gone prior, which would have preserved one of the 2 cornerbacks or one of those top 3 receivers. And now they were all gone on the Giants.
The comparison you made, though, about holding on to the ball, like that is an issue. I mean, he takes a high percentage of sacks, average time in the pocket over 3 seconds, all right, and that's from snap to release, and that's a quarterback type of stat. That has to speed up. But what he does great is only 18 turnover-worthy plays his entire career. That is incredible with how often he threw the ball. So he doesn't put the ball in harm's way, but maybe takes too many negative plays. Aaron Rodgers does the same thing. Russell Wilson does the same thing. That's the ultimate goal for Fields. But there's other guys. There's Ryan Tannehill. There's Tyrod Taylor. Those guys have a similar profile. So where Fields lands on that spectrum there that's going to be telling if he hits that peak, or does he end up a Ryan Tannehill type of player who has had those issues, has been good, but hasn't really figured it out till year 8.
And the weakness of the Chicago Bears, if you were to pick one, would probably be their offensive line, if you were to look at one. We now know that on the yacht is Jerry Jones and now Micah Parsons. I guess Jerry Jones not on the yacht, or is that the yacht? Is that really his yacht? Does he actually have that on the yacht?
No.
Have you been to the yacht?
I've been on the yacht.
We're going to get into yacht stories in the 3rd hour of this show. But Micah Parsons, linebacker from Penn State, is the pick here, of course.
The apparent pick.
Invited to the yacht. We don't know if that means it's going to be official or not. The linebacker from Penn State. And the interesting thing about Micah Parsons is there was some question as to whether he would be even the first linebacker selected because of some of the off-field issues. I myself bet Zaven Collins at 10-1, and that's not going to cash. I'm going to survive. But Darius, I'll start with you here. A defensive player, another linebacker. What does this mean for the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, he's a freak show. He's a freak show. He could do everything you want as an off-the-ball linebacker on the field. You got Dan Quinn in there. When they had that dominant LOB defense, they had at least two good. You had Bobby Wagner in the middle. You had KJ Wright, who's still there, and they made a ton of plays. And now you got Jalen Smith in there. You got Micah Parsons. I think they could be a nasty 1-2 punch. So I love the pick. I love it. They needed a lot of help on that defensive side of the ball. It wasn't all of the players. I think Mike Nolan did a terrible job with him that last year. But now you got Dan Quinn coming in, who I'm not that high on because he did great in Seattle. Went to Atlanta, didn't do so great. So this is his chance to kind of, build and mold. And this is a great guy to be able to do it with.
Might end up being as good of a pass rusher as anything else. 91.6 PFF grade in 2019. He held out last season. Mike, take us through what makes Micah Parsons so special.
Yeah, this is, for my money, the best linebacker we've scouted in our 7 years of doing this. 6'3", 246 pounds. Ran a 4.36 at his pro day. That's a rare athlete for the position. And the physicality part of the game comes easy to him. Taking on blocks, getting off of guys, rocking dudes in space. It's all there. Like everything you want from a 3-down linebacker, he has. Coverage, haven't seen him do much of that. Like I said, they often utilize him as a blitzer. That's kind of his bread and butter. He still himself said he sees himself as an edge rusher, and that's kind of the way he plays the game. He attacks 24/7. From snap 1 to snap 56, he is going to be going downhill, trying to kill dudes. Like I said, the best linebacker we've scouted, the second highest run defense grade as a true sophomore before he opted out this past season. Cowboys are getting a heck of a linebacker.
You don't think they're seeing him as an edge, though, right?
I don't think they're seeing him as an edge.
Because it's really a 2-linebacker league. It's not a 3-linebacker league. If they have Leighton Vander Esch, they have Jalen Smith. Are they actually going to rush him off the edge? Because that's a huge risk.
I think they're planning on getting rid of maybe Jalen Smith with how I guess he played last year and the foot issue that he has. So
yeah, Jalen didn't look great. The new system, I mean, if he's a Bobby Wagner type and he's going to sit in the middle and run the seam and the whole deal, like he has all those skills. It's a bit of a projection.
I think Jalen's biggest issue was I'm not saying he doesn't spend enough time. It was the film room, and maybe it was the new system that came in. But if I'm him, if I'm his representation, I get him in contact with Bobby Wagner, and I'll go out and train with you for a couple weeks because I need to know because he has all the athletic ability. He's probably one of the top 5 athletic off-the-ball linebackers in the league. If he can figure it out system-wise and be able to anticipate plays and know where he's supposed to be in these coverages, especially this is a linebacker-friendly defense with Dan Quinn. So I don't think of linebackers. You know, Michael, you said one of his best abilities is blitzing. I don't think of blitzing linebackers in this system. So maybe it's some type of maybe they meet in the middle somewhere.
The only thing I'll say about him on the negative side, I mean, he's so flashy when you watch him play, right? I mean, it's like so fast and he gets the things around. He almost plays the linebacker position a little like a safety would coming down as that dime linebacker. Like he almost has to make you miss. And when people got their hands on him or were able to actually block him, he could literally run himself out of gaps. And in college football, maybe you can get away with that.
Yep.
In the NFL, with all the cutback runs and the inside zones and the different things, I just think you have to keep an eye on that. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying keep an eye on it because I saw it happen more than a few times with him.
Yeah, he wins with quicks, like it's agility instead of
Darius Leonard in
taking on.
But he's in a division where it's not a bunch of downhill type. Even Saquon, he's not a downhill guy. Miles Sanders, he's not really a downhill bruiser. So I think he's great for that system in that division. I love him as a player. I mean, I keep hearing the rumors about the character issues, but I haven't heard exactly what those issues are. And if we know it's one guy who
Mike will tell you later.
We know a few of them.
Well, if it's one owner that we know will take guys with character issues, it's Jerry Jones of that yacht. So I'm interested to see how he pans out in Dallas.
Let's grade this pick because I have some questions for the peanut gallery here. And I'm giving it a B, and here's why. So I was reading the PFF Draft Guide, which if you're not reading at this point,
what are you doing?
I don't know what you're doing. But Mike, I want to know how confident you are now knowing the scheme he's going into in his coverage ability, because I love run defense as much as the next guy. But you're going to be dictate like how good you are in this league is how good you can stop the pass.
Yeah. So what he's going to be doing in this defense a lot of in coverage was going to be asked of them, come downhill two running backs, 2 guys crossing routes, that sort of thing. Not necessarily go backwards and make plays on tight ends. A little bit of that, but his biggest thing is going to be tackling in space. And he is far and away the best tackler in this draft class at the linebacker position. 11-inch hands. The guy wraps down guys in space like a lion hunting in the savannah. Like straight up, that's what he looks like.
That's your second favorite
that's
sport.
his comp in the draft guide, actually. But I do think that in that defense, for that scheme, now if you were playing him in like a man-heavy scheme or a lot of combo coverages, I wouldn't feel as good about him. But in that one, I think he's going to be, like I said, it's going to be utilizing him in a downhill manner.
I remember Dan Quinn in Atlanta very well for many reasons. The one positive, really, though, was how good Deion Jones was.
Yeah.
And Deion Jones was interesting in that when we saw him coming out, we were not confident in his ability to be a great coverage player. He ended up, obviously injury hurt him there and was able to figure out that system. So if there's one area where Dan Quinn has had success, it's identifying, players. He had obviously Bobby Wagner over there in Seattle.
And you can tell me more about this than I know, but a lot of times in that Seattle cover 3 defense, you end up, now the whole league are these deep over routes, right? And if you have the linebacker on the back side of that can, because the whole is you've got a man side and you've got a zone side. So here goes, you're going to clear out the man side, and here comes that deep over, and that linebacker has to be able to get there.
And run with that guy.
That guy. So that position is a really valuable position in this defense.
And he's perfect for that. 49ers, they got Fred Warner that can do it. The Colts, they got Darius Leonard that can do it, and he's a 4-3 guy. Yeah, Bobby Wags. You have to have that type of backer that can. Luke Kuechly, when he was in the league, he's cut from that cloth. I think if he has it mentally, and watching him on film, you don't make those type of plays just playing the game. Like, you go into games knowing what the hell the offense is doing. So knowing that, getting with Dan Quinn, who has a good track record with good players, I think this guy, his potential's off the board.
That's the third opt-out, right? Parsons, Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
All those guys were stars. They were top 10 caliber players coming in. They didn't really get hurt with the opt-out.
And they have all flown off the board. Caleb Farley, another opt-out, but injury concern, likely the reason he is falling. The Chargers are on the clock, and we are going to take a quick break. While we're breaking, I recommend Go run. Go run, grab yourself a draft guide while Cris runs to the bathroom.
That's a good
Draft
idea.
30 is the promo. You get
turn off my
30%
mic.
off. And if you can hear this, because I'm telling you right now, the first 13 guys, they're easy. You know a lot about them. As this draft gets on, you're going to need the draft guide, because when your team picks a guy you've never heard of, we've got you covered. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Stay tuned.
Everything in business is speed related. Somebody's going to get there with machine learning, with AI. We want to be the first ones.
PFF analyzes football in more detail than anybody else on the planet.
And that is some
Best NFL rivalries, Bears, Packers.
Bears, Packers.
Packers, Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
don't want to see that pass rush. In part because we really improved our systems. We're embracing machine learning. We're embracing AI. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
And posited that ball location. That's incredible.
The data is so much bigger than what my team can do with it. Our plan was, let's partner with somebody that can help us with the data.
The most important thing for us was to build a system that was seamless. So we moved our whole infrastructure into the AWS cloud.
So the math is crazy, but it's predictive, right?
Machine learning allows us to get very, very quickly to very complex data. And the AI allows us to see the connections within the data that the human beings can't.
AWS is allowing us to go through the machine learning phase together, and we can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate to pass rating also.
If you are addicted to the game, which I think I am, I think I'm addicted to the game, the passion of the study itself becomes really significant. But we have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
Welcome back in to the PFF NFL Draft Show. Rashawn Slater was the selection of the Los Angeles Chargers of Anaheim. So a tackle there to solidify, or potentially even a guard, to solidify the offensive line for Justin Herbert, who was the Offensive Rookie of the Year last year. And Slater, a guy who some people mocked ahead of Penei Sewell, Mike. So talk about Slater and what made him so good.
Yeah, I mean, those are two blue chip prospects. I mean, Slater, his feet, his movement skills, they're better than Sewell, quite frankly. But he's just a little bit slimmer, not nearly as powerful, but 304 pounds. You see him out there in space, attacking a corner like that. Really rare dude. Like, those are, a lot of people were projecting him on the inside because only 33-inch arms, but this guy can play tackle through and through. That's where he's going to play for the Los Angeles Chargers. Don't make any mistake about it. Watch his tape against Chase Young right here, handling him on the left side. He handled Chase Young better than anyone in the country did that season, back in 2019, before he opted out. Truly is a plug-and-play type of starter. May very well be better than Penei Sewell year one. That would not surprise me whatsoever because technically that's where he was at before he opted out this past season. To me, the Chargers have to be thinking, like, the heavens. A guy like that does not fall to 13 very often.
You know, Mike, you're good at your job, but this is really good. In the draft guide, early fit for the tackle. For the Chargers, with tackle Rashawn Slater there. You can go get a PFF draft guide, by the way, on PFF.com. If you're not watching there, we've got a live draft tracker going up. And so even if we go to break, you're getting a pick in, you're getting the grade and the analysis. We don't even have to be on the screen. I'm using it myself. So I recommend you do so as well with a PFF draft guide. Rashawn Slater to the Chargers. We had Trey Pipkins there as the left tackle. Bit of an upgrade.
A bit of an upgrade. And let's talk about who he is. His dad was an NBA player for 8 years, so he's going to have the feet. And I think David Bakhtiari came to mind for me, a guy that is not going to overwhelm people, and he's not that physical a guy, right? I mean, he's really not. But he's sort of built for a zone blocking. His feet can get in front of people. But it was amazing the number of snaps. And I just put on all the pass drops, the key pass plays or whatever, however you guys created that system.
True pass sets, right?
True pass sets.
There you go.
And he just stayed in front of people all day long. You know, they just didn't get around. It wasn't always overpowering or anything. He just stayed in front of them. And in this league, if you can stay in front of them for 2.5 seconds, you're a winner.
Last year, the Chargers, number 31 in PFF pass blocking grade. It's been every single year. One of the worst offensive lines year over year. They just spent the whole offseason overhauling this thing. And this is the last piece that they needed, right? They bring in Matt Filer, PFF favorite in free agency, bring in our top center in free agency, and Corey Linsley, bring in Ode Abushi, solid starter at right guard. Last year, Brian Bulaga. This was the thing they needed to improve that pass protection for Justin Herbert in year 2.
Now, the only thing is, does the Los Angeles Chargers, can they ruin them? Because they seemingly ruin every single offensive lineman they draft or sign. It's just kind of built on Indian graveyard over there.
It's interesting, too, because the Bengals went the other way, right? I mean, they're both trying to build around last year's first-round quarterbacks. Both have two of the worst offensive lines. Bengals said, give me the receiver. Chargers said, we got to solidify the offensive line.
Yeah, the difference was what was available.
Yeah, and you know, Chargers have two dynamic pass catchers. Obviously, Keenan Allen, he's the guy who's going to move the sticks. Hard to stay in front of him. You got Mike Williams down the field. So great pick. His feet, great feet. You're protecting your franchise back there, quarterback. I mean, it's a great pick. I mean, I don't know what else to say about this one.
And the other, Corey Linsley, you hit on that. But to have a guy that can run the protection scheme in front and take some of the load off of the quarterback as far as making all those calls is going to be substantial too.
So the Jets made a trade up. The Giants trade down. The Jets trade up, and they invite in across the river there to New Jersey Elijah Vera Tucker, tackle/guard out of USC. They traded number 23, number 60, and number 66 for number 14, number 86, and number 143. So we'll get that graphic up there in a second. But let's talk about Vera Tucker, 89.2 pass blocking grade in 2020 on true pass sets. Those are pass sets that you would likely see in obvious passing situations. It's not play action, none of that stuff. You see what they're made of. Mike, take us through Vera Tucker.
Yeah, he's just about the same thing kind of we just said for Rashawn Slater. You can say a lot about Elijah Vera Tucker. Just incredibly sound. Does not get himself out of position. Kind of a solid all-around player. The worry here is 32 1/8-inch arms. Can he stick at tackle? Had some issues with Kayvon Thibodeau, the Oregon defensive end who might go top 10 next year, but a powerful, physical left tackle. I think he kicks inside at guard, and you have your left guard there that you kick next to Mekhi Becton and have that blind side just solid for Zach Wilson for years to come. If you talked about the safety of the offensive lineman left in this draft class, guys you felt good about plugging and playing year one, this was the last guy. This was the last guy you felt could come in and knew he was going to be that dude from the rip. And so I think that's why the Jets make this move, is because you know he's going to come in and be an upgrade.
I have some news that supersedes this. McCorkle Jones, the quarterback from Alabama, fan of the weight room, has been told by the Patriots that they would like to potentially see him in Foxborough at some point this season. Do you like what I did there?
Way to smooth it out.
Had to smooth it out. They have been enamored with Mac Jones, McCorkle Jones, and they have made that official. McCorkle Jones, quarterback, Alabama, and the Patriots. So
they got Shanahan's guy.
They ended up getting Shanahan's guy. 92.4 career PFF grade versus the Blitz. Was tremendous last year, the highest graded quarterback last season. So we've talked about not taking Jones at 3. But Jones at 3 for 3 first-rounders is a big difference.
Wasn't a good spot
between McCorkle Jones at 15. Mike, what did Jones do that makes him potentially deserving of this pick?
Well, his real name is Mike Jones, which I think he changed because, the
Houston
rapper. But he is an absolute offense facilitator. It's probably the best way to describe him. He's not going to go above and beyond, but when the offense is there to be had, he's going to hit those throws. Very accurate, was the most accurate quarterback in the country this past season. You see his deep ball waver. The arm strength is not there, but his feet in the pocket, he can maneuver pockets. He's not a disaster of an athlete. This guy can make some plays on his own. You see here in the Kentucky game, this is probably the best throw he made all season long into the back of the end zone. About as strong an arm as Joe Burrow had last year coming out of LSU. So the things you didn't see on Mac Jones' tape that you saw on Joe Burrow's tape, Mac Jones only under pressure 18.9% of the snaps this past year. Joe Burrow over 30% of the time. Joe Burrow had 3 times as many completions into tight windows as Mac Jones had. Joe Burrow did not throw any RPOs last year. Over 20% of Mac Jones' completions this past year on RPOs. It's just going to be different once he gets in the NFL. It is going to be a vastly different and worse situation, whereas Joe Burrow, you saw him play from bad situations and play at an elite level.
But you also see the Patriots now get back to their offense. Yeah. You have the 2 tight ends now. You have the play action. You have the move the linebacker. I mean, he is going to play like Tom Brady. They are going to train him to play.
I was waiting for the first person
to play in the style, and they're playing the style of Tom Brady. If they would have gone out and gotten one of the Justin Fields, then you say, all right, well, they've got Cam and they've got Justin, so they're going to play that style. They're going to play to it. But this is a turn back to the past. This is 2 tight ends, our traditional set that we're used to playing with Tom Brady. I'm not saying he is Tom Brady, but it gets them back to that style that they're most comfortable playing.
That's the guy he's been repeatedly compared to, and now he has the best opportunity to actually live up to that. And like you said, they've pretty much ran the same system for 2 decades. So now you get McDaniels back to that system. I think this kind of changes everything for the Patriots. I'm sure Patriot fans are pretty excited about this. I like Mac Jones as a player. I just didn't like him at 3. I love him at 15 in this system because this is perfect for him. And trust me, Bill knows absolutely everything he needs to know about him. He's as tight as can be with Saban.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a great pick for New England, honestly, going down the line.
This is what I was saying earlier. We get to see what does Belichick covet. Because a lot of people said once Brady's gone, Belichick's always ahead of the league, right? And there is not the next best quarterbacks in the NFL all have some level of mobility. Every last one of them, from Mahomes to Watson to even Rodgers, right? But right now they're going back and saying, give me the guy that is going to understand coverages and just spread it around. And I'm not going to add QB run game to it. So Bill Belichick has now made 3 important quarterback decisions in his entire career.
The only thing I'm slightly concerned with is the thing about Brady. He had an arm. He has an arm. He fits. He identifies matchups and he makes throws into tight windows. When I watch Mac Jones film, he knew where to go with his reads, but he didn't have that that type of laser of an arm that Brady had. Like, he has the accuracy, but it was more kind of layups. Now, like that throw that you show in the back of the end zone, if he can do that repeatedly in the short and intermediate levels of the field, then we can see I won't say a 6 championship. It's hard to compare him to Tom Brady. But we can see him being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, you just don't see the drive throws on his tape. Like driving a post, driving a dig. That doesn't happen. It's all touch throws to crossers, that sort of thing on his tape. And that's why, like I said, it shows up when he has to shuffle into a lot of throws onto the wide side of the field. His deep ball sort of just distance control can be all over the place. You saw him hit the rafters at his pro day. Had Bill Belichick laughing about that. But I do think that the fit it makes sense here. Like I said, the offense that they run in New England or have run with Tom Brady, he is a fit for. And a quarterback on a rookie deal, with as much money as they spent, it's what had to be done. And they're the first team now, after the first 2 guys, that didn't have to give up first-round pick to do it. They didn't have to give up any
That's true.
draft capital to do this, and so they can replenish with young talent.
So let's grade this pick. And while you do, I'm going to make a case that perhaps no one in this draft is going to have a bigger, a more rude awakening to their new situation than Mac Jones going from throwing to Devontae Smith behind that offensive line in that scheme to now throwing to, I can't even name the receivers.
But I'll tell you this.
You don't need to.
The depth of this receiver class. Now, remember what we're talking about. We're talking about New England.
Better.
It's a deep class. And a lot of that over the middle, Tom Brady, the way they used to play with the tight ends, all that. There are so many guys that are slot sort of players in this. They will have additional quick weapons to deal with here.
They brought in Nelson Aguilar, speed threat. Jacoby Myers gets open. Kendrick Bourne is a solid 3, and the 2 tight ends, Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. It's much improved from what the last couple of years.
Mac Jones has a chance to really make a statement, because remember, you talked about the deep comeback throws and some of that. The hash marks in college football are wide. So when you throw to the far side of the field, that's a long throw. In the NFL, there aren't that many really long throws. So, and we saw his accuracy on the deep ball, and to me, that's significant. You got to add that into this too.
The velocity thing it's a good point. Because people underrate Brady's arm. He has very good velocity, but when he did come out, it wasn't great. He did get much better.
Yeah, but when he had Randy Moss, he was throwing 60 yards in the air.
He still can. He still has a really good arm.
New rule for the rest of the night: there will be no Tom Brady comparisons to a single quarterback.
One more. I got to go back to your heat map. That would probably be very similar to Tom Brady's heat map. When you played against New England, you knew you had to protect the middle of the field. That's where he was attacking. That's where this system attacked. And the reason I'm going to give this pick an A because not only do you have Mac Jones in this system, but you still have the switch up of Cam Newton. Yeah, he can completely change it up. He can completely switch it up.
How's it a B+, George? All you do is tell everybody to pick a quarterback, take your chance. We don't know, and that's the thing about quarterbacks, right? The range of outcomes is all over the place. It's worth a shot because they don't have anybody going forward.
It's got to be an A.
What are they going to do better? Take a tackle? Change your grade, George.
I will not change my grade, Steve.
You're off-brand. It's an A.
I will not change my grade.
Every quarterback's an A.
I think it's a great pick. The only thing I'll say about this is a little bit of Cam Newton. I want to see Cam Newton get a fair shot with receivers that can get.
We'll still see Cam Newton. Trust me.
That'd be interesting.
Goal line.
Do you think that they actually employ a 2-quarterback offense?
1,000%. I wouldn't say necessarily 2 quarterback, but he'll have a package, a significant package. And now when you're coming in to play New England, they're the most game plan specific team. Ever. So coming into that game planning for a defensive coordinator, that's going to be a nightmare.
Everybody's going to expect Mac Jones because of the narrative around Mac Jones. He'll get the system. This is a complicated system. It took Jimmy Garoppolo a few years to figure it out too. He looked really overwhelmed his first few preseasons. It's going to take time for Mac Jones, despite quick reads and understand. It's going to take him some time.
Cam Newton's a proud man. This we're going to get the best of Cam Newton this year. Last year that supporting cast was awful. I mean, it was so awful that it shipped time. People thought Tom Brady was cooked. That's how bad that supporting cast was.
But this is the best that the Patriots could have hoped for.
True.
They got the best they could have hoped for. That Mac Jones did not go early, and he fell all the way without having to trade up to get a quarterback. This was their dream scenario.
Maybe I should have given it an A. I think look, it's been a long couple of weeks.
Got him.
All right? A long couple of weeks. We have a linebacker and Vance Joseph spotted out to lunch. Confirmed relationship between Zaven Collins and Vance Joseph. the Arizona Cardinals at 16, linebacker from Tulsa. And not a lot of people are going to know about a linebacker from Tulsa. This is why Darius just talked about the heat maps. You get those in the PFF Draft Guide. You'll also get a write-up on Zaven Collins, Mike. So talk about what Zaven Collins will bring to Vance Joseph. They took a linebacker last year in the first round, and I can see that your podcast host wants to follow you up.
This guy is a different breed at the linebacker position. 6'5", 259 pounds with 33 5/8 inch arms. He's built like an edge rusher, but he is an off-ball linebacker at Tulsa, was the highest graded linebacker in the country this past season, had a game-winning pick 6 this past year. He looks like a thoroughbred the way he gallops across the field. Like, he just moves, and when he gets up to full speed, it is scary. I think the Cardinals have been kind of addicted to these hybrid type of defenders, guys that can do a lot of different stuff, whether it's Isaiah Simmons, Hassan Reddick. This is another one. Like, he can rush the passer at a high level. He can take on linebackers. Zaven Collins, just a super fun player, and the ideas, the things you can come up with him next to Isaiah Simmons, there's a lot you can do with those two.
When he plays, like, he flashes greatness.
Yeah.
Like, you see the potential for greatness. And sometimes when I put on the tape for those guys, I go, all right, I want it all the time. I don't want it part of the time. But at his height and his speed, he should have so dominated the competition that he was in. And he did light. Like, not like you would go, all right, you put Lawrence Taylor at Tulsa, what would he have done there? I just felt like that there was a little bit more.
So at 260 pounds, you expect the way Micah Parsons plays to be attacking wholesale. You're not getting that. He's not trying to blow up offensive linemen. He is not that guy. Taking on blocks is still kind of tentative into that. He's far more physical as a tackler, wrapping up and that sort of thing.
I do think this is interesting. You know, they took Isaiah Simmons last year. So, I mean, you know, is this a little bit of like, okay, maybe we've invested enough in the linebacking core?
I mean, you got big, long athletes, and they can play well in space. Isaiah Simmons, him, and then Budda Baker, he's not being alone, but he's dominant in space. So this is what Vance Joseph like. He's multiple. He likes to disguise. He likes to give you a bunch of different looks. And as a quarterback, when you get those big linebackers that can drop back in those windows, like, that almost saves you a couple yards. Like, if they get 10 yards instead of 13, they're still going to have the same effect.
Are you surprised at all that Arizona did not go cornerback, though? No Patrick
I
Peterson?
am, but I bet you they wanted Farley if they can get him in this spot. But he two-back surgery, like you said. It's just, if you got this guy. This is a reach, in my opinion. But if he plays at his potential, it'll look great.
I agree. This, to me, though, feels like a draft for their division. You're playing a division with the Rams and the 49ers, who are attacking the middle of the field, and you got George Kittle there, too, with that play-action game. With his sort of sphere of influence at that size, he can shut down a lot of windows over the middle of the field. That is kind of where they're trying to defend the most when you play teams like the Rams and the 49ers.
Look at what they did last year, too. They crowd the line of scrimmage with a ton of players. Don't forget, you mentioned versatility, right? They have slot safety hybrids. They have Isaiah Simmons, whatever he is. Zaven is built like an edge, but he's playing linebacker. They have J.J. Watt. He's an interior rusher and an edge rusher. So they're keeping offenses off balance, getting versatile players, and they would crowd the line of scrimmage. Isaiah Simmons had that pick against Seattle because of how they disguise coverage. Zaven does add some of that flexibility.
I want to go to the bar set over there. They've poured a fresh drink. They've got some fresh perspectives for us. We have not yet hit the over on the trades prop. We're getting close, though. So, Austin, start me off with a little Zaven Collins here.
Yeah, I mean, Zaven Collins, I think Mike hit on this a ton. I mean, he's just a rare player. I think a rare skill set, rare size, and he's been a rare player since birth. He's from a city in Oklahoma called Hominy, Oklahoma. Less than 4,000 people live there. He was asked in high school to play quarterback, running back, linebacker, safety, and punter. Rushed for over 4,000 yards in high school, and I think you saw the same issues there. He's a do-it-all in high school, and at Tulsa, by far, in that conference on that team, the best football player. He was asked to do a lot of different things. He needs, in my opinion, a specific role in the NFL, whether that's rushing the passer, playing, blitzing a lot more. I think that makes a ton of sense for me. I think if you put him in a specific role, scheme is going to be super important for Zaven Collins. His role is going to be super important. A reach, in my opinion, slightly when you factor in positional value, but a rare player in every sense of the word. Zaven Collins don't grow on trees. Okay, this guy is different. And I think Arizona jumped on that.
Yeah, Isaiah Simmons last year, and then Zaven Collins here, two guys with versatility, Probably would have liked corner losing Patrick Peterson, but they did get in free agency Malcolm Butler, which is a good get. No defensive linemen have gone so far, and Collins going over Owusu Koromora, a really big surprise. Austin, would you be surprised with what the Las Vegas Raiders here? Edge rusher? Probably not, given that they got Ngakoue.
I need Austin to break this. Austin is from Oakland. He's a Raiders fan. Austin, I can't think of a better gift to give you, one of the hardest working people that this company has ever seen, to talk about your Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, it was very interesting. You bring up, like, hey, what are the Las Vegas Raiders going to do? Yeah. Could they lock into an offensive tackle or potentially go after an edge defender here, rather than taking what I think a lot of people would see as the consensus number 3 offensive lineman in this class, or number 3 offensive tackle, Christian Darrisaw, not even going after Tevin Jenkins. Yeah. This isn't Sam Cosmi. This isn't Dylan Radins. It's actually Alex Leatherwood of Alabama, who, according to PFF, is one of the top 8 tackles, top 9 tackles in this draft, in that range. Dane Brugler of the Athletic sees him playing guard in the NFL. I think obviously the Las Vegas Raiders would look to play him at tackle. They have a glaring read at tackle in the right now, obviously losing Trent Brown this offseason. So they're going to look for Alex Leatherwood, who comes from a blue blood program, who played for Alabama just like they love. If you're not playing for Clemson, Ohio State, Alabama, you're not getting drafted by the Raiders early. They like him over these other guys. It's an interesting pick. A lot of people wouldn't have Leatherwood over Darrisaw. A lot of people wouldn't have Leatherwood over Jenkins. The Raiders, again, they go and get their guy. They lock into their guy just like they did with Cleveland Ferrell, Damon Arnett, Trayvon Mullen, Jonathan Abrams. They get their guy, Alex Leatherwood, the Raiders guy.
Yeah, what is the track record on their guy so far? I mean, that's the thing. Like, I feel like.
But here's the thing. What's the track record on their guy? You know who Mark Davis's guy was? John Gruden. And we are in now, year 4 of this offseason with John Gruden, him making the selection for his player. A lot of development for Alex Leatherwood. He did not look like the most talented offensive tackle at the Senior Bowl was Dylan Radins in North Dakota State. I know Mike would speak to that as well. Highest graded offensive tackle on all the reps he had at the Senior Bowl. Doesn't take him either. Alex Leatherwood looked a little bit sloppy. His sets need to get better. It's interesting. I'm interested to see. Mike, I need your take, man. I'm interested on Alex Leatherwood.
Let's come back here and let's grade this first, and then we'll go to Mike. I think this deserves a look around for everyone in Vegas.
It's no bueno.
Talk about it, Mike.
Yeah, so he was the 9th tackle on PFF's draft board.
Like 8-9, sorry about that.
A lot of people see him as a guard because, he had issues on the edge. He straight up gave a soft edge to speed rushers. Azeez Ojulari ate his lunch this past year. Gave up 16 pressures, a 73.4 pass blocking grade, up from 10 pressures the year prior. He has the length, he has the athleticism to stay outside on the edge, but like I said, really soft outside hands, the timing of his punch, and he just consistently opens the door with his outside leg, and that's why people want to move him inside to guard. Same thing happened to the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. Just his drop spots and his consistency is really lacking. And to draft that guy 17th overall.
Is he going to be a tackle though? Because
there he will. I mean, I think they're playing him at right tackle there.
I still have to see it to believe it, because it was almost like he had something weird with his leg. I mean, the way he would set, he was like, he had to have power off of the one leg only. And I don't know, maybe they think they can change it. But if he did play guard, he is such a powerful guy. You would have a weapon in the run game. And we know John Gruden wants to run the football. We understand that he wants to do that. But I'm not sure he would even give up a pressure at guard. Because the only way you're beating this guy is around the edge. He is big and thick and strong. So if you're playing him in guard, I'm not sure I would draft a guard at pick 17 or whatever it was. But if you're playing him at guard, I'm okay. At tackle, I think you've got to hit it.
That's the tough thing is when and they've done this repeatedly, Cleveland Ferrell at 4. When you pick a player, if I want in and out, I'm not going to pay $500 for the double-double. I'll pay $5, that's what makes it great. But when I overpay for that player so drastically, you're just throwing away money. Yep. And it's not that he's not a good player, it's that these picks don't grow on trees. Yeah. You don't get unlimited first-round picks. And if you go 0 for 6 on a truly impact player, your team is going to be really bad.
I think this is where we start to see some of that SEC bias Cris talked about.
Oh, interesting.
So this is that point of the draft, but blue bloods like you spoke about. So, I mean, I'll give him a B- only because, I always promise if I was ever going to be a teacher and give out grades, I'll give out good ones. So
interesting. That's good context for us to know.
Yeah.
This is actually like an F. We'll adjust the B- for Darius
exactly.
down
It's the
to
lowest
an F.
grade I've given out so far.
We're going to balance each other out here because I'm going to go way low, and you're going to keep us
Oh, he's got a
balanced
family
out.
at home probably watching this. Come on, man.
I don't know. They should be. If they do, they should get a PFF draft guide. I'll just mention that. The Miami Dolphins here are now on the clock, and they have had a very interesting draft so far. Obviously, the Miami Dolphins first traded back with the San Francisco 49ers to 12, and then all the way up to 6, grab Jalen Waddle, and now it turns out that they have taken the first edge and brought him to Miami, a guy that, by the way, Eric, I will mention, we talked about as the first edge to be taken, Jalen Phillips, University of Miami, edge defender. He has obviously been a guy with concussion issues. We'll talk about that. But as far as ability to rush the passer, I mean, could you make the case that he should have been the first edge off the board?
Yeah, he was the most talented edge rusher, the best tape in this class. Reservations about his injury history, whatever, we'll get to that. But if you just watch here, the get off, the length, the power in his hands, the cornering ability, and then the ability to chase down space, like,
unbelievable.
It's all there.
Yeah.
It is all there. This is what the elite edge rushers in the NFL look like physically. And I think he's really just started to put it together. 2 years at UCLA. Obviously took the year off with the concussion issues, was forced to medically retire, but then comes back this past year down the stretch from week 7 on, 90.0 overall grade. You really just saw it. That sort of innate ability to attack the quarterback position. And he has that rush plan that a lot of guys in this edge class are missing. There's a lot of good athletes in this class, but he actually knows how to set up offensive tackles and then how to get himself home as an edge rusher. He's a great pick. Like, he fits that defense and what they want to do. That high caliber athlete, like, he can be the biggest impact edge rusher in this class from day one.
It's a good pick. The question here, the reason why there's been no defensive end or defensive tackle off the board yet is because there's no sure thing.
Yeah.
And the best thing we do here at PFF, since we started grading every single play in college football in 2014, the best numbers that have come out of our system have been pass rush and run defense, have been evaluating defensive linemen. And there's just no defensive lineman that has enough of a sample size that they're a sure thing. Usually there's a Bosa, there's a Myles Garrett, or there's a Chase Young, and it's like, all right, the grade's great, the traits are great, he's going to be great, and it translates. So any defensive lineman in this first round is a risk. I like Phillips. I think he's probably the best, but 962 career snaps and just not enough of a sample size to feel great about him.
Yeah, you got 6 games.
Yeah, thank you. And you also have a guy who came out of retirement in football.
Yeah.
And so you go, okay, I get it. So let's watch him from the beginning of the season all the way through the season. By the time you got to the second half of his last season, you went, oh my God, this guy is going to wreak havoc in the NFL. He plays with violence. He has multiple moves. He has spin moves. He was one of the top recruits in the country. He's one of the best athletes. I am going to be stunned if this guy does not end up not just a good player, an NFL star. I thought he was the best defensive player in this draft. We can argue that all day long. But if he doesn't have the concussion issues, and I was watching, I was going, all right, is he sticking his head in there? Yeah. Is he playing a little protect? No, sir. And he is a violent man. This guy is going to be a great pick for the Miami Dolphins.
Well, let's see it. Let's grade it.
I don't have enough pluses. I love
Not
this.
enough pluses.
Plus.
I'm B- again.
Oh, no.
And not because of the talent. The talent is, but like Cris said, he's already retired once before being drafted. And if anything changes how you play, it's going to be head injuries. You know what I mean? Especially with the research and everything that's come out. And I'm sure Miami's done their research, done their due diligence. They're in the same city. Talent is there, but the concussion issues, like, that's scary, man. Especially on that D-line, like, it's head contact every snap.
But it was a scooter injury. I mean, he fell off a scooter, got hit by a car.
However you injured that nugget up there.
But there are some people that have 2 or 3 like concussions from playing football. He doesn't have that.
Yeah, it's in their game, like the way they play and fights it.
If any team can take a chance, though, it's the Dolphins. They have done such a good job building their roster the last couple of years.
Good point.
Loading up on draft capital. And I look at the draft as, like, diversifying your stocks a little bit, right? You have safe picks, you have high risk, high reward type of
Don't lie,
picks.
you're all in on Doge.
Full Doge.
Stop.
Well, that's my risky pick.
This
sometimes it pays off.
Pick.
Jalen Phillips can be Doge for Miami's portfolio here. It's worth it. Are they paying me for this?
We're going to try and get you a sponsorship here with Doge. We'll get back to what Alex Leatherwood is. It's something that has folded in the past, like AMC maybe or something like that. Let's talk about, and so the Washington football team, they're on the clock, but let's talk about the Dolphins here because they go get Jalen Waddle. They now have this really fast receiving core. They now take an edge defender that Cris absolutely loves in terms of if he's on the field.
Jalen. They went both Jalens.
Yeah, Jalen. They love the name Jalen.
Good athletes.
This is a team, Brian Flores, phenomenal job there. You look at the rest of this division, you got obviously the Bills, but like, what can the Dolphins do from Florida? Like, how excited should Dolphins fans be right now?
We're excited down there. We're all banking on Tua to pan out. We've been waiting for a quarterback since Marino. So if he pans out, we got him another weapon. But this defense, what they like to do is get in your face, be multiple, force the ball out quick. They obviously invested a ton of money in draft capital into the cover guys so they can do that. Now you got another freak athlete coming off the edge. They moved on from Van Noy, moved on from Shaq Lawson. Hopefully they hit on this one. I just want the kid to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, I think it could be a home run pick. That would be my major concern, though.
And they still got 36. They got 50. They can go 2 more offensive linemen, really get to a situation that is as conducive to succeed as maybe any in the NFL. If you get that, like that'll be nice.
You got to find out now because you can't be waiting on these guys to see if they're going to produce. Number 19, Washington has invited Jamin Davis, Kentucky linebacker, to the Capitol. To go hang out and see the sights, go on a little tour of the monuments. And he has accepted. He's excited. He really is looking forward to seeing all the sights in Washington, D.C. So now the third linebacker off the board here. Some thought he could have jumped into maybe being the first or the second based on some of his traits, his physical ability, his testing numbers. So is it all that? Is it all projection, Mike?
No, I thought his tape this past year was very surprisingly good for it being his first year as a starter. Redshirt junior, doesn't start his first 3 years at Kentucky, and you're like, this guy's a first-round pick, and he hasn't started until his 4th year at Kentucky. And you flip on the tape, and you're like, oh, okay, I don't know why. I don't know what the Kentucky staff was doing necessarily there, but this guy could play. Sideline to sideline speed. These are the athletes that you draft at the linebacker position in the first round. 4.48 40, 42-inch vertical, highest ever for an off-ball linebacker. 10-foot, 11-foot broad jump. That guy pulls up next to you at the beach, you got to go. Like, you leave. Like, you cannot be standing next to that guy. Absolutely jacked. Another guy with the sphere of influence, 6'3", 234 pounds with 33-inch arms. He can make plays outside of your normal, like a 6-foot linebacker can make. And a lot of spot drop coverage, though, in Kentucky's defense. You didn't see him do a lot of complex things in coverage. It's kind of the biggest worry with him. But now Washington has the most athletic front seven in the NFL. You got Chase Young, Montez Sweat, and now Jamin Davis, all certified freaks at their respective positions. The things you can do with that level of freakish tools is it's going to be fun to watch. We'll say that.
There's a story here, too. This is the third linebacker off the board.
Yeah.
And that's supposedly a devalued position in the NFL and the whole thing. A third linebacker, only one defensive lineman, which usually gets coveted. But linebacker is becoming the hardest position in the NFL. I mean, we talk about how good Kyle Shanahan is. Maybe a corner's tough, Darius, right? You got to play one-on-one. But linebacker, we talk about how good Kyle Shanahan is. Kyle Shanahan, all he does is sit up and say, how do I make a linebacker's life miserable? That's what offensive coordinators are doing. So I think the NFL teams are saying, I need a guy that can cover in space. I need a guy that can take on blocks. I need a guy that has to tackle Lamar Jackson in space as well, right? I mean, you have to do so many things, cover backs, cover tight ends. So a guy like Davis has all of that ability, and when you have one, it's so valuable because it's such a tough position right now.
Yeah, they almost have to cover more ground than cornerbacks at times. And so when you're drafting, the guys that are going early are the guys that test out and move like cornerbacks. If you can get those guys that are 240 pounds and then move like that, they don't last long because of that.
I'm going to say I would not have gone. He would not have been a first-round pick for me. He is as freaky an athlete as you will see. And I'm with you. He's going to be able to run down anything and everything. I'm totally with you. I just thought he looked lost at times out there. He only played a year. He's not going to be able to take on anybody. If he can run around you, he's going to get there. He's going to do all right. But he was not a first-round pick for me.
What direction would you have gone for Washington?
I would have been pretty satisfied with that side of the ball. I think their defense is going to hold up okay here for a little while. I probably would have gone a receiver for them.
Rashad Bateman would be such a good fit for that.
I thought Christian Darrisaw, he's our top tackle left on the board, top 15 player on our board. Like some protection for Ryan Fitzpatrick, I thought could have gone a long way. But this is another sort of swing for the fences.
I think I had Kadarius Toney. I would have loved to see him right there in that some easy throws for Fitzpatrick.
Defense wins championships, and if we talked about the front four, probably best front four in the league. John Bostic, my former teammate, one thing I know about Bostic is he is one of the smartest players I've ever played with. So you said he looked lost at times. Took him a while to get on the field of Kentucky. Maybe that was the issue. If he gets in this system with Bostic next to him or Bostic in the meeting room with him, that can make all the difference in the world for him.
It's interesting you say that, though, because predicting a defense to be great is so hard to do, and if you can get some consistency on offense, what could that do with a defense that has the potential? But does this pick really unlock, all of that potential for them? It's interesting. We talked about this before. Like, I love the Washington football team as a potential division winner there. And I'll say this, as someone that's already bet that, I'm not jumping out of my seat with this pick.
They're the defending champs, by the way. It's not going out on a limb here. They were Power 7 and 9
We're not
team.
giving anyone a banner for what happened last year.
And I don't bet on Magic. I'm definitely not betting on Fitz Magic on a full season to make it. He's most pass attempts in NFL history without a playoff appearance. I'm not betting on him to do it in year 25.
But have you seen his shirts? He wears funny shirts.
Post game. He's going to give you excitement. He's got some weapons out there on offense. But no, I'm not betting on Fitzmagic. We got Dak back.
Washington was one of the worst rosters in the league 2 years ago, and they're top 10. They are so much better than they were. And Ron Rivera, it's tough to find good coaches in the league consistently. They turned it around in 1 year. I know the record wasn't great, but division winners. They are turning around very quickly in Washington.
And they're doing it without really that quarterback either.
Yeah, right.
Which is their problem is they're going to end up being so good, they're never going to get a quarterback. They're going to end up in that New England Patriots sort of range where 15 was going to be about as good as they were going to get.
So they're up for Trask and Davis Mills in this next year.
And let's not slander Taylor Heineke. We were going to go to break, but we can't do this because a Florida man has just arrived in New York City, as you almost did once. But then you came here. Kadarius Toney has taken the subway across over to the Meadowlands and will be a part of the Giants' offensive attack. Kadarius Toney, wide receiver from Florida. This guy, if you talk about you're excited to watch a guy play, this is your guy. Kadarius Toney, absolutely electric. I hope we have some tape for him here, because if we didn't get tape for Kadarius Toney, then we're going to have something to talk about. But Mike, what does Kadarius Toney bring from the wide receiver position to this Giants team?
He's the single most dynamic receiver in this draft class. What he can do with the ball in his hands, straight up different than anyone I've seen in recent memory. You got to go back to Dante Hall to see a guy that just really moves the way Kadarius Toney does, and he can put his body into any position he really wants to make you miss. 43 broken tackles on 120 career catches, 23 broken tackles on 67 career rushes. 6 foot, 193, runs a 4.37, had 11.4 broad jump at his pro day. Just an elite all-around athlete. Injuries were a concern there at Florida. Had a couple injury-plagued years. Came in as a quarterback, so he's still raw as a route runner. Kind of just racked up yardage on just option routes. Over the middle of the field, basically trying to make the slot defender wrong with his release. That was his bread and butter. That's how he got his yardage there. So not a polished route runner by any means, but you can do some nice things with this guy in your offense. You can scheme up some stuff to get the ball in his hands, and once the ball is in his hands, as dangerous as it gets in this draft class.
He makes moves I've never seen in my life. I've never seen them. Like when you watch Barry Sanders play football, you go, I have never seen that in my lifetime.
Yes.
You're dead on, though, with the route running. The route running is not his forte. But he will not allow anybody to play cover zero against the Giants this year. You play cover zero with this guy in the field, I promise you he's going to break the legs of whoever's trying to cover that guy. So that defense now has been eliminated. And he has some move that I have also never seen before. You think he's a tiny guy, he's small, he's little. He will drop his head, and this is not, please don't take this as do this. He drops his head, pulls it back, and continues to run and runs over much bigger people. He has more unique things in his game than any player I've seen drafted in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I could see him being used like Deebo Samuel. I kind of see him like a Tavon Austin, Percy Harvin type hybrid, like you said, sloppy route running. But that can be worked on, but matchup nightmare. Like he'll be on linebackers at the time, be on safeties, be on corners. I think it's a good pick for him. Another weapon for Daniel Jones. This is his make or break year, honestly. You went and paid a bunch of money to Galladay. You got him. You got Saquon back healthy.
Time. Now
we're going to see.
Look, wait, think about Saquon. Okay, so if he's healthy, you got Saquon. You've got Kadarius Toney. You've got Kenny G down the football field, and Daniel Jones, if he can stay on his feet, is not a terrible athlete either. They can get some creativity in that offense.
Just looking at last year, right? My favorite thing to do when I'm looking at premium stats 2.0.
Oh, not your hair.
Not my hair. I like doing my hair. But premium stats 2.0, you go sort by passer rating and look at the guys that still graded well from a passing standpoint. So Daniel Jones, just in passer rating, your traditional passing stat, was 35th last year. It looked like he had a terrible season, but he was 18th in PFF passing grade. Now, we're not going out of our way to compliment Daniel Jones. We didn't love the pick a couple years ago, but he played way better last year than his stats would show. And the Giants are doing everything they can in all the moves you mentioned with Kenny Galladay. Sterling Shepard's still there. Darius Slayton's still there. And people have said when you build a receiving core, you build it like a basketball team, right? You've got a rebounder, you've got a quick guy, they have everything. They also have Kyle Rudolph and Evan Ingram. So they have 2 legit tight ends, one of the best pass-catching running backs, and 4 legitimate receivers. So this is your make-or-break year for Daniel Jones. But if he plays like he did last year, and they are a little better on the offensive line, he will have a really good year 3.
The option game is his game. You know what I'm talking about. They even put him in the backfield against LSU because it's all they wanted to do. You have to guard me. I'm going to run right down, and I'm going to do 1 of 2 or 3 things, right? And as long as that's his game, he will be unbeatable. And I think because of the extra weapons these guys are talking about, that they're going to limit him to a very small box right over the ball where somebody's got to guard that.
One other interesting note about Kadarius Toney. Absolute cannon. He claims he can throw the ball 80 yards. Had like a 60-yard completion on tape this past year.
Hot seat, Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
We're going to show you some grades here. I love this pick. I told you I'm a sucker for speed. And
I'm all in.
I'm all in on this. Look, Dave Gettleman, if you think that we hate on Dave Gettleman, we talked about the trade back, maybe not getting as much. Really nice pick.
And I'm just going to remind you guys later this year that I had him mocked to Washington.
Interesting.
Like I thought that pick was going to Washington, and now it's going to be playing against the linebacker that was just taken out of Kentucky.
How excited would we have been for Washington with this pick? I mean, it's a great point.
It would have been fun, but the one thing I will note is that he is a limited player right now. You're not going to stick him as your number 2 wide receiver and say, "Hey, be that guy." And he's going to play a similar role to what Sterling Shepard would play from the slot there.
Mike,
you guys are. We got to go to break.
Okay.
Got to go to break. We'll be back in just about 30 seconds.
Come on, Colts on the clock, baby.
We're going to warm Darius up for the Colts. Okay, he's going to be ready to go.
See if I can get
in about 30 seconds. Sweat Taylor, you just saw a lot of their clothes right there. I'm wearing them right now. I love this jacket. I've talked about this jacket already, but I'll give you a couple of other nuggets here, okay? The sweats, shockingly, Sweat Taylor, also fantastic. So I suggest you go check them out. Use promo code PFF-SWEAT, S-W-E-T. Get 25% off. Head there after the draft once you get some of those prop winnings in. You know what I'm talking about. And spend them on a little Sweat Taylor with 25% off. I'll talk about a couple here. Mac Jones, under 18.5. If you listen to PFF, you got that, and it was an absolute sale. And right now, we're tracking over 18.5 offensive players. We're at 15 right now. The Indianapolis Colts on the clock. Indianapolis Colt, Darius Butler on the set. And I want to know, where do you think they go? What should they do?
Tackle. What tackles do we have available?
Oh, well, let me point you to PFF.com, where the best available allows you to sort.
15 overall?
I think they're going to take him.
I like it.
Wouldn't you?
They said they had a lot of guys they liked. I wouldn't put a trade down past them, though, although it says the pick is in. So
I think they're taking Darius. Okay. I think it's going to be a really good pick if they do, too.
Maybe Bateman?
I was going to say, what about a wide receiver?
I wouldn't be mad at Bateman right here.
I think they're in a position here to take a lot of players who you look and you go, wow, this would be a really nice pick here. You know, you look at the board, you've got Bateman. We talked about Darius, Greg Newsome, Elijah Moore, even Caleb Farley with the back issues, but such a special talent. So it'll be interesting here. I mean, there's a lot.
JOK.
Yeah.
They brought in Carson Wentz, right? Carson Wentz has never really had a bad offensive line until last year. He had 4 years of a top 10 pass blocking offensive line. Last year it fell down to only 16th. It felt bad, only 16th. The 1 year he had a top 10 receiving grade in PFF grades was 2017. Which year was that? The MVP caliber year before he got hurt. So he's always had good pass protection. The Colts aren't going anywhere unless they double up at receiver in this draft and get playmakers. Now, they still need a tackle.
Yes,
so I'm not saying don't take a tackle. I'm saying, but at some point, they have to get playmakers.
So what would you rather go, receiver here, tackle later, or tackle here, receiver later?
I think the tackle is one of the better ones.
I have a surprise for all of you because they've gone neither. And it looks as though coming to St. Elmo's very soon will be Kwity Paye.
It's another need.
University of Michigan, edge defender, a guy who has a freakish athletic ability. And we're going to, Darius, I want, so not what you would have done, but
I mean, this
guy's really good.
Yeah, this is another premium position, especially the type of defense they play. They play that zone, keep things in front of you, top down. You got to have guys up front that can beat one-on-one matchups, and this is a guy that can do it. I saw a video. My friend Will Blackman posted a video of him not even doing pass rushing drill, but it looked like DB drills, like backing up, breaking on a 90-degree, backing up. And this is what I saw. I'm like, wow, that's better than most DBs. So him having that type of athletic profile, I'm high on this pick.
Yeah, you saw that there, that graphic, 26% pass rush win rate. That means he's beating the blocker more than a quarter of the time that he rushes against them. And if you look, edge defender, not exactly the deepest spot for the Indianapolis Colts. I'm looking at the PFF Draft Guide, by the way. But, Mike, this is a guy that you guys interviewed on the 2-for-1 Drafts Pod. Highly recommend you guys check that out. Absolute freak athlete. Take us through his tape.
Yeah, Chris Ballard learns his lesson here. They've tried a bunch of edge in round 2. Round 3, guys like Ben Banigou, Tyquan Lewis. 15 of the top 20 edge defenders were drafted in round 1 in PFF's grading system this past year in the NFL. So the guys go early, the freaks go early, and Kwity Paye is about as freakish as it gets. You see here on tape the power he plays with, the get off is nothing short of special. He's 6'2", 261 pounds, ran a 4.57 at his pro day and did 36 bench press reps. But that's not even the most freakish number. A 6.5 3-cone he ran last year at 261 pounds. That's faster than Tyreek Hill. That's faster than Darrelle Revis. This guy can absolutely move. You said he does those DB drills. He actually, he is capable of moving at a different pace than what normal 261-pounders are. And the thing is why he's number 1 on PFF's board on the edge. You saw the improvement from him. 59.4 pass rushing grade in 2018, 77.8 in 2019, 87.1 this past year. Yeah, he's got work to do, but he's putting in the work. He's developing, came from a really small program as a running back coming out of high school, now a monster off the edge. I love the pick for the Colts.
Let's give him a little grade here. Let's show him a little love if we like it.
This was the other big need for them. I mean, they didn't have a pass rusher grade over 61 last year in our system. That's terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
so they did need to address this.
I know Robert Mathis is happy with this pick.
Well, the other thing you've got to talk about is this young man's story. Have you seen this story? It brings you to tears to watch what he's overcome in his lifetime.
I was going to say we could go to Austin for more on. You got a chance to interview him, Austin. We don't do a lot of this here at PFF, but when it warrants it, we got to do it.
No, absolutely. I mean, he is a legit Liberian refugee that started his stuff in a refugee camp in Guinea. goes to the United States at a very young age and plays football at a very small program in Rhode Island. Played running back there because he was the freakiest player probably in the entire state. And then from there is a 3-star recruit. This guy runs a sub 6'5" 3 cone. 3-star recruit, looks like he's built in the lab. Finally, Michigan finds him, and he hasn't had, a ton of pass rushing success at the collegiate level, but you saw him develop over the course of his career. You look at this past year in 2020 against Minnesota. This was one of the best games we've seen from Kwity Paye in his career, and I think it really speaks to the upward trajectory for Kwity Paye. I'm really surprised he wasn't the first edge off the board. I love Jalen Phillips, like Cris said, could eventually be the best edge defender in this class, but Kwity Paye, unreal talent, and it's still so untapped. Like I said, running back in high school, didn't have a ton of snaps in 2020, what should have been his best season. You saw it in flashes. You grade the flashes. Tell me what this kid can do. He can do a lot. I think this is a really good pick, right where I would have took him to, right in the 20s.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at his projections, there's a couple former Colts in there in our sort of statistical comps. There's Sean Phillips, Jabal Sheard, guys that ended up playing for the Colts. He's a 65th percentile athlete as well. So there's a lot going for them there. And the fact is the Colts have historically, with Eberflus, gotten the most out of a defense that hasn't necessarily been the most talented in the world. So, he goes into a great spot there on a team that I think is one of the best run teams in the entire NFL.
Yeah, huge fan of this pick. I would give it an A, absolutely. The fact that, Mike and I talk about this all the time. In this class, you did not want to be the first team to take an edge defender because there's so many projects. Kwity Paye, you haven't seen it all put together in one full season at Michigan. Jalen Phillips, obviously you have the concussion injuries. Azeez Ojulari with a degenerative lower leg injury that came up late in the process. Also just 1 year of productive play. Getting Kwity Paye in the 20s, I think was a fantastic selection for Indianapolis. I would give this pick an A.
I would recommend everybody goes and watches this story. His family and his father, and so his mom's husband, right, was in the huts. So during the middle of this war, they would light the huts on fire. And everybody would come running out the door to escape the fire, and the opposing army would be standing outside to gun them all down.
Wow.
And so that's how he lost his father. And so the mom was so determined to give him an opportunity in life. And he got to go to private schools over here, and he is unbelievable. Now, as a football player, he is so raw, I can't stand it. As fast as he is, it takes him 5 steps, I was counting them, to go 5 yards. So if he's running a 4.5 and it's taking him 5 steps to go the first, he might be a 4.3 runner for all I know. And his get off is always with 2 hands. If he ever develops a one-arm thing with that speed and be able to run around, there are just some things that I think they can so improve. But Frank Reich is such a character guy. And this guy with character is off the charts. They have it on NFL.com. Go watch that feature. You are going to remember it for a lifetime.
Just split your screen between here and PFF.com.
Don't go yet.
Yeah, I'm even higher on the pick now because I know Robert Mathis works with a lot of those guys in the offseason, during the season as a consultant with the Colts. And he was one of those guys who dominated, I think still has the record for forced fumbles in NFL history. And if he can teach those techniques to a guy like that, the sky's the limit.
Yeah. The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock, by the way, I should mention. If you're watching us anywhere but PFF.com, you're missing out on what right now is becoming increasingly valuable, which is a live draft tracker with pick grades and analysis, live updating, and something that I'm using increasingly, which is the best available list, which is going to be your friend as your team starts to pick in the end of the first into the second round. Right now, looking at our big board, Christian Barmore, who is our top-rated defensive interior player on the defensive line. We had him 12th overall on our big board. He's still there. Christian Darrisaw, as we mentioned, tackle, Virginia Tech. Trayvon Merrick, safety from TCU. But the player that the Tennessee Titans have decided to take out to get some hot chicken in Nashville is a player that they definitely need from a position perspective. Caleb Farley, the Virginia Tech cornerback, obviously has the back issues. But this dude, when he was on the field, was absolutely shut down. He was on the Cris Collinsworth podcast just a few weeks ago. They talked about how fast he was. You see that 27 passer rating allowed. If you're wondering, that is really bad for quarterbacks. Mike, how did he do it?
Yeah, I mean, the physical tools this guy possesses, off the charts. He would have been the best player remaining on PFF's board had it not been for 2 back surgeries over the past year and a half. But no one beat this guy deep. If a guy got a step on him deep, Caleb Farley was making it up. Even last year, the Notre Dame wide receiver, who's I'm blanking on right now for some reason, he would make the step up on him. But Caleb Farley, 6'2", 210 pounds, 33 3/8-inch arms, and that 4.2 speed that he says he runs in the 4.2s doesn't tell people he runs in the 4.2s because he doesn't think people will believe him. I believe him on his tape when you watch him. The breaks he has going downhill on balls, also special. Like, it really is all there. It's just we didn't see it outside of that 1 year. In 2019, he had a torn ACL before that, has the back injury now. Like, the injury risk is real, but you're getting a top 10 talent in this class.
I put this in my mock draft a few weeks ago, and somebody brought up the point the Titans will never make this pick because of what happened last year. They got 3 snaps out of their first-round pick last year, Isaiah Wilson, and they were all kneel downs, right? So it's a risky pick for the Titans. It's a risky pick. Sorry, but it is a risky pick for the Titans, who I think they came into the draft with massive needs at receiver and at corner. You just don't want to have to do that, and at tackle. So they have a lot of work to do in the draft, but the payoff could be absolutely incredible. Farley, like you said, he was sitting at number 1 on our draft board until the injury stuff at corner. And so the payoff could be incredible, but it's another somewhat risky pick. And I think Farley being in the first round always depended on the team doctors, right? There are certainly some teams that took him off the board, and the Titans obviously felt good enough that they're going to pair him with Janoris Jenkins, with Christian Fulton, and the payoff could be incredible because that trio looks really good.
Yeah, this is interesting. Let's go ahead and grade this pick. I'm curious to see where people end up. The Indianapolis Colts plus 100 to win the AFC South. The Tennessee Titans plus 125. They have lost.
Disrespectful.
They have lost a lot, though. You think about that on the offensive side of the ball with Corey Davis leaving, Arthur Smith, one of the best offensive coordinators in the entire league, who is gone. But they had to address the coverage side of the ball. Though you look at their depth chart here, and there's a lot of holes on this team. You know, their pass rush was not great. Their coverage, not fantastic. They obviously took Christian Fulton last year, but there were a lot of areas, even with wide receiver.
Lost a couple of pass catchers.
You know, Jonnu Smith,
got to replace the great Corey Davis.
Hall of Famer.
You're never going to let go, are you?
So, maybe best player available, but it's a risk when they probably could have gotten other players that are more sure to contribute, and they need those.
Yeah, I mean, if his health pans out and you look back at this draft, 3 years from now you got him at 22. I mean, I think it's a slam dunk pick, but that's a big if. Only reason I went B+ is those 2 back surgeries. Like you said, if it wasn't for that, he'd probably a top 10 pick easily. Yeah. But it's just a big question mark with the health. But his skill, his talent-wise, I mean, you get a guy like that at 22. You got to take that chance.
I mean, there are only a handful of people that I've ever seen play the game that I would describe as cocky speed. That Dion, Tyreek, I mean, Randy Moss. Yeah. But there were moments where you saw where he was completely beaten. And Dion would do this to people too. It's like, he's beaten. He's past him. And then he ran past the guy to go intercept the ball. He's not great. He's not a physical guy. He's not a great tackler. He gets beat across leverage sometimes. He's got a lot to learn. He hasn't played much football.
Yeah.
And he was a star sort of offensive-minded guy. A long way to go, but every once in a while you just put on a tape and you go, that guy's different. He's just different. He is a faster human being than what's playing on the fields in the National Football League.
Let's so right now, just to reset, the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Remember, they originally were picking at 14, but traded back with the New York Jets, and so now we're picking at 23. A lot of needs that the Minnesota Vikings have, but potentially a lot of change in this division. So I want to start by kicking it over to the bar set, because a little Chiefs fan and a big Vikings fan in Eric Eager, and I want him to tell me how this pick is going to transform the Vikings organization.
Well, I will say, they didn't get Fields. They let a division rival come from 6 picks behind them and get Fields. That's disappointing. However, trading back, this is a good anecdote for trading back. They win the trade back 62% of the time. They accumulated about a quarter of a win over the course of these rookie deals by doing so, and they might end up with Christian Darrisaw, one of these offensive linemen that they would have loved to have at 14. and they get to accumulate the draft pick, a lot of the draft capital they lost for trading for Yannick Ngakoue last year. So far, aside the Fields thing notwithstanding, I think they've played the first round of the draft pretty well so far.
100%. I mean, this is exactly why when you bring up winning, trading back, it's because there are times where players like Christian Darrisaw, I would also throw Christian Barmore, the Alabama defensive tackle, into the mix, the two highest ranked players on PFF's draft board right now. You can have those guys fall to you at 22, 23, wherever we're at right now. I think for Darrisaw, if that is indeed the pick, I would love that pick for Minnesota. Highest graded run blocker in the country this past season. Turn on the tape against Quincy Roche, another player that will probably get drafted tomorrow out of Miami, Florida. Dude dominates him. And I talked to him on the podcast. I said, hey, you turn on that tape, he shows up. Let's see why. He said, yeah, I went into that one knowing I wanted to bully the kid. But it doesn't look like a bully. Here's the thing. Mike and I bring this up. He's so smooth. He's so smooth. It doesn't look like Tevin Jenkins of Oklahoma State, who's intentional, gritty, drives people into the dirt. Darrisaw accidentally kills kids. It's a freaking miracle how good he is as a run blocker. And I think if you look at how good he's got over the course of his career, and this is not even the pick yet. I'm just saying, I really like Minnesota taking Darrisaw. He's one of my... Well, I just got the word in. It's Darrisaw. I'm a big fan of that pick, obviously. I think Minnesota made a slam dunk here with Christian Darrisaw.
Great pick for Minnesota. Next up, Pittsburgh, by the way. Our prop bet at DraftKings is over 1.5 running backs. Do we get half the way there here with Najee Harris, Austin?
We might. I mean, Najee Harris, I think, the Pittsburgh Steelers in previous years, they've been adamant about getting their guy, Artie Burns, Terrell Edmonds. If Najee Harris is their guy...
Can I ask again, what's the track record on their guy?
Hey, don't get into that. The Las Vegas Raiders picked a few picks ago, but I do think they could lock into their guy. Najee Harris could be the pick here. But again, I'm not going to get on the Najee Harris stuff. Christian Darrisaw, love this pick. The second-ranked player on PFF's draft board available to them right now. I think this is a home run.
Let's take a look at some of what Christian Darrisaw did. Of course, this is a huge value, the third overall offensive tackle for us on our board. And Mike, take us through why you had him third in this class.
Yeah, just such easy power. You see him get to the second level on linebackers, and it's the closest thing to Penei Sewell in this draft class in terms of how he can just throw guys around with his upper body. Very nimble, not scheme limited, even though he's 322 pounds. And again, he's taking Chaz Surratt for a ride down in the second level. Chaz Surratt got that one for free. But yeah, Christian Darrisaw, you see him do it on the move, at the line of scrimmage, really got it all. And this is a pick there, Vikings sitting at 14. We would have loved if they drafted him at 14. They move back, get a guy like this at an obvious need. Rashad Hill was starting there at left tackle.
How often do we say that, though?
Dunk.
You move back, and the guy you would have taken is still there. Yep. The beauty of if you're not picking a quarterback, try to move back, because oftentimes these players will fall into your lap. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, and if you know me, you know how excited I am for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be on the clock. Before the Pittsburgh Steelers pick potentially a fantasy relevant player, it is time to go to Ian. And Ian, we've had a lot of picks, a lot of offensive players, maybe some that impact other players that you might be drafting highly. I want to know right now the biggest impacts on our upcoming fantasy season based on what we've seen so far.
Hopefully it's going to be this next pick and the Steelers take an RB. I know you guys will not be as happy about that, but in fantasy football, we do love getting those opportunities for the year one backs. So far, look, I love Jamar Chase, the Bengals. We know him and Burrow have that connection. There's the A.J. Green, 104 targets just waiting there. The other guys, though, Devontae Smith, Jalen Water, Kadarius Toney, I just don't think we have the same sort of upside in the passing game, and they're just kind of sneaky crowded situations. So first, second, third round receivers, that's a sweet spot from when we get the top producing rookies, but at the same time, there's only one football to go around. I'm just not sure Daniel Jones, Tua, and Jalen Hurts are the type of quarterbacks at this stage in their career to enable more than one or two fantasy relevant receivers. So to me, Jamar Chase, talked about Kyle Pitts earlier beating our tight end 6, but the biggest winner in real life and probably fantasy land as well, Justin Fields to the Bears. Rejoice, Chicago. You got a great dual threat quarterback, and I think his potential and likelihood to start from week 1 is going to make him the top rookie QB in his class. Again, I think Trey Lance might be a little bit more fantasy friendly, but I'm not sure when he's going to be able to take over from Jimmy G. It's close between Lawrence and Fields, but I think Fields, even if he's not the same pro prospect as Lawrence, just his enhanced rushing ability and more so willingness to do so will separate him in fantasy. But hey, George, it's good for fantasy and good for Chicago tonight.
It's a little bittersweet, but I'll tell you this, I'll get Trey Lance maybe a little cheaper, and I guarantee you I will get him in my fantasy league. Now, I'm going to give you a nice little tease here, because on the flip side of this break, I'm going to dig in to the Pittsburgh Steelers and their enamored outlook on Najee Harris being the salvo to their offensive woes. Don't leave us.
Everything in business is speed related. Somebody's going to get there with machine learning, with AI. We want to be the first ones.
PFF analyzes football in more detail than anybody else on the planet.
And that is some
One of the best NFL rivalries, Bears-Packers.
Bears-Packers.
Packers-Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. In part because we've really improved our systems. We're embracing machine learning. We're embracing AI. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
And posited that ball location. That's incredible.
The data is so much bigger than what my team can do with it. Our plan was, let's partner with somebody that can help us with the data.
The most important thing for us was to build a system that was seamless. So we moved our whole infrastructure into the AWS cloud.
So the math is crazy, but it's predictive, right?
Machine learning allows us to get very, very quickly to very complex data. And the AI allows us to see the connections within the data that the human beings can't.
AWS is allowing us to go through the machine learning phase together, and we can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate with
like
rating.
also.
The line of scrimmage.
If you are addicted to the game, which I think I am, I think I'm addicted to the game, the passion of the study itself becomes really significant. But we have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
To the PFF NFL Draft Show. You see on the screen Najee Harris, Alabama running back, 183 broken tackles, a record for the second most among any player in this draft class, selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I want to talk about this for a second because the Pittsburgh Steelers obviously got out to a very strong, undefeated season last season, and it turned out to be a little bit of fool's gold. Ben Roethlisberger not quite the MVP candidate. Maybe some thought that he would be. Turns out their offensive line not very good. They didn't throw the ball downfield a whole lot, and they stumbled into the playoffs. And this pick, which I'm assuming they think will make their running game a lot better, is, in my opinion, the worst pick, and that's saying something because the Las Vegas Raiders exist, of this round. And here's why. They do not need a running back. They need an offensive line. They need a quarterback to throw the ball down the football field. Najee Harris, great player, played behind one of the best offensive lines in college football. In fact, the best offensive line in college football, and he will now go and run behind one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. The Pittsburgh Steelers have weaknesses all over their roster and could have filled it with a player that would either strengthen a strength, even a quarterback that could have been the future potentially with Ben Roethlisberger on his way out. I look at this division now, and I think right now the Pittsburgh Steelers are on their way to potentially being at the bottom of the AFC North. Nothing against Najee Harris, but you cannot go into a situation where your offensive line is this porous and expect a running back to put the team on his back. It's just not going to happen. I'll add one more key point, which is this. The Pittsburgh Steelers here are picking a running back thinking it will ignite their offense, when it has been proven mathematically that offensive line and run blocking is what facilitates the run game. This is another mathematically inverse decision. They're going against the math. They don't run play action. They're the only team to run play action less than 20% of the time. They need to get with the times here. That's the end of my monologue. I'm going to kick it over to Eric because I know Eric will back me up on this.
Absolutely. So not only, and this isn't a ding against running backs. Almost every running back that enters the NFL is a good football player. They're the best player on the team from age 6 to age 18. And now the Pittsburgh Steelers hope Najee Harris at age 24 will be the best player on his team. But the fact of the matter is...
Buddy, 1.5 running backs? Oh, Travis Etienne and the Jacksonville Jaguars are entering into a relationship that will bring him, along with Trevor Lawrence, to Florida. 2 running backs plus 225. It cashes.
Now you like it.
They keep the Clemson team together.
What is the? Can I ask a question here? Like they just running backs don't matter the entire league last year by taking an undrafted guy and having him be one of the most productive players in the entire league.
I called this as soon as James Robinson finished his career. He's going to get Philip Lindsay. People forget Philip Lindsay, undrafted rookie running back for the Denver Broncos, rushes for over 1,000 yards, and in the following season, go to look to add Melvin Gordon and try and replace him. And that's exactly what's happening here with James Robinson. He's going to get Philip Lindsay, obviously with Travis Etienne. I don't understand both the Najee Harris pick and the Travis Etienne pick. I think both these teams, in my opinion, could have gotten better along the offensive line. Tevin Jenkins of Oklahoma State still available there. I also would have liked Christian Barmore, defensive tackle of Alabama, one of the higher-ranked players on PFF's board. It's the opportunity cost. It's not that we hate Najee Harris. It's not that we hate Travis Etienne. It's not even that we hate the running back position. It's that we've seen, both from a market value perspective and a positional value perspective on the football field, that offensive tackles, pass rushers, quarterbacks, receivers, corners, all more valuable than running backs. Let's put it in simple terms here. Throw PFF WAR, positional value, that stuff out the window if you want. Market value, the highest paid running back in the NFL makes less than the 20th ranked edge defender. That's the difference. Yep. You know, the pass rushers, Trey Hendrickson is making $15 million per year. No running back in the NFL makes that much money. And that doesn't get that close. So that's my opinion of it. The market value of the running back position is so low. When you think about it, you have to spend these first-round picks on more valuable positions like offensive tackle, especially in the Pittsburgh Steelers case. Pittsburgh Steelers have one of the worst offensive lines starting right now. If you look at their lineup, Jaron Jones and Chukwuma Okorafor at left and right tackle, you could have gotten better there. I think that's the better pick than Najee Harris. And also, for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they're in a position to get better along the offensive line as well.
Yeah, great pronunciation there, by the way. The thing with, you make a great point. When Saquon Barkley was drafted second by the Giants, he immediately became a top 5, paid player at the position in football. So not only do you surrender sort of the variance there where you don't really know who the best running backs are. Javonte Williams, by the way, the best running back in this class, still hasn't been taken yet. But you also lose the value of a rookie deal. You take a tackle here, right? You don't have to pay him the $25 million that Orlando Brown's eventually going to make or that Trent Williams makes. There's value there. Edge here, it's a little weird because there's not as many good edges, but wide receiver, quarterback, that's where the value is. Running back, again, you forego the variance that you get. Running back, there's just so much noise, and then you also forego the value of a rookie deal when taking one. Even here, and the last issue is we can always, the wheels come off of all of them, but they almost all, if they're any good, get that second contract, which is again the second worst part of this entire thing, which is they're all going to get paid. And in those crippled teams, as we've seen with Todd Gurley, players like that over the course of the few years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bang on the pick too much more. I think there are better players available. There are more valuable. There are more valuable players at valuable positions available here, especially when you look at the market value of positions in the NFL. I wouldn't have taken running backs at 24 and 25, but here we are. We're in the NFL still, I guess.
How do you really feel, though?
What about the actual players? What do they do?
Oh my God! I'm hearing a lot of. I got a monologue here. I hear variance and math and war. These are two damn good football players that just came off the board from great programs. So
and you keep the Clemson connection together.
They're comfortable with that guy. So I'm good with these guys. This is where these guys are supposed to come off the board. My whole life, this is where the best players come off the board. These are guys who can not only affect the run game, they can catch the ball out of the backfield. And I can tell you for sure, I wouldn't want to see either one of these guys as a nickelback or a cornerback in the open field. So I know you got the war and the variance and the data and all that, but these are two damn good football players.
You see Travis Etienne, 217 broken tackles in his career. That's the most in this draft class. It's a really good point. These players are amazing football players. And I think the point that I would make is, do you feel that if I look at running back one in this class, the difference between those two guys and maybe the fifth or sixth guy, is that big of a difference to you?
I mean, we go back to what Cris said, the SEC bias, and even Travis, like he went back to school. I feel like he would have been a first-round pick if he came out last year, but he went back for another year in a great program. These are guys who pump out pros year in and year out. So these are guys who are ready to step in day one and affect these guys on the field. So, I mean, they're good picks. I know, positional value and things like that, but both of these teams, they got their quarterback. I mean, Big Ben is there for at least another year, but, it's not a quarterback that they saw on the board that they felt like they could take with a first-round pick. So not a bad pick in my opinion.
What do you guys think?
They act like I hate Pittsburgh. Holy cow, man.
Pittsburgh's had a rough offseason is the bottom line. The offensive line's falling apart. The secondary's falling apart. They need a Cameron Sutton's a cornerback. They need another cornerback beyond him, and they need the offense. We've covered it enough. But Najee Harris is the closest thing that looks like Le'Veon Bell, and that's what probably convinced them, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, they're running power, they're running counter, they're running duo. Like, they are running smash mouth schemes. That's what they're doing there. And that is what Najee Harris, that's his bread and butter.
I think the Steelers hated what happened to their offense last year.
I'm sure they did.
I think they hated it. I think that they went to this short, quick passing game, and the ownership was sitting up in that box, and they went, this is not the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is not what we've done. This is not who we are. And we're going out and we're going to pound the football again. We're getting back to playing Pittsburgh Steelers football. The flip side is Travis Etienne is a guy, and Mike, you pointed this out in the draft guide, that is a receiver. I mean, he had over 500 yards receiving. So at least you can say, here's a guy playing with his college quarterback. There's a comfort level. There's a communication level that's going to go with that. And he does help the passing game as well.
Yeah, and you think about Urban Meyer, head coach, Jacksonville Jaguars, how he used Curtis Samuel back in college at Ohio State and how he gets him vertical in the passing game. That is what you saw from Travis Etienne at Clemson this past year. He made a point. He got lampooned by his teammates, laughed at for how bad his hands were early on in his career. Made it a point to work at that. And then he led the nation, all running backs this past year, in receiving yards. Like I said, he can actually haul in passes outside of his frame, down the football field. And he will be utilized in that role. And that's why they wanted him over a guy like James Robinson, because Robinson's not going to do that. He's not going to run past a linebacker. Travis Etienne, from a standstill, his burst, it's as good as he gets at the position.
The Cleveland Browns, who one of the favorites actually in this division that we were just talking about with the Steelers, have made it official with cornerback Greg Newsome, the second of Northwestern. This is incredible. 11% completion rate allowed when singled up in 2020. I don't know if you're a math guy or not, but if your quarterback's completing 11% of his passes, that's not going to win you any football games. Mike, talk about Greg Newsome and what he did that was so impressive.
Flat out, this is my favorite pick in the draft so far. His feet are as good as it gets at the cornerback position. The problem is we saw it for 6 games this past year, and we really didn't see it against elite competition. You see these breaks that he makes on balls, straight up special. Like these are better breaks than what Surtain does from off coverage, from what J.C. Horn does from off coverage. It's just we didn't see him against top wide receivers in that Ohio State game. Chris Olave was out. His last 4 games of his college career, 1 catch on 11 targets for 7 yards, 1 pick and 4 pass breakups over that span. He was lights out. 4.38 speed, ran a 6'9" cone. He's 6 foot with over 31-inch arms. Like, he's got everything you want, and then it's a commitment to the position for the Cleveland Browns. You already got some corners there. You got Greedy Williams.
Yep.
You got Denzel Ward. You got guys you can go to war with. Now you add another one to that mix following that Ravens model of just investing at the position. Absolutely love it.
The only thing I'll say about him is that he can be a little grabby at the catch point. And I think it's just a habit. It's not like he needed it. He was just there, and he was in position to make plays, and I think that can end up hurting him. But he's 190 pounds. You're going to relate to this, I'm sure, a little bit. As a cornerback, I don't care if you kill anybody tackling. I want you to get him on the ground. And he gets him on the ground. He will break down. He's almost like a punt cover guy. He breaks down, plenty of space. He may grab, he may hold them, but they get on the ground. And to me, that's a really valuable skill. He's smart, he understands angles, he understands protecting edges, he knows what he's doing, a lot of zone, but I agree with you. And when he ran under 4.4, that was the clincher. Like, I saw the football player and I go, how fast is the guy? I was thinking maybe 4.5, but when he ran under 4.4, I go, he's first rounder.
Yeah, that would have been only a question. His kind of 0 to 60, and running that speed, that surprised me. But his feet, I love his feet, just like I love Denzel Ward's feet. They went up and grabbed him at 4. Yeah. But this is another out of the park move for Andrew Berry, and I feel like every offseason he's been knocking it out of the park.
They are such an analytics team up there. They are killing them.
Yeah, hey, we got to shout out our guy, Kwesi Adolfo Monster.
I'm with you.
If he's watching,
this is the opposite of the last 2 picks, though.
Yes.
Because the Browns before the draft, we ranked them as the 2nd best roster in the NFL, believe it or not, PFF.com. 2nd best roster. And you look up and down, there's not a whole lot of needs. And it gives them flexibility. But they could have easily said, you know what, we have Denzel Ward. We got Greedy Williams. We don't really know what we have in him yet. We just signed Troy Hill. But you could have said, corner's not a need, but it's always a need. The best secondary in the NFL still needs corners because the payoff, again, is just so great. So this is one of the best moves in the entire first round. And it's just the Browns continuing to be
and their pass rush got better in the process.
Absolutely.
Let's grade this bad boy.
I got to raise my D from the last one.
I can see it. Oh, a little heart.
Yeah.
I give it a money
debated
sign.
the eggplant emoji, but you know.
Can you draw that?
No.
We'll give you the entire next segment to draw that.
That's a heart. Love that.
I want to say this as we're going to pivot to a little fantasy here with the running backs. But the AFC North right now, the Baltimore Ravens plus 110, they're on the clock. The Cleveland Browns are plus 170 to win this division. They are building a phenomenal team. They're doing it the right way. They had one of the best free agencies. Mike, I thought it was a broken record because during free agency, you're like, I love that the Browns did. And Andrew Berry should be winning a GM of the Year here very shortly because just a phenomenal
I thought he should have won it last year. He had a first-year head coach. You had the COVID preseason. They went to the playoffs, lost barely to the Chiefs, and that's probably why they went and got another corner. But, I mean, you went and got – you boosted up the pass rush. You took care of Myles Garrett. You locked him up. You went and got John Johnson, which I thought was a great value what they paid him.
Absolutely.
Who's one of the best communicators in the NFL who's going to help these young guys come along. You still went Delpit last year out of LSU, who a lot of people thought before the season would have been the first safety off the board. So just putting a lot of talent out there. I love what Barry's doing.
Like the Dolphins.
I love it.
They're a little like the Dolphins. They just keep playing add-on.
Yep.
John Johnson, remember you talked to Brandon Staley on your podcast, and he was waxing poetic about what John Johnson did. He wore the green dot. He was the communicator, as you mentioned, of that defense, and he said it allowed us to do what we did. you know, and that Rams defense was obviously pretty good. We're going to get some running back love in here. I know I went off a little bit, you know.
I'm going to go get another piece of pizza.
And Cris is going to go get more pizza. Steve's going to get more stuff for his hair. But Ian is going to break down where these running backs now in situations, first-round picks, are going to get a lot of touches. So, Ian, you know, where am I picking these guys? What am I doing with Harris and Etienne next year?
Don't be that guy or girl that fades Najee Harris just because of how bad the Steelers' offensive line is. I understand it, but also, you know, I wouldn't expect the Steelers to do the exact same thing on offense this year after how bad it went last year. Let's maybe get back to 2014-2018 Steelers where they featured one running back all the time. Well, there's Le'Veon Bell week in and week out. He gets suspended. D'Angelo Williams comes in and takes over. Week 17, Stephon Ridley's corpse comes in and gets 17 touches per game. Mike Tomlin is a self-appointed feature back guy. They drafted Najee Harris to be that feature back. And it's just what we see historically. 80% of rookie running backs that have functioned as top 24 performers have been drafted in the top 3 rounds. We know the lifespan of that position is shorter than anywhere else in the NFL. It makes sense that these highly drafted rookies are going to step in to major roles. And we just couldn't ask for a better situation than Pittsburgh. There's truly Pittsburgh in terms of opportunity, not the offensive line again. There's Pittsburgh, the Jets, the Falcons, and really the Cardinals that lost their starting RBs from last year and didn't make major plays to get there. Kind of brings us to our next pick, Travis Etienne, going the Jaguars. I throw the Dolphins in there too as just teams without the most settled starters. But for me, Harris is the winner over Etienne. There's still enough there with James Robinson that I'm worried. And also, Carlos Hyde, I would not be worried about him anywhere else in the league. But when he's playing with the former coach, where last time they were together, they were running over Big Ten defenses of all shapes and sizes, it is a little bit of a concern, and it's an unknown. Etienne, as much as his explosiveness might have fallen off a little bit last year, as Mike pointed out, I mean, as a receiver, man, he just took his game to another level. Running legit double moves from the outside against Boston College really impressed me. Najee, RB15. Etienne still high on, closer to RB20. But guys, rookie running backs, draft them in fantasy.
Well, there you have it. I will draft them in fantasy, and I will once again fade them in real life, which is just what I do. We are waiting for the Baltimore Ravens now with 2 picks, courtesy of the Kansas City Chiefs in the first round to make their first selection. I am told this, I was about to say, I think they have to go Rashad Bateman. And it turns out that they were listening to my brain, and they have decided to invite Rashad Bateman over to Baltimore to play with that offense, Lamar Jackson, be a part of that receiving corps that has needed so much help. And they get it. Rashad Bateman is a guy that I was listening to the 2-for-1 Drafts podcast. Nate Tice had him as his #1 wide receiver, a 90.5 PFF grade in 2019, obviously. Sat out, lined up outside, and that's, I would assume, where you'd expect him to line up, Mike.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times we put this fit together. It makes too much sense. He is probably the second best pure route runner in this draft class after Devontae Smith. What you saw outside back in 2019 was special. As a true sophomore, he led the nation in yards per route from an outside alignment, ball skills off the charts, the contested catchability off the charts. You see him hauling passes outside his frame all the time, and he is just solid in all the things. Like all the reasons why wide receivers fail when going to the next level, in terms of getting off the line of scrimmage, being able to break down at the top of routes, being able to play through contact. Bateman does at a high level already, 33-inch arms, and he's kind of underrated after the catch, as you'll see there. Like, he can make something out of nothing routinely on his tape. 4th wide receiver on PFF's draft board, a top 20 player on PFF's draft board. To get him here at 27, I think right from day one, he can be much, much better than what Miles Boykin was there.
Your comp for him, by the way, I love this. Keenan Allen.
There you go.
I mean, you get Keenan Allen. I mean, that guy's release package is insane.
Well, and his routes are digs and slants and, being able to come across. You'll agree, I think, though, that so I went backwards and watched last year's tape.
Yeah.
Right? And I go, what is the big deal with this guy? Everybody's going crazy on him. I said, I don't see it. I guess he had COVID at one time and issues, but then you go back to the year before. Mm-hmm. And you start watching, and he's making one-handed catches for touchdowns. He flashed the speed that I really didn't see this past year, but he ran 4.39. Mm-hmm. I was like, okay, all right. It's amazing how some guys can be so smooth with what they do. They just don't look fast. Like, to me, I think to look fast, you have to look like you're trying hard.
Yep.
And like Keenan Allen, that's a pretty good comparison right there.
Yeah, big body, and I'm happy for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
You know, he truly got a number one. You saw the Ravens; they took a stab at a few wide receivers in free agency. But if I'm a free agent receiver, that's probably the last place I would want to sign. Not because of Lamar Jackson, but because of what Greg Roman has kind of done in his offense. I feel like he needs to expand and open it up a little more. Lamar has led the league in passing touchdowns already at this point in his career. I think this is a dynamic weapon for him out there. I don't think Hollywood was ever going to be that number one for him who can consistently create separation. But Hollywood is a number two, and having Rashawn Bateman be that number one, developing that system, hopefully it continues to evolve under Roman and Jackson. But this is a big win for Baltimore.
Is this draft the most chalky draft of all time?
Feels right.
Kind of is.
Like matching teams.
It's
and needs
unbelievable.
And the whole thing.
It's like it has been literally almost so predictable. It's making me uncomfortable almost. I mean,
You just got the Raiders. Like the Raiders are the only left field.
I think
pick.
everybody's listening to Twitter.
Yeah,
That's what
it turns out all teams did was read mock drafts. Shanahan's were going to pick Mac Jones. They read all the mock drafts and go, oh, man, maybe we should.
But all I kept hearing was, man, when we get to pick 20, from 20 to 32, it's going to be names you never heard of. And it's like bang, 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 right down the list.
Well, this is huge for the Ravens, though. It really, they've got this run-first attack, which is great. I mean, it's the best rushing attack in the NFL, and it's a different way to win. But you have to have multiple ways to win in the NFL. Sometimes the run game's not there. Sometimes you do have to win with the pass. More often than not, you have to win through the air. And that's what held them down last year. Number 28 PFF receiving grade. And, losing, the tight end situation wasn't as good last year. So just having more, bringing in Sammy Watkins, too. Even though he's not great, it's just attack the wide receiver position with volume, with speed, and just more guys that need to get covered. So Bateman, Watkins, Marquise Brown gets pushed down the depth chart so he doesn't have to be the one that Darius said. So it's a smart move by the Ravens, and it's the thing they needed because we already know that they've got this great rushing attack.
And the thing about Marquise, even though he's not, that dynamic of a receiver, you have to know where 15 is as a secondary, so that you can't necessarily shift Bateman even if he comes in year one, which a lot of these receivers do now. They come in the league, hit the ground running. So it's a good mix-up for Lamar. I love to see it, man. I'm excited. Who do you think the Saints are going with?
Well, it turns out we know. I was going to say this is
wide
the fifth
receiver again?
No, but 5 receivers taken. Over the total was 4.5, right? And so 5 hits the over there. And the Saints, who are going to trade up in the top 10, they have decided that for Mardi Gras, Peyton Turner making a trip down, Houston defensive end. Now this is a little bit of a surprise here. Not a guy.
I'll say I missed him.
Yeah, not a guy that you saw going a lot. We're going to talk more about Peyton Turner in just a second and what this means for the Saints. We're going to take a quick break, give you a chance to refresh the beverages, get your PFF draft guide. Draft 30 is the promo. You're going to need it here, okay? Because once you hear Peyton Turner's name come up, you know that shit is about to hit the fan, and that's why we're here. We're here for that for you. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes.
Everything in business is speed related. Somebody's going to get there with machine learning, with AI. We want to be the first ones.
PFF analyzes football in more detail than anybody else on the planet.
And that is some
The best NFL rivalries, Bears-Packers.
Bears-Packers.
Packers-Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. In part because we've really improved our systems. We're embracing machine learning. We're embracing AI. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
And posited that ball location. That's incredible.
The data is so much bigger than what my team can do with it. Our plan was, let's partner with somebody that can help us with the data.
The most important thing for us was to build a system that was seamless. So we moved our whole infrastructure into the AWS cloud.
So the math is crazy, but it's predictive, right?
Machine learning allows us to get very, very quickly to very complex data. And the AI allows us to see the connections within the data that the human beings can't.
AWS is allowing us to go through the machine learning phase together, and we can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate to pass ratings also.
If you are addicted to the game, which I think I am, I think I'm addicted to the game, the passion of the study itself becomes really significant. But we have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
are back on the PFF Live NFL Draft Show powered by Amazon Web Services. We've had 2 picks go through after the break. Number 28, the New Orleans Saints take former Houston edge defender Peyton Turner. And then we have at 29, the Green Bay Packers take Eric Stokes, the former Georgia cornerback. To start with Peyton Turner, I think the biggest reason teams are going to jump on him is the length. 35-inch arms, some of the longest arms in this class, and also a ton of positional versatility. When I talked to him on my podcast, a lot of people he said, every single team loves my gap versatility. I can play up and down the line of scrimmage. I can play outside. I can play inside. He can play all the way down the nose if he wants to. He can do a lot of different things. And I think that's what the Saints covet with Peyton Turner. That's why you do it. Outside the top 50 on PFF's draft board would be a reach, purely looking at that. But from a tools, measurables, character is another thing that a lot of people like about this kid. That's why you invest in Peyton Turner.
Yeah, one of his statistical comps is David Irving, who's a guy who kind of did that thing with Dallas. Moving along the line of scrimmage. This is the second time since 2018 the Saints have taken a non-Power 5 edge player that was sort of overdrafted in the particular spot, although earlier today we did say that he would go under his prop there. But interesting pick here, given that the Saints, I think it's better for them not to have moved up and given up a lot of their future, but this is still an interesting pick for them. At
29, Eric Stokes Jr., a little background on him, former track star in high school, and you saw that at his pro day. He ran a 4.2 in the 4.2s, I think high 4.2s in his pro day. Very fast player. And also the other thing, I think we've seen this with the corners selected in this draft, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, and Eric Stokes, a ton of press coverage experience. All these guys have played a ton of press coverage. You play a ton of press at Georgia, always at the catch point. I know Steve Palazzolo has said that. I do think that. Are there concerns with him flipping his hips? Sure. Can he get better at outside corner? I think so. I think there's some grabbiness to his game that a lot of Georgia corners have. You go back to DeAndre Baker, who I think was, top 20 on PFF's draft board. Big concern with him, getting a little grabby in press coverage. I think you could see some of that with Eric Stokes. But hell, J.C. Horn, first cornerback drafted, he gets grabby himself.
Yeah, and playing against SEC competition is really good, it's, as far as predictiveness there. The weird thing for Green Bay, they do need corners. Kevin King got abused in the NFC title game, but it's another first round gone, another first round without a wide receiver going to Aaron Rodgers, to sort of help him. What do you think of that, Austin?
See, I don't know if I buy into that. I think the Aaron Rodgers, why he's upset is more along the contract side of stuff. I don't think it's that he don't draft first-round receivers. I don't think it's because they drafted Jordan Love. I really do think that Green Bay Packers offered him an extension. Green Bay Packers offered him money, and he wants more. And that sometimes all it has to be. I don't think it's necessarily that they're not drafting his guys offensively. But to get back to Stokes, to get back to him, I really do think that you're seeing a trend in the league where a lot of teams want to play press coverage. A lot of teams want to play man coverage specifically. And Eric Stokes, if there's 2 things he's got, press coverage experience and recovery speed. The same thing Caleb Farley has. He doesn't have that experience in press coverage, but recovery speed. And then J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, 2 guys with, again, both ran in the 4.3s with a ton of press coverage experience. Let's kick it to the main set and look at these picks. Peyton Turner, Eric Stokes, 2 picks at 27 and 28. No, 28 and 29, sorry.
We'll get there eventually. Well, math is not our strong suit here, especially on the bar set. But let's talk about, look, we had this plan for the pre-draft show, and Aaron Rodgers said, yeah, here's the middle finger to your plan. Okay, we haven't talked about the Packers really since. And now the Packers come up and they pick a corner. And this is yet again another time where they have not added a weapon for Aaron Rodgers. So, is this him saying, is he on his way out now, right? Like, is this a sign that, yeah, we don't actually care?
No. It's a weapon. As long as Kevin King doesn't have to start on the other, that's a win for Aaron Rodgers. So Eric Stokes is going to have a chance to start. Kevin King had a 50.6 PFF grade. They needed to get him off the field, so that's why cornerback 2 is the biggest need for the Packers in this draft.
It was so interesting. If you've used PFF's mock draft simulator, shout out to Timo Riske, who's probably asleep in Germany right now. But yeah, probably, maybe not.
No, Bucks are coming up soon.
But he pointed out one of the most interesting things of the PFF mock draft simulator was our ability to see who fans selected at each point of the season. And after they got filleted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home, their most often selected position took a complete 180 and went to cornerback. It was receiver, it was offensive line, and then all of a sudden, cornerback. So they get Eric Stokes. You've watched, obviously, him play a lot. Him and Tyson Campbell, both very good corners. What do you make of Stokes?
I mean, it's a reach at this point. I mean, corners that run 4.2s don't fall off the trees. You don't see him often. But, he has the speed, but very raw. And I don't think he should be a starter from day one. He probably will be because of his draft position. fast guy, but I think he can get abused by savvy route runners and things of that nature. So I'm not super excited about the pick. I mean, I would give it if we do the grade, C-, and that would be my lowest pick. That would be my lowest.
That
grade
is
of the
really
draft.
low for you.
If I'm going corner here, I would have liked Asante Samuel Jr. At this spot. I think he could come in and start day one and give you some flexibility inside outside. So. Not a big fan of this pick.
What's the biggest difference, for people watching who go, okay, well, the Eric Stokes ran a 4.29. Okay, well, compare and contrast Samuel and Stokes. What does Samuel give you that Stokes doesn't?
Well, the fortune speed is obviously a great thing, but feet, like we talked about the Greg Newsome pick, having great feet, having being able to anticipate routes, being able to play coverages and know coverage. I don't see that with Stokes' games. I see a raw athlete who can be coached into that. They got two very good safeties. I love Amos. I love Savage. Obviously, Jair on the other side is locked down, but I don't know. He could be a liability.
Well, we'll see. There's some value there at corner still on the board. The Buffalo Bills, some people were saying, hey, maybe they'll go up and get Najee Harris, but no, they did not. They stood pat. And up to Buffalo to have some wings comes Greg Rousseau, edge defender.
Yes.
From Miami. This is the second Miami edge defender here. Cris is very excited. Cris, what do you like about Rousseau and the Bills?
This is the strangest looking nose tackle I have ever seen in my life. If you can imagine a skinny power forward in the NBA coming straight off the court and going over and putting on a helmet and go, all right, which is the last position I would line that guy up to play in football? I would say nose tackle. Mm-hmm. And so I'm watching the tape and I put it on and I've never seen him play. And I go, oh my God, because first play was like on the edge, and then I see him, they got him down to nose tackle, then they got him down to nose tackle again, they got him down to nose. And then you start watching him, and there's nothing to block. I mean, this guy is like JPP back in the early days. There's like stuff flying everywhere, and you go, okay, he's blocked. And then last second, the quarterback steps up, and he slides off his blocker, and he makes a sack. And I go, well, that didn't count. That wasn't really a sack. And then he did it again, and then he did it again. He's not the edge player. He's not the guy that's going to come around. He's just going to be always there. He's hard to get rid of, and he's going to get a lot of slappy pressure on the quarterback, and he's going to get him on the ground some because he's got those big long arms and he's got this wingspan. But he is a bizarre style to watch him play.
Yeah, almost 6'7". And when he played, last time we saw him play as a redshirt freshman, the only time we saw him play before opting out, he was 247 pounds. That's a build that doesn't exist on an NFL football field. So he could put on 20 pounds to his pro day over that past year of work. And so he wants to get up to, because you watch all his best reps there at Miami. They're on the interior, like you said, nose tackle, 3 technique, going against guards and centers where that length plays because he struggles to bend the edge. 7.53 cone as pro day, 4.53 shuttle. He just doesn't have that sort of movement skills and that flexibility that you want to beat offensive tackles. Very reminiscent to me of like a Jadeveon Clowney in the role that he's going to have to play once he gets to the NFL. You're going to have to move him around to be this mismatch guy that the offenses are going to have to account for. And that's why I think he's going to continue to get bigger with that frame up into the 280s. You could just play that guy at 5 technique, 4 technique, over tackles and on the inside once he gets up to that sort of size.
Let's give this one a grade, because I'm struggling with this one.
Is that where they're going to put him, Mike? Because I think I've got a lot of questions about Rousseau. And again, using the PFF grades versus your traditional stats, somebody's going to look at 16 sacks in 2019 and say, well, you just got the best passer. This guy was talked about going in the top 10, but he had an 80 pass rush grade with 16 sacks, meaning he's not winning one-on-one enough. So I'm going C.
Could be.
Still a projection.
I'm going B+.
Yeah, I
Watch. His frame, he's going to put on the easiest 25 pounds you've ever seen. He's still going to be wiggly inside, and he's going to be a headache.
I don't know. The 25 pounds of pizza you put on tonight has been
He's probably the guy that got hurt by the opt-out.
The minute you stop talking, I'm getting another one here in a minute.
So let me make the case here a little bit, because we talked about this on the forecast a lot. Like, the Buffalo Bills are one of the smartest organizations in football. They've done so many great things. And I look at a couple of areas that they've done really well, which is building a receiving core and a coverage unit. And I always think about strengthening a strength. And I look at players that are here on the board, and I see Elijah Moore. I see Trayvon Merrick. I see, even Terrace Marshall or Asante Samuel Jr. And to me, strengthening a strength is never a bad thing. And I would have preferred a player that I maybe feel a little more sure of, whose production in college, based on PFF grading, was a little more, certain for me. So, the skinny nose tackle is exciting.
I'm going to take you over there and watch some tape in a minute.
This is the guy who got hurt the most by the opt-outs of any of sort of the top guys, because his tape was not to the level of where he was just outright dominant elite play. He had question marks about his game. And so with those question marks, he had guys like Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, who've gotten drafted already. They got to take the next step in their development. We saw improvement from them. We didn't get to see it from Greg Rousseau because obviously he opted out. So he gets lapped by those guys, even though most people had him as edge one heading into 2020.
Yeah, he probably would have had a breakout college season. We just didn't get to see it. Build a lot of depth on that defensive line, and they look pretty good.
They needed pressure. They needed another corner, and they got one of the two.
Yeah, it's just like the last pick. That 4.2 speed doesn't fall off trees. 6-7 frames don't either. So
this is true.
This is
true, and maybe they're trying to move into the NBA soon. The Baltimore Ravens are again on the clock, and if you're wondering why are they on the clock again, it's courtesy of the Kansas City Chiefs. This trade happened. I'll refresh your memory if you have forgotten. The Chiefs received Orlando Brown, right tackle. Baltimore Ravens, our 25th highest graded tackle last season. A 2021 second-round pick, that's number 58, and a 22 sixth. The Ravens, in return for Orlando Brown in that second rounder, got the first rounder that is being selected right now, number 31, a third rounder in this year's draft, number 94, and a fourth rounder, number 136, plus a fifth next year. So this trade got praised wildly from the Chiefs' end on social media, the most important determinant of future success, and on some of the more analytically based metrics for weighing a trade, it did not look so favorable for the Chiefs. So the one opinion I haven't heard yet is actually yours, Cris. What did you make of this trade at the beginning? Now that you had a chance to digest it, what did you think about it?
My first impression was you've got a Super Bowl champion potential roster that is hurting at the tackle position. So whatever they did to fix that, it was like, okay, good. Now they're back in the Super Bowl hunt to be able to do that. Then I read that they weren't going to re-sign him, or they weren't going to, I think he has 1 year left on his deal. And I'm like, okay, that's an expensive way to go about trying to get this guy in here, where they could have stood in the same spot and picked up some tackle. I mean, whether it's Tevin Jenkins is probably the guy at the right tackle position I would have taken next. So it's just interesting to me to see how they go about it. But it was an immediate plug and play for a championship team to get back to the Super Bowl.
Okay, I'm going to throw this to the bar because I want Eric to speak truth to power here on the other side of things and talk about, your little Chiefs fandom aside, how we grade this trade out.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the value of the picks they got in the trade swap, it's worth about half a win over the course of a 4-year stretch. Brown's been worth, you could project him to be worth about 1 win over that time. So he's twice as valuable as the picks you gave up. The problem is, and what Cris talked about, is that they have to pay Orlando Brown or let him go. Mm-hmm. If they let him go, it's a disaster. That means that he did not perform to any level. If he plays halfway decently, you're paying him $17.5 to $22.5, $25 million a year, which this pick right now that the Ravens have is going to be paid $3 million annually. So you're essentially paying that 6 times as much on average for about twice as good a play, and that just for moves like this that are like trying to reduce the floor, or the floor for them, maybe okay, but like you continue to make those moves. That's why the Ravens are considered one of the best franchises in the NFL in terms of intelligence, and why the Chiefs end up making trades like Frank Clark.
I find myself talking my way into the Kansas City Chiefs trading for Orlando Brown Jr. because they're in a window. They're in a window to win with Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill. They're in a window to win. And there's not a single offensive tackle they could have taken at 31. I guess, Tevin Jenkins fell. I don't know. There's not a single tackle, even with Tevin Jenkins, that would have been as good as Orlando Brown Jr. in year one. Maybe year 2, year 3, you see Tevin Jenkins outperform Orlando Brown Jr. But I still think Orlando Brown Jr., even with the concerns we have about him pass protecting for Patrick Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson, defensive ends rush Lamar Jackson differently. You can't break contain against Lamar Jackson. So he's going to be in for an awakening pass protecting for Patrick Mahomes, but he can be a top 20 offensive tackle in the NFL next year in the window the Chiefs have as the Super Bowl favorites, according to sportsbooks right now. I also want to break this and then probably kick back to the main set to talk a little Jayson Oweh. Jayson Oweh going to the Baltimore Ravens with this 31st overall pick, the former edge defender of Penn State.
Yeah, the thing worth noting here about that Chiefs-Ravens trade, of course, is that with Patrick Mahomes, your Super Bowl window extends for many, many years to come. New England, Tom Brady's old team. Jayson Oweh, the 97th percentile in PFF's athleticism score that takes into account all of his testing metrics. It was the highest in the draft class among all edge defenders, but he lasts all the way here until pick 31. Mike, why so athletic, but waiting all the way until 31 for him to come off the board?
Just completely unpolished at this point in time.
For sure.
A junior, didn't even start until this past year, and you're like, again, kind of like the Jamin Davis pick. Why is a guy who's this freaky of an athlete, and you see some of these reps here on tape, the way he can chase down running backs in space, it's different. Guys, this is Chase Young-esque, the way he chases down a wide receiver to the sideline. He ran a 4.37 40 at his pro day and had an 11'2" broad jump. Those are both the highest ever for a defensive end prospect. 39-inch vertical, 6'9" 3-cone. Like, it's all there. Everything you could want. 6'5", 257 pounds with 34.5-inch arms, and he's 5% body fat. This guy is built in a lab to rush the passer, but just has not done it at a high level yet. He started playing football in 2016, was a basketball player prior to that, and you saw it in flashes. 10 pressures week one, or I guess their first game against Indiana this past year, then 10 pressures only his next 6 games combined. Like, is inconsistent, doesn't attack the way you'd like an edge defender to, but again, only playing football for 5 years now. What this guy could be, and he goes to the right landing spot. The Ravens, what they've done, Pernell McPhee, Zadarius Smith, Matthew Judon, late rounders they've developed, nowhere near the tools that this guy possesses. So he goes to a spot where they've developed those, and even with their blitz packages, he can make an impact as like a slant, stunter, unblocked man that I love the value here of what they're getting. He was edge defender 2 on the PFF board.
Which is what Wink Martindale does.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to create space for a great athlete. And when he gets killed, is like Ohio State kept putting a tight end outside of him, and so he's between the tight end and they just blew him away from the ball. You get him in space, which Wink will definitely do, and get him running, because you never know who's going to be coming out of that defense. Now he's going to look like something special. I think the fit is perfect for him.
Yep, another great athlete going into a defense, like you said. Wink loves to throw multiple looks up front, and I feel like the last 3 or 4 picks are guys who have a high ceiling, great athleticism, not very polished, and that's what you're going to get at this point in the draft.
The question about Oweh is production, right? And somebody's going to say he had no sacks last year, but we quantify real production at PFF, which is snap by snap. And the most important thing is not the sack total, but do you win your reps? So I love comparing Gregory Rousseau's 2019 with 16 sacks and Jayson Oweh's 2020 with 0 sacks. Same exact PFF pass rush grade. That means they're essentially winning at the same rate. The tough thing is winning one-on-one, winning quickly. Oweh just didn't, sometimes you win and the ball's out. And Rousseau sometimes picking up sacks after 5 seconds. You stumble into him. So I'm not worried about Oweh's production. It's not elite production, but it's not like, he didn't have a sack last year. That's a major, he could have 8 sacks next year, and it's not going to be a big surprise.
Yeah, to compare, we had this graphic up earlier. Kwity Paye won about a fourth of his pass rushes, 26% pass rush win rate. Jayson Oweh at 17%. So you see a little less of that consistency in terms of winning against those blocks. But to get a player with that much potential this late, and you look at what the Ravens did now, like I think for some of these teams, like you look at the Dolphins have multiple picks, the Jags multiple picks, the Ravens had 2 picks at the back of the draft. But what they get with Bateman and Oweh, like would it surprise you? We're looking at this next year and we go, man, the Ravens had the best draft, and they picked at the back end.
I mean, the Oweh pick would surprise me if he's a player out of the gate. I think he can develop into something, but like you said, you're not got built like that, running a 4.3 off the edge. Like that's ridiculous.
It's really genius team building though for the Ravens. They stumbled into it a little bit, but they drafted Orlando Brown in the third round, got 3 years out of him on the cheap, and traded him and got a first-round pick for him. That is incredible. They were the benefit of they weren't going to pay him. He wanted to leave, but still, that is great business. Do that all the time. Ravens are going to keep winning.
the team that won everything last year, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the reigning champions, they were ready to go. Joe Tryon, Washington, I guess we're classifying him as a linebacker, edge defender, depends what you want, did not play in 2020. 67.7 PFF grade in 2019. This was one that when I was looking at the markets before and I saw a likelihood of going in the first round and I saw him up there, I was like, wow, this is kind of surprising to me, especially based on, his production the last time we saw him. So, Mike, you look at this move, the Bucs, a team that probably feels like they can take some swings. Was this the right move for them?
I'm not sure this guy makes an impact year one. Now, obviously, last time we saw him was 2019. He was incredibly raw then. He has the athletic tools. Another guy in this class has the athletic tools, 6'5", 259 pounds, 34-inch arms. That's the build. That's the edge build that gets it done at the next level. 4'6", 540, and 35-inch vertical. He's an explosive, put-together edge defender, but then why a 71.9 pass rushing grade the last time we saw him? That's the biggest question. And now he attacks. Like, he plays a violent play style. I'm not surprised that the NFL would be high on him, but no pass rushing moves to speak of. Like, he attacks like a bull in a china shop. No rhyme or reason to what he's necessarily doing play in and play out. Some reps on his tape, like he can stack Penei Sewell. He has a rep that other guys in college football cannot do what he can do necessarily physically, but it's why wasn't it necessarily consistent, and not having seen them in 2020, it's just, I'm not sure this guy makes an impact necessarily for the Bucs year one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was going to. I mean, they brought everybody back. There's depth across the roster. To me, the Bucs should have been looking at this and said, okay, what's the worst? You want to look long-term, too. There's life beyond Tom Brady. But you also want to say, what's the one thing that could go wrong, or two things that could go wrong in our potential championship season? And I think it's just depth at the most important positions. The O-line could fall apart. Your receivers could get hurt again. The secondary is probably the most fragile position for them, right? Yep. So that's the place where I would have added depth. But Tryon's a guy that's a future type of pick, and he can maybe sprinkle into the defensive line.
It may be a statement on the other quarterbacks that remain, too. Because if there were ever a time that you would say, all right, let's bring in another quarterback so that he gets at least 1 year under Tom Brady to learn how the master does this thing. And it may just well say those next three quarterbacks just weren't worthy.
I mean, Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah.
On the board, Trayvon Merrick on the board, Elijah Moore on the board. Some good players left here.
I mean,
man.
I'm honestly just pissed it wasn't a quarterback. My money right down the drain.
Oh, it's 5. It's under 5.5.
Yeah, it's at 5. Right at 5. I mean, I knew better, but it was a good value, good try.
The most surprising player on the board to me is Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, Notre Dame linebacker. Like, I thought there was a chance he could be the first linebacker off the board. Yeah. Like, his versatility and coverage.
But where do you play that guy?
That's the thing.
I kept looking at him, and I go, okay, I get it in college football because he's going to play the slot and blitz and do all that. But in NFL football, where does he play?
I think he could just play. I think he could feasibly just play weak side linebacker in a defense. Like
Fred Warner projection, right?
Yeah.
Like Fred Warner played over the slot. I mean, it's a fake position. It could be like the overhang linebacker, Darius, right? The linebacker that's playing in the slot in college that doesn't really exist in the NFL. So it is a projection, but we've seen guys like Fred Warner do a pretty good job with it.
Yeah.
Christian Barmore is still on the board.
Let's go around the horn here. So if you go to PFF.com, you can see the best available. You can start mocking your teams for next round here tomorrow night with the mock draft simulator and picking for those teams there. Obviously, we go back to the top of the order here. But let's kind of swing around the horn. We'll start with you, Steve. Player or two that you think is most surprising that they're still on here, or that you'd snap up early in the next round, maybe even a team fit if you've got one.
It's definitely Christian Barmore, number 12 on the PFF draft board, the best interior defensive lineman. That means no interior defensive lineman went, right? That's it.
That's correct.
It's a terrible class for interior D lineman. It's terrible. But you have a guy like Rousseau maybe moving. But I think Barmore is by far the best, so I figured he's going to go, and then there's going to be a big drop-off.
I think my biggest takeaway here is the Cincinnati Bengals are in luck. The tackle run did not come to fruition. You have guys like Dylan Radins, Tevin Jenkins, Walker Little, all that we're high on here at PFF, Sam Cosmi from Texas. Like, those are all top 40 players on the PFF draft board. Guys we think can come in, start right away at guard if they need be, and then move out to tackle once Riley Reif retires or obviously moves on. Bengals going to get one of those guys.
I'm gonna talk about the guy that I just like. I think this Nick Bolton from Missouri, and I didn't think he was going to land in the first round, but I liked him so much I was hoping he would. I think he's a professional player. There are defenders who try to tackle, and there are defenders who it is their life to tackle, and it means something extra, and they're going to extend their bodies in certain ways. But for him, he anticipates and reads so well what's coming at him. I think he's going to be a great pro.
Got a couple here that I love before I kick it to you. Trayvon Merrick, and you look at the Jags.
One of my guys, yep.
And then there's some receivers out there that I feel like some teams are going to be really happy are still there in the second round. But what are you looking at most?
I mean, I love Asante Samuel Jr. Definitely thought he could have went tonight. Trayvon, but I like Elijah Molden even more than Trayvon, honestly.
Wow.
As a safety, as
Darius.
a safety on the next, because it's such a space game. It's a matchup game, and he's one of those guys who can come in and affect the run game. He can affect the pass game, multiple. Same thing with Asante Samuel. So those would be my two guys that I would love to. And they can fit. Those are two players that can fit on almost any team.
Fit anywhere. We have got a lot more coming for you tonight and tomorrow. Tonight we've got about 3 hours of post-draft coverage. Why? Because we know you want it, and we're going to give the people what you want. We're going to start off, of course, with Mike and Austin on the 2-for-1 Drafts Pod. They're going to be here right after this ends. So they're going to break down everything from this round, who won, who lost, what to look forward to tomorrow. And tomorrow, we'll be back at it again here. Some people, they're going to the Derby. They've got other engagements in Florida. But the true grit will be here for you tomorrow, okay? I promise you. And we will not let you down. There will be more bar set. It will be a lot of fun. And we will be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on PFF.com. Of course, the mock draft simulator is there for you to play with and prepare. The best available on our live draft tracker. Draft 30 is the promo. Make sure you use it, get 30% off. Want to give a special thanks and shout out to Darius Butler for joining us here.
Thanks for having me, man.
This was awesome, man.
Enjoyed it, man.
Appreciate it. We got to hear your draft story at some point later. We'll have you on the pod and we'll tell it. It'll be a lot of fun. And thank you all for tuning in. Shout out to all the guys in the back, Todd, Mike, the whole crew, Jerry Madelon, David Ashbrock, and everyone here that helped us out. We appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. Don't sleep a whole time.
Shout out to the Bears.
There you go. There it is.